Chapter 1369. Imperial Warrior Disciple Lord Yuan, you've fought 2 battles in a row. Let's rest for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense before we fight again, lest I win unfairly. Lin Ling said again, ignoring the mockery around him. He also hoped to fight with Gendosa at his peak. Crazy. The voices in the surroundings became even crazier. Previously, after Lord Yuan had defeated Zhang Ren, he had continued to fight Lai Qing and Lai Qing without resting. Now, however, Lin Ling was asking Lord Yuan to rest. What right did he have? Did he think that Lord Yuan would rest for his sake? Haha, idiot. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jianhe couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was so arrogant that he had turned into an idiot. Good. However, Lord Yuan did not smile. Instead, he stared deeply at Lin Ling with a solemn expression before he sat down cross-legged to recover. What? At this moment, the mocking faces of the surrounding people all stiffened. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jianhe's faces froze, then turned gloomy. Especially Zhang Jianhe, who kept snorting coldly. Why was it that Master Yuan didn't replenish his spiritual energy when he fought? But Master Yuan valued Lin Ling so much when Lin Ling fought, and kept sitting cross-legged to replenish his spiritual energy. It was as if he treated Lin Ling as an opponent on the same level. In comparison, their 3 referrals seemed to be inferior to Lin Ling. Everyone stared at Lin Ling and Gendosa as time quietly passed. Gendosa finally stood up, full of energy. He looked deeply at Lin Ling and said, "Just enough time." It was a simple sentence, but it carried the shock in his heart. Previously, he had fought several battles and consumed a certain amount of spiritual qi. However, Lin Ling had allowed him to recover for an incense stick's worth of time. Now he had just used an incense stick's worth of time to recover. It didn't matter if it was a breath more or less. This Lin Ling seemed to know everything about him. She didn't know if it was just a random guess, or if it was set on purpose. At the thought of this, Gendosa's eyes flickered. Lord Yuan, let's begin. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. He knew that he couldn't win against the other party with his strength, but since the other party was suppressing his strength to spar, he could give it a try. It was a rare opportunity to spar. One had to know that sparring with a First Realm Saint was a common occurrence for him in the Purple Mansion realm. However, this was the first time he was challenging a First Realm Saint from Xianping Province. Since your cultivation is at Transcendent 6th stage, I will suppress my cultivation, Gendosa said with a rare solemn expression. There's no need for that. Come at me as a first-layer saint. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. It was precisely because he was facing a Saint Realm Master that he wanted to challenge. If it was a Transcendent Realm Master, to be honest, he wouldn't even be interested. Daring. Good. Gendosa laughed heartily. Everyone else wanted to give up their spots to him, but Lin Ling had repeatedly yielded to him. The crowd also quieted down. They could see that Lord Yuan attached great importance to Lin Ling, especially Zhang Ren and the others. They felt even more uncomfortable in their hearts, but they secretly thought to themselves that Lin Ling was too arrogant, so if he lost, he would lose even more face. Then I'll go first. Flame Sea World. Not holding back, Lin Ling directly used his supreme martial skill, causing flames to spurt out. He knew that against a master like Lord Yuan, flashy combat skills wouldn't have much of an effect, so it was better to be direct. Gendosa's expression became slightly solemn, as he also sent out a simple palm strike. Heaven and earth force bloomed. Bo bo bo. The flames collided with the magnetic force, creating a dazzling explosion that caused the protective light curtain to flicker slightly. You can't shake me with just this. Gendosa's voice floated out at the same time. I know. Lin Ling had flames in his left hand, and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his right hand. He stomped on the ground and shot towards Gendosa, beginning his close-range attack. Earth-rising heavenly sword. The sword came from the west and fiercely slashed out. Seeing the flames and sword attack, Gendosa's expression turned solemn as he secretly praised Lin Ling. Both his left and right hand were powerful attacks, and he was multitasking. This Lin Ling wasn't simple at all. Tyrannical spirit energy condensed as Gendosa's left hand formed a palm, and his right hand formed a finger. They were like 2 dragons emerging from the sea as they frantically resisted. Rumble. The Flame Sea world still didn't gain any advantage. Instead, the earth-rising heavenly sword slashed out to resist Gendosa's finger, causing Gendosa to take a step back. His expression became even more solemn. What a powerful physical strength, reaching 7 universes. A low shout came from Gendosa's mouth, causing the pupils of the surrounding people to change. Wasn't Lin Ling's physical strength at 6 universes? How did it reach 7 universes now? One had to know that physical strength was the most difficult to cultivate. Even with an immortal body, it was very difficult to raise the strength above 5 universes. However, Lin Ling had reached 7 universes. This was somewhat inconceivable. And many people saw that Gendosa chose to meet force with force for the first time, instead of dodging like he did when facing Zhang Run and the others. This also meant that Gendosa knew that if he dodged, it would affect his momentum in the following battle, and he would even start to be suppressed. This also meant that Gendosa valued Lin Ling very much. Clang! The finger collided with the ancient sword again, and the wind blew in all directions. At this moment, Gendosa shouted in a low voice, "Your sword is very fierce, but it's easy to break if it's too hard." Magnetic sound. Buzz. 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 His finger bloomed with invisible ripples. It was actually the sound produced by the collision of magnetic forces, and it could affect the opponent's entire state. Lin Ling's expression changed as he retreated. His sword was trembling incessantly as it was affected by the sound of magnetism. However, with a shake of his body, an indescribable majestic force surged out, causing the sword to instantly calm down. If a swordsman is not fierce, how can he talk about the sword? Then Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Gendosa. Gendosa's heart trembled. His magnetic sound was impossible to defend against, and it was the most powerful in breaking through close combat martial arts. However, against Lin Ling, it seemed to have very little effect. This Lin Ling's defense was too abnormal. Unstoppable. Boom. At this moment, Lin Ling attacked again. This time, he gave up on fire martial arts, and used his physical body to fight in close combat. Rumble. Gendosa's expression became more serious, and his feet began to move. His left hand was either a fist or a palm, and his right hand was still a finger, constantly blocking Lin Ling's ancient sword. On the surface, the exchange between the two did not cause a stir, but everyone knew that if the protective light screen was not there, the force of the collision would be enough to destroy the villa. Amazing, Lin Ling is suppressing Gendosa. Many people gasped, but there were also people who snorted and said, Lord Yuan is just letting him move and giving him pointers. After 10 moves, Lord Yuan is going to be serious. Yes. Indeed, when Gendosa fought with Zhang Run and the others, it was the same. Of course, letting Lin Ling move may be, but giving pointers? There was no such thing. At this moment, Gendosa also felt bitter. He also wanted to give pointers to Lin Ling, but he realized that Lin Ling's attacks were too perfect, and he could not give pointers at all. He had to admit that Lin Ling's battle awareness and experience were at the peak of perfection, as if he had fought many ancient martial artists. If he was at Transcendent 6th stage, or even 7th stage, there was no doubt that he would be utterly defeated. Inside the protective light screen, the two of them fought from left to right, and then from right to left. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, they had already exchanged hundreds of moves. Gradually, many people sighed. Lin Ling was able to get a recommendation. He was indeed capable. Chapter 1370. Lord Yuan began to attack. You want to defeat me? Gendosa was annoyed at being suppressed. This was the first time he was suppressed by a Transcendent Realm cultivator. One had to know that he was currently a Saint Realm First Heaven cultivator. If I can, then I naturally have hope. But I know that it's impossible. Lin Ling's breathing became heavy as he smiled faintly. Very arrogant. Then after the 10th move, it will be my turn. Gendosa coldly snorted and laughed. He was a disciple of the mortal emperor. How could he be suppressed by a junior like Lin Ling? As soon as he finished speaking, the 11th move began. His aura instantly changed. It was obvious that he was indeed holding back before. Lin Ling is going to lose. He can't block the 11th move. Zhang Ren immediately shouted. He was defeated by the 11th move. He knew that after the 10th move, Lord Yuan's strength would double, Lin Ling's limit was to rely on Qi Yu's physical strength to suppress Lord Yuan. This kind of strength would not be able to block the 11th move. At this moment, the crowd became nervous and expectant. Lord Yuan's counterattack had begun. Primordial magnetic celestial body. Gendosa opened his hands and black electric snakes wreaked havoc everywhere. Many people narrowed their eyes. They did not expect Lord Yuan's counterattack to be so strong from the start. He planned to use his immortal physique to suppress Lin Ling. This kind of overbearing move was obviously more terrifying than the move that defeated Zhang Ren. A terrifying magnetic force surged from all directions. The pressure of the immortal physique appeared. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly. He stomped his foot, trying to avoid the pressure of Gendosa's immortal physique. It's useless. The pressure of my immortal physique will envelop the entire garden. However, Gendosa shook his head lightly. The black electric snakes grew larger and larger, covering the sky and earth. Lin Ling could not avoid them. Lin Ling only has a saint physique. As long as he is enveloped by the pressure of the immortal physique, he will lose without a doubt. He has nowhere to hide. The crowd saw Lin Ling stop in his tracks, as if he knew that he could not avoid the pressure of the immortal body. Finally, the pressure of the magnetite celestial body enveloped the entire garden. And in the corner of the garden, Lin Ling stood there quietly. This made many people feel that Lin Ling had lost the will to fight, and everything was dominated by the magnetite celestial body. The 11th move, Lin Ling has been defeated. That's quite amazing. You should know that Lin Ling is a transcendent. That's right. In that case, Lin Ling is much better than the other person from the Black-White Dao Palace, Zhang Ren. Many people continued to speak, causing Zhang Ren's face to turn ashen. His tone was sour as he said, "No matter what cultivation level, a loss is a loss. Is there a difference?" However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling, who was in the corner, slowly raised his head and revealed a bright smile. What a powerful immortal physique, at least yellow rank 4th grade. I felt some pressure at first, but now I feel that it's nothing. Lin Ling was once again certain that his God Demon Overlord physique was a yellow rank 5th grade immortal physique. That was why he didn't fear the pressure of the magnetite celestial body. The crowd was stunned and fell silent. How could this be? An Earth grade saint physique wasn't afraid of a yellow rank 4th grade immortal physique? Even Gendosa was stunned for a moment, but he smiled mysteriously. He had always guessed that Lin Ling was hiding some other talent, and now it was confirmed. Then the 12th move, magnetite celestial body. Gendosa's body became huge and the magnetic force exploded. It was as if he had turned into a magnet, attracting Lin Ling over. This move was similar to the one that defeated Zhang Ren, but of course, it was even more terrifying. It was at full strength. Ancient God Emperor. Lin Ling also roared. He didn't stop the terrifying suction force, but instead used it to pounce towards Gendosa. The great sword in his hand was like a sword that could conquer the world as it ruthlessly slashed out. From afar, it looked like two emperors were clashing. Rumble. When Lin Ling's sword slashed out, Gendosa's expression changed. He actually felt a strong pressure from Lin Ling's ancient God Emperor. Could it be that Lin Ling's talent was higher than his? Pa. He clasped his hands together and caught Lin Ling's sword. The 12th move. At the same time, Lin Ling's light shout rang out, causing Gendosa's expression to turn ugly. A black magnetic ball instantly appeared between his hands, as if it wanted to tear apart Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and his body moved, retreating, avoiding the terrifying magnetic force. He knew that Gendosa had used a heavenly pattern martial art, and it was that minor accomplishment. Let's see if you can block my 13th move. Gendosa took a step forward, and between his palms, a large number of black lightning snakes roared, making him look like he was holding two black lightning bolts. That kind of power made many people gasp. They felt that when Gendosa fought with the 3 referrals, he was playing around. But when he fought with Lin Ling, he became more and more crazy. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Daosher lunged forward. His speed was countless times faster than when he had transcended the void. Immense power burst forth, and the void was torn apart by him. Clearly, he had borrowed the power of the great law of magnetism to increase his speed. Lin Ling felt a strong pressure. as if a magnetic force was constantly enveloping his body. But this pressure not only didn't make him afraid, it made his fighting spirit boil. The Eye of Time quietly appeared, staring at Gendosa as if it could see through everything. Rumble! Gendosa's palm struck out, stirring up the wind and clouds. Clang! Lin Ling raised his sword to block, but his body was sent flying. The 13th move. Again. Move! Gendosa's footsteps did not stop, and he kept on pestering Lin Ling. The law constantly erupted, crushing Lin Ling like a giant, and Lin Ling's momentum gradually weakened, suppressed. The situation finally began to change, from Lin Ling suppressing Gendosa, to Gendosa suppressing Lin Ling. Around the garden, everyone was extremely nervous. It was a very intense battle, and no one had expected Lin Ling to hold on for so long. As for the He brothers, their faces were pale. The idol in their hearts could not block 11 moves, but Lin Ling, who they had always looked down on, blocked 13 moves. What qualifications did they have to be proud in front of Lin Ling? Even their idol Zhang Ren was not qualified, because Lin Ling was not weaker than Zhang Ren. No, he had surpassed him. Good. Lin Ling, you must hold on until the 18th move. Yes. Lady Shui Wu was extremely excited. She did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong, and to be able to catch up with Zhang Jianhe and Zhang Jianhe after 18 moves. Dream on, he will lose in 15 moves. Zhang Jianhe coldly snorted. How could he watch Lin Ling surpass him? The 14th move. The 15th move. The 16th move. However, from the surface, Lin Ling was about to lose again and again, but he did not lose. From this point of view, one could see how abnormal Lin Ling's body was. It could be called perfect. I finally know why you are invincible in the transcendent realm. If you reach the transcendent 7th stage, you will be able to sweep through all first stage saints. Yes. Even Gendosa could not help but admire Lin Ling. He could be said to be invincible. His defense, attack, and speed had all reached the pinnacle, giving him a feeling that he would not be able to bite down. Moreover, he also had a feeling that Lin Ling's innate immortal body's divine ability was the most solid foundation. Although on the surface, this innate talent was not as mysterious as Zhang Ren's immortal body, nor was it as sharp as Lai Qing's sword. Sometimes the simpler things were, the stronger they were. This was the reason why Gendosa had not won yet. Thinking of this, Gendosa roared. But against a heavenly martial art, you will not be able to hold on for long. The 17th move. The 17th move. Rumble. Chapter 1371. An intense collision. Inside the light curtain, Lin Ling's body flew backwards and crashed into it. His face was a little pale, but the fighting spirit and pride in his eyes were still strong. He raised his head and said indifferently, "Heavenly martial arts? Yes. Yes, I can crush any transcendent. Yes." Gendosa slowly walked forward with an indescribable domineering aura. At this point, he already regarded Lin Ling as an opponent of the same generation, so he couldn't lose. "I'm sorry, but I also know heavenly martial arts." Yes. However, just as he took a few steps, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand, and a flame rippled out. The pressure it released was extremely terrifying, causing Gendosa's eyes to narrow as he said in disbelief, "Heavenly martial arts?" Yes. He could clearly feel that the flame was different from before. It had an additional domineering aura, as if it was saying, "My principle was created by me." And this feeling was a grand principle. Lin Ling knows heavenly martial arts? The crowd also went into an uproar, especially Zhang Ren and Zhang Jianhe. They stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm, but he had comprehended a grand principle martial art. This was too abnormal. The He brothers also stared with wide eyes. They had just said that Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm, and would never be able to touch the field of heavenly martial arts. But now Lin Ling had clearly demonstrated it to them, making them feel like frogs in a well. "You are the first young man I've met who has comprehended heavenly martial arts at the transcendent realm." Yes. At this moment, Gendosa's eyes became even more dignified, but not only was he not afraid, he wanted to defeat Lin Ling even more. He had a feeling that Lin Ling wouldn't be any weaker than him in the future, and this kind of achievement made his fighting spirit boil even more. You said before that you could use heavenly martial arts to suppress me, but now that I also have one, you can't suppress me, Lin Ling said indifferently. The wisp of flame in his hand quietly changed, constantly interweaving, turning into a lifelike flame dragon. The dragon opened its mouth wide, angrily staring at Jindosa. Indeed. However, your heavenly rune martial arts are still too weak. Your only shortcoming is your cultivation. Jindosa stopped in his tracks and took another step forward. At the same time, he clasped his hands together. The black magnetic lightning roared and transformed into an ancient black tortoise. The moment the tortoise appeared, it seemed to suppress the world. The surrounding magnetic forces became even more ferocious. You lost in the 18th move. Lin Ling shoved his hands out in front of him, and dazzling light erupted from the black turtle, along with the aura of the sovereign lord. At the same time, the defensive shield shattered, as if it had been struck by some sort of magnetic force. The protective light screen was able to withstand the attack of a third-level Saint Realm expert. This also meant that Jindosa's move was extremely terrifying. Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Boom! Facing the terrifying magnetic force, Lin Ling roared. At the same time, his spiritual yuan madly poured into the Great Flame Dragon, causing it to grow larger and larger. However, this wasn't enough to block Jindosa's attack. Thus he continued to roar. Not enough, add more strength. Boom! Rumble! Under his resolute roar, the Dantian that had been close to breaking through finally underwent a heaven-shaking change. A new wisp of spiritual yuan bloomed. At almost the same time, all 8 wisps of spiritual yuan poured into the forbidden Great Flame Dragon. In that instant, everyone in the garden stood up, their faces filled with shock. Lin Ling had broken through. Transcendent 7th stage. All of this was too dramatic. Unfortunately, no one knew that before Lin Ling's battle with Empyrean Voidstar and the other experts, he had already consumed the last black-white Dao fruit. Adding on the bitter battle, his foundation had naturally increased. In the end, under Jindosa's pressure, he had smoothly broken through. Rumble. However, this wasn't the end of their shock. The Great Flame Dragon that was hovering around Lin Ling seemed to be blowing air as it crazily grew. From the size of an arm, it gradually grew to the size of a water bucket. The dragon roared, making the youth in the flame dragon seem like the son of a true dragon. Jindosa's pupils constricted. Previously, he had said that Lin Ling's heavenly pattern martial arts were too weak. But now he could clearly feel the changes in the heavenly pattern martial arts. Go, don't disappoint me for the first time. Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Forbidden. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth rose slightly. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he stared ahead. The flame dragon that was hovering around him broke through the air. Bang bang bang. The majestic flame dragon swam out. What was shocking was that wherever the flame dragon passed, the ground continued to explode, as if a taboo had descended. This also meant that wherever the flame dragon went, there would be great rules. That place would be plunged into misery and suffering. Everything would be incinerated. Rumble. The 2 great heavenly pattern martial arts. One was the great law of fire, the other was the great law of magnetism. Finally, under countless gazes, they collided and formed a huge shockwave. The mushroom spiritual energy screen soared into the sky. Rumble. Both martial arts were at the minor completion stage. After sweeping through everything, they finally dissipated. At the center of the garden, there was a mess. 2 figures stood there quietly, causing many people to tremble in fear. On the left, Jindosa's clothes were tattered and his face was cold. His elegant aura was also gone. Clearly, under the powerful impact of the martial arts, he was also affected. Although he wasn't injured, his image was damaged. This is the first time I've seen a mortal emperor's disciple in such a sorry state. Everyone trembled. The hearts of many trembled violently as they looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not much better off. His clothes were torn, and there was even blood on his body. However, his eyes were still resolute, and his will to fight was boiling. You're injured. Humph. Jindosa stared at Lin Ling and said coldly, as if saying that Lin Ling was inferior to him. You're not much better. Humph. Lin Ling wasn't willing to be outdone and said indifferently. Jindosa was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed. Good, 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 just transcendence, but you made me, an emperor's disciple, suffer such a loss. You're the first. Then there are 2 more moves. Do you want me to go easy on you? Or do you want me to treat you as a real opponent? Go easy on me. That's humiliating me. If you want to fight, then go all out. Lin Ling raised his sword. He didn't want the weak, he wanted the strong. Good. Jindosa shouted. This is how a martial artist should be, he said excitedly. As the battle continues, the gap between us will become more and more obvious. For example, after using a heavenly pattern martial art, your spiritual energy will be exhausted, but I won't. You will definitely lose in the next 19 moves. I thought I would lose from the beginning, but may I ask, have I lost? Go. Lin Ling's sword was still pointed at Jindosa, which made Jindosa smile. His eyes instantly became cold. He took a big step forward and jumped towards Lin Ling. As a martial artist, I must be good at close range and long range martial arts. Now I will let you experience my close range attack. Go. Then come, 19 moves. Go. Lin Ling angrily shouted. Rumble. Both of them intertwined again. Jindosa began to use magnetic force martial art. His movements were strange, sometimes left, sometimes right, constantly attacking Lin Ling. Lin Ling was surrounded by danger, but he once again withstood the 19 moves. The crowd didn't know what to say, they could only watch the battle in horror. As for Zhang Jianhe, he tightly clenched his fists. Lin Ling was someone he didn't put in his eyes, but now he had surpassed him. And he actually thought that Lin Ling and him were just referrals. That was Lin Ling's fortune, but now it seems that it was his fortune. Chapter 1372. A tie game. Jindosa's expression was solemn. No wonder Lin Ling had allowed him to recover and maintain his cultivation at the first layer of the Saint Realm. If he hadn't done that, he wouldn't have had a chance to win. 20th move. 20 moves. Jindosa's attacks became more and more frenzied, like a storm. The grand law of magnetism suppressed Lin Ling from time to time. However, how strong was Lin Ling's physical body? Although he was suppressed at first, he gradually recovered to his peak state and suppressed Jindosa. Moreover, during this process, Lin Ling's spiritual source was also slowly recovering. The advantage of being a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit was on full display. Bastard! 20 moves. Being suppressed again, Jindosa was furious. Unknowingly, he erupted with the power of a second layer of the Saint Realm. In an instant, the situation changed. 20 moves. Many people felt Jindosa's terrifying aura, and couldn't help but be tongue-tied. Not only had Lin Ling blocked 20 moves, he had also angered Master Yuan, causing him to erupt with strength beyond the agreed upon. Lord Aqua Mist, this isn't good. Yes. Many elders in the Black and White Dao Palace anxiously said. At this moment, they were very concerned about Lin Ling. Because of Lin Ling's shocking talent, even they couldn't help but be convinced. Let's continue watching. Lin Ling isn't a fool. If he can't win, he'll withdraw. Lord Aqua Mist was even more nervous than them. Today, Lin Ling had given him too many surprises. At this moment, Lin Ling felt a great pressure. Jindosa's attacks were even more ferocious than before. Every time he blocked, he almost couldn't block. This caused the light in his eyes to become even more intense. It seemed that he had to use his final trump card. Spatial distortion. Space. Lin Ling's figure became ethereal as the grand law of space appeared, causing him to flicker left and right. His entire body was like a reflection on water, making it difficult for others to see him clearly. Jindosa's attacks either missed or had a large amount of power dissipated. The battle between the two gradually became more and more frenzied. 30 moves, 40 moves, 50 moves. Many people's mouths were wide open. Their hearts were pounding along with the battle. The battle between a transcendent and a saint was so intense that it was difficult to tell who would come out on top. This Lin Ling was jumping levels to fight. This was too crazy. I'm not fighting anymore. You actually know 2 heavenly pattern martial arts. Finally, Jindosa gave up completely. His face flushed red, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. His words caused a stir in the hearts of many people. 2 great heavenly pattern martial arts? Everyone looked at Lin Ling, as if they were looking at a freak. On the surface, Lin Ling's talent didn't seem to be strong, but his battle prowess was too terrifying. One must know that it was already very rare for a transcendent to comprehend a heavenly rune martial art. However, Lin Ling actually had two. You can't beat me. At this moment, Jindosa had no time to be surprised. He continued to roar, completely forgetting that he was a proud human emperor's disciple. You can't beat me either. On the other side, Lin Ling said while gasping for breath. However, his sword was still pointed at Jindosa, as if he was saying, if you don't want to fight, then fight. All right, Brother Yuan, you must be tired today. Take a rest. At this moment, Lady Shui Wu's voice sounded, startling Jindosa. He closed his eyes and recalled what had happened before. After calming down, his body fiercely trembled. Previously, he was enraged by Lin Ling and couldn't attack for a long time. He had completely forgotten the purpose of exchanging pointers. Only now did he realize that Lin Ling had two great laws. He was simply a monstrous existence. In addition, Lin Ling, with his transcendent 7th stage cultivation, was able to fight against a 2nd stage saint and still not lose. This battle record was simply a miracle. I lost. Opening his eyes again, Jindosa apologetically smiled, looking at Lin Ling with deep admiration. I also didn't win. Lin Ling sighed lightly and smiled. He knew that even if he used his full strength, as long as Jindosa also used his full strength, he would definitely be defeated. After all, the 3rd place on the lower Xian ranking was not someone he could resist at present. However, after this battle, Lin Ling was very clear about his own strength. Haha, Brother Li is indeed an interesting person. Jindosa was stunned for a moment, then laughed. His subconscious words had already made it clear that he no longer regarded Lin Ling as a junior. Instead, he regarded him as a brother of the same generation, a cultivator of the same level. Amazing! Many people opened their mouths wide, not knowing what to say for a moment. Of the 4 referrals, Lin Ling had always been the most doubtful, but now, they were convinced and even curious as to why Lin Ling was so strong. Only Yuan Daosher knew that Lin Ling had a powerful innate talent. He was like an ancient god, and was at least yellow class level 5. However, this kind of innate talent could only be found out after a battle. The specialty of this innate talent was that its defense was super strong. Any big law would have little effect on Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's attack and speed were also one of the advantages of his innate talent. Thus, he knew that Lin Ling's height in the future would definitely be higher than his. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique was an emperor physique and could still grow, then he wouldn't dare to talk about him as an equal. He would look up to him. No, he only has an earth saint physique. How can his achievements be higher than mine? Master Yuan, I suspect that you didn't use your full strength before? Yes. That's right, that's impossible. Zhang Ren and Zhang Jianhe didn't know where Lin Ling's strength came from. They were stunned for a long time and couldn't help but angrily shout. Today was their time to shine, but now they were inferior to Lin Ling. Of the 4 referrals, people only remembered Lin Ling and completely forgot about them. They were unwilling to accept this. Are you doubting me? Jindosa looked at the two with ridicule. He knew why they were unwilling. It was because Lin Ling's talent was too ordinary. Zhang Ren, we are both referrals of the Black-White Dao Palace. For Lady Shui Wu's face, I didn't pay attention to you before, but your atrocious behavior should stop now. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at Zhang Ren. Zhang Ren could criticize him, but he couldn't doubt Jindosa. Jindosa was a good person. He didn't use his strength to bully the weak, and was open and honest. Even if he lost, he still said it. Lin Ling wouldn't allow such a person to be doubted. Do you have the qualifications to speak to me? Zhang Ren took a step forward, his face ice cold. Then let me see how amazing your referrals are. Lin Ling nodded and didn't waste any more words. He pulled out his ancient sword and stomped on the ground, causing it to crack open. He turned into countless afterimages and shot toward Zhang Ren. At the same time, his greatsword ruthlessly chopped down in midair. If it was before, Lin Ling might have been in trouble fighting Zhang Ren. But after reaching the transcendent 7th stage, Lin Ling's heart was filled with boundless confidence. The current Zhang Ren was nothing in his eyes. A domain that you will never be able to reach. The heart of eternity. Zhang Ren roared. If Lin Ling dared to attack, then he would defeat him. You overestimate yourself. Calmly watching this scene, Jindosa shook his head in disdain. He knew how terrifying Lin Ling's talent was. He was like an ancient god. If Zhang Ren's immortal heart wanted to affect Lin Ling, it was clearly lacking. And the truth was indeed so. Under countless gazes, a sword came from the west. It was as if it could cut through the heavens and earth, break the dome of heaven. Chapter 1373. Admit defeat. Rumble. With one slash, the deity's heart in midair was split into two. Endless spiritual energy spread out. On the ground, Zhang Ren's eyes widened. Lin Ling was not affected by his deity physique, and had even cut off his pride. Space distortion. After cutting off the deity's heart, Lin Ling's figure disappeared before Zhang Ren's eyes like a reflection on water. In the next moment he appeared behind Zhang Ren, and placed one hand on Zhang Ren's shoulder. At the same time his indifferent voice drifted out. Do you think you have the right to question me? Rumble. A force of 1,000 caddies erupted from Lin Ling's arm, causing Zhang Ren's shoulders to tremble. His legs went soft and with a plop, he was forced to kneel down by Lin Ling. Under his knees, the ground cracked and spread. The garden was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. The scene before them had proven everything. Lord Yuan did not favor Lin Ling at all. After all, Lin Ling had defeated Zhang Ren in 2 moves. As one of the 4 candidates, this was the difference between them. As expected of Lin Ling. Lord Water Mist looked at the scene excitedly. The young man in front of him had long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. With a sword in his hand he ruled the world. His other hand pressed on Zhang Ren's shoulder, as if he wanted Zhang Ren to submit. This scene was so visually impactful that he could not help but admire him. Moreover, he knew that Lin Ling had given him face, so he had not paid attention to Zhang Ren all this time. At this moment, Zhang Ren's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He kept shaking his head and saying, How could I lose? How could I lose to Lin Ling? I have a recommendation. His talent is yellow rank 5th level. At this moment, Jindosa said calmly, causing Zhang Ren's heart to thump like thunder. Lin Ling's talent was stronger than his, 2 grades higher? Even Mistress Water Mist and Mistress Mountain Mist were shocked to the extreme. They found it hard to believe. Only Jindosa knew that Lin Ling's talent could only be known after experiencing it personally. Zhang Ren has been defeated. It's your turn now. Zhang Jianhe, the Great Sword Pavilion's representative. You said before that you would only use 1 move, only 1 hand, and that you would only attack and not defend. Now, I'll go easy on you. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze landed on Zhang Jianhe as he coldly spoke, his words causing Zhang Jianhe's countenance to turn pale. Did he still dare to fight at this moment? How could he not be convinced? I admit defeat. Zhang Jianhe didn't hesitate and directly admitted defeat. This was because he realized that he wouldn't be able to block Lin Ling's sword. That sword was too overbearing. In addition, Lin Ling had 2 great heavenly pattern martial arts. He had no choice but to look up to him. Therefore, even if Lin Ling went easy on him, he didn't dare to go up because it was equivalent to asking for humiliation. After that, Zhang Jianhe slowly walked back to the crowd. At this moment, he was a lot more low-key, causing many people to shake their heads and laugh. The current Zhang Jianhe and Jindosa before were like heaven and earth. There wasn't any arrogance left. As for the immortal slaying sword Venerable and Mistress Mountain Mist, they looked at Lin Ling with a serious expression. They didn't expect that among the 4 great representatives, the most dazzling one was Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was neither arrogant nor humble. He didn't show any arrogance and didn't say anything else. He withdrew his sword and walked back indifferently. In fact, if Zhang Jianhe wanted to fight, even if Lin Ling could win, it would be very difficult because Lin Ling had already fought many battles. Especially the battle with Mistress Yuan. It had consumed a lot of his spirit and energy. Unfortunately, Zhang Jianhe was scared. He was scared by the yellow grade 5 immortal physique and the 2 great laws. After Lin Ling walked back, Zhang Renzi looked at Lin Ling's back in shock. Then a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had always thought that Lin Ling was one of the representatives like him, and that it was Lin Ling's fortune. But now, It seemed that it was his fortune. This exchange of pointers has benefited me a lot. I know that there is always someone better than me, and there is always someone better than me. Sigh. At this moment, Jindosa had already returned to his seat and invited Lin Ling to sit beside him, giving Lin Ling great attention. Then he handed a green fruit to Lin Ling. This was the martial ancestor fruit. This treasure was given to me by the 7 emperors. In fact, I was reluctant to part with this treasure. Although I took it out as a reward today, I didn't plan to give it away. No one can withstand 20 moves from me. But man proposes, God disposes. If I had known this, I wouldn't have taken the martial ancestor fruit as a reward. Jindosa shook his head helplessly, causing many people to laugh. Lin Ling also shook his head and laughed. He looked at the fruit in his hand with joy. This fruit would allow his godly devil overlord physique to reach the 4th layer. Today, the 4 of you have been confirmed. Next, the 8 people from the Qian and Kuan halls will gather. At that time, the 7 emperors will appear, and they will choose you. Jindosa said again, causing Zhang Run and the others to look forward to it. Could they finally meet the human emperor? One had to know that in Xianping province, meeting the human emperor was the lifelong pursuit of every cultivator. Not only did meeting the human emperor represent a glorious future, it was also a kind of affirmation for oneself, a kind of affirmation for reaching a certain height. A cultivator would have many goals in their life, but becoming stronger was always the first goal. There were stages to becoming stronger, and meeting the human emperor was one of the stages. Langia 10 halls, Carefree 10 halls. These peerless geniuses have all met the human emperor. Some of them are disciples of the human emperor, while some are not. If you succeed in meeting the human emperor, then your next goal will be to become a member of the Langia 10 halls, or the Carefree 10 halls. Yes, said Yuan Daosher, causing many people's blood to boil. Even though many of them couldn't reach that level, at the very least, they had witnessed the rise of the 4 people who had been recommended. Among these 4 people, perhaps one of them could reach that level. Lin Ling's eyes also revealed a burning light. Langia 10 halls? The Golden Armor King's challenge was still waiting for him, and Lin Ling was also looking forward to it. Of course, don't think that reaching the height of the Langia 10 halls, or the Carefree 10 halls will make you a peerless genius. In fact, as you become stronger, they will also become stronger. I can say this, in the past, I had the chance to become one of the Langia 10 halls, but after failing once, it's impossible for me to catch up. Jindosa said again. In fact, it's just a matter of who grows faster and stronger. If you can't catch up to the peerless geniuses of the Langia 10 halls, then you can only look up to them for the rest of your life. If you can catch up to them, then you can eliminate them. Of course, it's easy to say, but hard to do. Otherwise, with the billions of cultivators in Xianping province, who knows how many experts there would be? After a long time, the crowd left one after another. Jindosa looked at Lin Ling and said, "Brother Lin Ling, my villa is quiet. Why don't you rest here for a day or 2? Yes. Hearing this, many people's eyes flickered. They knew that Jindosa wanted to befriend Lin Ling. Of course, this was normal. Lin Ling's strength was too monstrous. No one would miss a friend like this. Alright, I have a lot of things to ask Brother Yuan. Yes. Chapter 1374. In search of the second dream that night, inside Yuan Ci Mountain Villa, 2 people were drinking wine and chatting. Lin Ling, your talent is very mysterious. Only after fighting with you did I know. This is the first time I've seen such talent. After taking a sip of wine, Jindosa smiled. When the 2 of them talked alone, he became more approachable. Haha, my talent comes from a set of secret arts. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said bluntly, causing Jindosa's eyes to light up. If a secret art could change a person's talent, then this secret art must be a noble secret art. However, your martial Dao heart seems to be flawed. When you broke through to the transcendent realm, did you not find your obsession? Jindosa asked. Lin Ling shook his head. After hearing Jindosa's words, he remembered that when he broke through to the transcendent realm, he didn't experience any great obsession. At that time, he had just refined the sea heart flame and used its immense power to break through. If your obsession is not eliminated or not clear, it will inevitably have an impact in the future. After all, 10,000 zhang tall buildings rise from the ground. Jindosa said meaningfully. Your foundation in other aspects is very solid, so every time you break through, you are a leader in your realm. The only thing you don't have is an obsession. If you want to go far in the future, you must face it. Thank you. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yuan. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded and asked, how does Golden Armor King compare to Brother Yuan's strength? Of course. I naturally can't compare to him. He is a master on the Martial Pavilion's middle Xian ranking, while I am only on the lower Xian ranking. Jindosa shook his head, causing Lin Ling to nod. Since he had agreed to fight Golden Armor King, he naturally had to be fully prepared. However, he hadn't expected Golden Armor King to be so strong. None of the 10 temples of Langia is weak. Golden Armor King, Heaven Touch Great Sage, Divine Chart King, these are all top masters. Jindosa said again. Divine Chart King. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The real culprit behind the destruction of the rainforest Holy Land was the Divine Map King. Therefore, when he thought of the people from the Divine Map Palace, Lin Ling felt extremely displeased. There are countless experts in Xianping Province. Most of those who have reached our level are experts who have faced the 3 Xian of the mortal world. The waters there are even deeper. There are countless peerless experts. Even I am not qualified to be proud. Yuan Daojie said with a bitter smile. It was precisely because he had followed the human emperor, and had seen the top experts of the 3 profound of the human realm, that he had always kept a low profile, and knew that his strength was very ordinary. Lin Ling felt the same way. Currently he wasn't very strong. From the Martial Pavilion's profound ranking, he could barely enter the lower profound ranking. By the way, has Brother Yuan been to the Ghost Domain? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. As a martial artist, everyone wants to roam the world and witness some rare wonders of heaven and earth. Naturally, I have been to the Ghost Domain, Jindosa said after drinking a mouthful of wine. He had indeed roamed many places in the past, which made Lin Ling interested. Indeed, as a martial artist, he naturally wanted to roam the world freely and see all the mountains and rivers under the heavens. The Ghost Domain can only be entered by those who have reached the transcendental 7th realm. The world inside is even more dangerous. There are evil spirits, ghost emperors, heaven and earth reincarnation circle, Yellow Springs Mountain, Bridge of Helplessness, and of course the 3 Xian of the human realm. Everything is colorful, but also full of danger. Jindosa recalled. Basically, every expert has been to the Ghost Domain. However, the spirits of the Ghost Domain are eyeing the human realm covetously. They once wanted to encroach on the human realm. The 4 great ancient kingdoms of the ancient times were destroyed by the experts of the Ghost Domain and the Demon Domain. Jindosa said with a solemn expression. In the past, I heard the human sovereign say that the seal of the Ghost Domain is getting weaker. If the seal disappears one day, the experts of the Ghost Domain will once again invade the human realm. At that time, the human realm's calamity will come. Therefore, all these years, the 7 sovereigns want to cultivate genius martial artists. They want to make the genius martial artists stronger, so that when the calamity comes, they can resist the attack of the Ghost Domain. In addition to the 7 sovereigns, the Xianyuan and Xianpeng regions are also constantly cultivating genius martial artists. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression became solemn. However, he quickly shook his head. These matters were too far away for him to care about. Of course, if his people were invaded by the Ghost Domain, then there would be no need to say anything. Lin Ling would naturally kill his way into the Ghost Domain with his sword. As for why he asked about the Ghost Domain, Lin Ling naturally had his reasons. It's time to fulfill my promise. Then Lin Ling touched the jade token hanging from his neck, his gaze becoming even more resolute. Search for the second dream. Lin Ling, remember this. In this world, there are countless geniuses. However, there are many people who harbor evil intentions. They like to erase geniuses before they grow up. I can see that your Black-White Dao Palace's Lord Shan Wu wants to kill you. There's also the sword Venerable Immortal. That person might not have any killing intent, but if there's a chance for you to fall, he would be happy to see it happen. Therefore, you must be careful. Jindosa reminded him. He had seen this sort of thing many times over the years. Thank you. Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart as he replied. However, his eyes were icy cold. He naturally knew about this sort of thing. Jindosa also knew that Lin Ling wasn't a martial artist who was roaming the world for the first time. Before, he was just being talkative. He smiled and said, 3 months from now, the human sovereign will inspect the 8 spots. I hope that at that time, your strength will rise once more. Although your current talent is good, your cultivation is still too low. Lin Ling nodded. Seeing the human sovereign was one of his goals. It was also a stage for him to become stronger. Then, the two of them casually chatted. What surprised Jindosa was that Lin Ling seemed to be omniscient. He seemed to be familiar with every field. Alchemy, martial arts, forging array runes. Jindosa had the misconception that Lin Ling was an emperor that hadn't yet grown up. Perhaps after introducing the human sovereign, Lin Ling wouldn't even need the human sovereign's guidance. How could he know that Lin Ling's purple palace was used to cultivate emperors? The human sovereign naturally didn't have the qualifications to guide Lin Ling. Currently, what Lin Ling lacked was cultivation resources. The next day, Lin Ling left. Jindosa also knew that Lin Ling had everything except for poverty. Therefore, he gave many heavenly treasures to Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling sigh with emotion. Following the human sovereign was truly rich. However, Lin Ling didn't hesitate to accept them. Soon after, Lin Ling used Yuan Ci Mountain Villa's teleportation array and directly arrived at the rainforest's sacred land. Currently, he had set up a teleportation array in the rainforest's sacred land. As long as the teleportation arrays could be connected to each other in the void, they would be able to pass through each other. After Lin Ling returned, many people in the rainforest's sacred land became excited. Among them, the people of Starry Sky Left Court Palace and Blazing Right Court Palace were looking forward to it the most. Lin Ling smiled and checked. Not bad. The strength of the 2 great palaces had increased very quickly. Most of them had reached Transcendent Realm. Don't pursue the realm, pursue the foundation. Everyone must reach the Transcendent Realm of Extreme Martial Arts. Otherwise, you will never be able to break through. After checking, Lin Ling exhorted. Soon after, he took out a large number of treasures, causing Mumu and others' complexion to change drastically. Rootless water, heaven and earth fruit? These are all yours, Lin Ling said with a smile. These treasures were given by Jindosa. They weren't of much help to him, but to Mumu and others, they were rare heavenly treasures. Chapter 1375. The 4th layer, Heaven and Earth. Could it be that you belong to me? As my sleeping maids, I naturally won't treat you badly. Lin Ling looked at them with a smile, which made Mumu and the others tremble. Mumu's beautiful eyes were twinkling. Lin Ling was extremely strong, he was easy to get along with, and he had unlimited potential. Being his maid in bed wasn't a bad thing at all. My lord, I'm willing to be your sleeping maid. Mumu braced herself and said. Her little face was flushed red like an apple. Coupled with her delicate face, she was extremely attractive. Lin Ling was stunned. What he said about the maid who would accompany him to sleep was naturally a joke. He didn't expect Mumu to take it seriously. I'm willing to. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, other than Mumu, many girls from the Void Star Divine Palace also nodded, their eyes filled with worship. Lin Ling felt a headache coming on. He was just joking. Who knew they would take it seriously? Wait until your cultivation catches up to mine, then we'll consider this matter, Lin Ling said and fled. The people from the Flame Right Court Palace covered their mouths and laughed. They knew that their lord was just joking. They didn't expect the girls to take it seriously and cause such a farce. Serves you right. Yuman Yin and Qin Xiaolan rolled their eyes. They also knew that Lin Ling was joking. However, joking was just joking. Who asked him to use this as a joke? The current situation was absolutely their own fault. Haha, Lord Yuman, Lord Qin, this also shows how attractive our lord is. The people from the Flame Right Court Palace laughed loudly, causing Yuman Yin and Qin Xiaolan's faces to turn gloomy. They naturally knew that Lin Ling was so outstanding that many girls would like him. However, knowing was one thing, but thinking about it made them feel unhappy. I'll definitely catch up to my lord's strength. As expected, Mumu and the others said firmly as if they didn't know it was a joke. Or perhaps they knew it was a joke but they didn't treat it as a joke. Everyone was astonished. In order to become a sleeping maid, these heavenly beauties were actually willing to work so hard? Patriarch Taiyan, Emo Nianchen, Emo Ping, and the others also smiled helplessly. However, they felt proud in their hearts. Many people liked their juniors. This also showed how outstanding Lin Ling was. At this moment, after Lin Ling fled, he immediately entered the Zifu. Currently, he wanted to go to the ghost domain, so before that, he had to increase his strength by a bit. In the second level of the Violet Palace Hall, the vast ocean was still as majestic as ever. Two silhouettes were floating in the air. The martial ancestor fruit is a divine tree formed from the essence of Wuxia after his death. This rare fruit should be able to help me reach the fourth level. Lin Ling curiously looked at the green fruit in his hand. Your Majesty, the martial tree is only formed by a stream of Wuxia's energy. If it was formed by Wuxia's entire energy, it would no longer be a martial fruit, as it would contain even more qi. Elder Zi's figure appeared and explained. Wuxia was at the level of one of the 7 emperors. With a flip of his hand he could create clouds with a flip of his hand. Wuxia is a very powerful expert. I should prepare myself for the Saint Realm. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not bite off more than he could chew. Then he held the green fruit with both hands and started refining it. This was indeed a rare treasure. After refining it, it turned into a large number of martial arts that slowly floated into Lin Ling's body. Those martial arts were practiced by mysterious figures. It was extremely profound. At the same time, the small world in Lin Ling's body was awakening rapidly. It was approaching the 4 million mark. One had to know that the higher the level, the harder it was to cultivate the physical body. This was because there were many small worlds hidden in the human body. Those were the cells that were rarely used. If those cells wanted to awaken, they would need even more energy. Lin Ling, after tempering the Yamata no Orochi and refining the martial ancestor fruit, had barely reached the limit of the 4th level. The 4th level was obviously a watershed. The higher the level, the harder it was. If one wanted to become an ancient god emperor, it would undoubtedly be a long road. At the same time, the tall figure of the ancient god emperor appeared behind Lin Ling. In the past, it was a pair of arms, but now it was a pair of legs. It was as if his feet were stepping on the ground, and his head was touching the sky. This was a shocking scene. Elder Z looked at the ancient god emperor with emotion. Then he looked at the handsome young man below and smiled. His Majesty's ancient god emperor was becoming more and more clear. Hong. At the same time, a deafening sound rang out. However, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged. He did not move at all. Obviously, the sound came from Lin Ling's body. Pop. Pop. One after another, small worlds erupted furiously, reaching a total of more than 4 million. This allowed Lin Ling's strength to reach the power of 4 universes. And when he went all out, he could reach the power of 8 universes. Putting everything else aside, just his strength alone would allow him to forcefully resist the great rules without fear. As for innate talent, it had even reached yellow rank 10th grade. Of course, it was completely invisible on the surface, and this kind of innate talent could only be known after a battle. The advantage of a yellow rank 10th grade innate talent was that it could ignore the suppression of a large number of immortal physiques. Pop. Pop. At the same time, the space around Lin Ling started to flow like water. Along with Lin Ling's soul power, it allowed him to dominate everything around him. This was the 4th level of the godly demon overlord body, overwhelming heaven and earth. This kind of space distortion did not rely on spiritual energy, but on the power of the physical body. It was a kind of space manipulation power, formed by the continuous eruption of the small worlds in his body. Coupled with Lin Ling's soul power, he could detect even the smallest ripple in the void within 1,000 miles. Lin Ling's soul power could also do this in the past. However, it was only checking, not controlling. Now it was controlling. Pop. Lin Ling stood up and took a light step forward. In the next instant, he was already 1,000 miles away. What a terrifying movement technique. And this was space distortion. Space distortion allowed Lin Ling to appear on the other side. Even when facing an attack or sneak attack, the distortion would still miss. unless the attack was much stronger than Lin Ling's strength. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for successfully cultivating overwhelming heaven and earth. Old Z said excitedly, which made Lin Ling smile. He was a little excited. His strength, attack, and defense had always been strong. His only weakness was his speed. But now, this weakness had become his strongest advantage. If I can find the vermilion bird feather, my fire martial Dao will be greatly improved. Lin Ling said expectantly. Soon after, he fell into deep thought. Now that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a first heaven saint with his trump cards. As for the ancient flame devil and Wuxia king, they were of no use to him. Purple Elder, do you have a way to separate the ancient flame devil and Wuxia king from me? Lin Ling asked Purple Elder. He planned to leave the two demon gods to Qin Xiaolan and the others. Elder Z smiled and explained. With Lin Ling's current soul power, it was not difficult for him to separate the ancient flame devil and the Wuxia king. Lin Ling sighed with emotion. When he had obtained the ancient flame devil, Yan in the ancient tomb had set up an array to commemorate it. It had taken him several years to succeed, but now with his powerful soul power, he could easily separate them. Chapter 1376. A new trump card. Even Violet Elder was shocked. One had to know that soul force was much harder to raise than physical strength. Yet, Lin Ling's soul force had already reached the 59th level. This was too terrifying. Violet Elder, I found a human figure appearing in my soul sea, but it's a little blurry. Lin Ling calmed down after his initial shock. He could feel that his soul force had transformed. Your Majesty, I'm not too sure. In the star-picking nation, no one's soul force had reached the 59th level. Violet Elder was still in shock. Then let's test the power of this soul force. Lin Ling felt that the person in his soul sea was himself, and it was extremely condensed. Thus, he immediately went to challenge the Undying Fire King. And this time, it was a second layer saint. As soon as they met, Lin Ling unleashed the soul sealing seal. The moment he unleashed the seal, a golden light shot out from Lin Ling's forehead, turning into a small figure. If one looked carefully, that figure had the outline of Lin Ling's body, and it struck out with a palm. Under this palm, the Undying Fire King was defeated, and its soul was almost shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling also sucked in a breath of cold air. After the soul force fusion, it had actually become so terrifying. This kind of method was probably even more powerful than a heaven-grade martial art. However, after the soul sealing seal was used, the small golden soul figure somewhat dimmed. It flew back into Lin Ling's soul sea and slowly recovered. Perhaps this will become my new trump card. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. The soul force attack from before was too terrifying. It could easily kill a second layer saint, and the Undying Fire King couldn't block it at all. This reminded Lin Ling of the soul martial art he had learned in the Heaven Mystics Nation, the Saber of Nirvana. Thinking of this, Lin Ling once again tried to comprehend the fusion of the Saber of Nirvana and the soul sealing seal, forming a new death dagger. This dagger was even more ferocious, and it could pierce through the soul and seal the soul. I've lost the ancient flame devil and the Wuxia king, but I've gained another trump card. I've benefited a lot from this training. After cultivating for a long time, Lin Ling finally stood up and assessed his strength. Right now, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a second-level saint. More importantly, he was only at the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. Violet Old was also shocked, but what surprised him the most was His Majesty's eyes. He knew that His Majesty's soul force had always been related to his eyes. Not only that, but His Majesty had many cards up his sleeves. Martial artists from the outside world had never practiced them before. This allowed His Majesty to easily jump realms to fight. Your Majesty, maybe when your soul force reaches the 100th level, your eyes will be able to see the hidden secrets. Old Z smiled and reminded Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling laugh. He was also looking forward to this. Then, let's go to the Ghost Realm now and come back 3 months later to see the Human Emperor. At that time, let's see if Hong Tiandi has the right to be arrogant. After leaving the ancient flame devil and the Wuxia king with his family and friends, Lin Ling had nothing to worry about. He could now explore the secret land of heaven and earth. The ghost realm was located in the east of Xiamping province. If one went further north, they would arrive at the ice-snow continent. After that, they would arrive at the Grand Xianyuan domain. This time, Lin Ling was not in a hurry like last time. After talking with Gendosa, he knew that the ghost realm was full of dangers. Therefore, before he went, he wanted to gather some information. Thousand Fog City. A few days later, Lin Ling stood on top of a mountain and looked into the distance. Under the gray sky, several gray words appeared in the sky. Below them there was a city. This city was obviously close to the ghost realm, so it was somewhat mysterious. However, Lin Ling could vaguely see a large number of martial artists entering and leaving the city. Last time I took another shortcut, but the mountain was full of ghosts. Gendosa told me about this path. There are indeed many martial artists gathering here. Lin Ling wore a cloak and covered his head with the brim of his hat. Then he slowly walked forward. Right now he had many enemies. Namely Divine Mother, Golden Armor King, and Hong Tiandi. Therefore it was not wrong to be cautious. The Thousand Fog City was getting closer and closer. Looking at it, the city was very old. Moreover, the style of the buildings did not seem to be from Xiamping province. Most importantly, the entire city was actually an ancient celestial army that could condense the yang-qi of heaven and earth to resist foreign objects. Lin Ling was secretly amazed and followed the crowd into the city. In the ancient city, there were people from all walks of life. Other than Xiamping province, there were also martial artists from Xianyuan and Xianhuangdayu. Their clothes were obviously different. Of course, because there were people from all walks of life, Lin Ling's cloak looked very ordinary. Lin Ling smiled and took off the brim of his hat. He guessed that there were not many people who knew him here. Along the way, the streets of the ancient city were filled with conversations. Kiki, I heard that someone found the remains of an ancient emperor in the ghost realm, and obtained a powerful Saint Mark martial art. His strength soared. I've also heard of this news. Moreover, that person only walked around the ruins casually, and did not dare to go deeper. However, he obtained such benefits. How enviable! It is said that Xianyuan, and many other strong alliances are planning to explore the remains of the ancient emperor. I heard that there is a reincarnation heart in the ancient emperor's tomb. It's just a rumor. You should know that the ghost realm has Gui Sha, Gui Fu Tianli, and Gui Jiang the great emperor. These martial arts ghosts and immortals will definitely die if they encounter them. Yeah, I heard that Xiamping province has a super sect called the Thousand Era Ghost Sect. I wonder how it compares to Gui Sha and the others? Lin Ling walked like a passerby. However, his soul force was powerful and enveloped the entire street. He heard many people's words and filtered out the useless ones, leaving only the necessary information. He could not help but sigh with emotion. Gendosa's introduction was correct. At least before entering the ghost realm, he had some understanding of the ghost realm. Purple Elder, what's the difference between martial artists and ghosts and immortals who cultivate the ghost realm? Lin Ling asked curiously in his heart. Your Majesty, there is no essential difference between the two. They both want to become stronger. Martial artists who cultivate the ghost realm are still humans, but they are proficient in the ghost realm. On the other hand, ghosts and immortals who cultivate the ghost realm are still ghosts. It's just that their souls are stronger and have experienced thousands of years of resentment, so they can cultivate martial arts with humans. Purple Elder's voice came. Lin Ling nodded. To put it bluntly, the martial artists of the Thousand Era Ghost Sect were still humans, but the martial artists of the ghost realm were ghosts. Ghosts also cultivated? This world was really full of strange things. It seems like someone is spying on us. Is it the power of the Great Law? Yes. No, if it was the power of the Great Law, I would have already sensed it. It seems to be soul force. Impossible. What kind of soul force could be so powerful? Even if it was soul force spying on us, how could this old man not detect it? Yes. It can only be said that the other party's soul force is very powerful. It's just that they don't know how to use the soul, so their spying methods are a bit rough. Yes. At this moment, in the restaurants and inns, some people secretly said. These people's strength was obviously extremely powerful. Lin Ling also sensed the change and quickly withdrew his soul force. He walked casually on the street like an ordinary martial artist. Just as he withdrew his soul force, he sensed that someone appeared on the street and looked around. There were also eyes that occasionally swept over Lin Ling, but they quickly passed by him. Chapter 1377. Team up, there are so many experts here. That person's strength is comparable to Golden Armor King. Wow. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Thousand Fog City was the only ancient city before the Ghost Domain, so the martial artists gathered here were especially strong. Lin Ling had no choice but to be cautious. Moving forward again, a square appeared in front of them. In the square, a large number of martial artists were lingering there. Many of them had set up stalls, selling some mystical and rare treasures. Lin Ling also entered with curiosity. He discovered that there were many strange ores that exuded energy. They must have been obtained from the Ghost Domain. In addition, there were also people selling ghosts. These ghosts did not have any martial arts. They were ordinary ghosts. This ghost is not bad. It's a little girl. She must have been very beautiful when she was alive. Just nice to take back and play with. Did you get this from the Yellow Springs Mountain? Since you dared to go to the Yellow Springs Mountain, your strength is not bad. Many people stared at the ghost and said. The ghost looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. At this moment, there was a talisman on her forehead. She was looking at the people around her with a face full of tears. It was that talisman that sealed her. And this little girl was a real ghost. Before she was about to enter the cycle of reincarnation, she was caught by a martial artist and brought out. She was not allowed to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Lin Ling's brows furrowed. These people were too much. Only 100 source stones. The martial artist who was selling the ghost laughed. He was very strong and had reached the 4th layer of the Saint Realm. And this little girl's ghost was somewhat ordinary, so the price was not high. It must be known that some martial artists who cultivated the evil path would devour ghosts to increase their cultivation. A powerful ghost would undoubtedly be of great help to them. 200 source stones, I'll buy it. Lin Ling walked forward and said indifferently. This young master is worthy of being called a rich man. Good, it's yours. The martial artist immediately laughed. Although Lin Ling was not strong, there were too many strong martial artists in Thousand Fog City. Who knew if Lin Ling was a descendant of that martial artist, so he did not neglect Lin Ling, and so did the others. Lin Ling indifferently nodded. He paid the source stones and took the ghost away. Woo woo. At this moment, the ghost was trembling, floating and following Lin Ling, but Lin Ling said to her, Don't worry, after we leave here, I will release your soul-sealing talisman, but if I release it now, you will be caught by others, then no one can save you. The little girl was stunned as she looked at Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling realize that this little girl was quite cute and pure. Why did you save me? The little girl was puzzled. If you want to save him, then save him, Lin Ling said with a smile. Then he sighed with emotion. A random ghost was sold for 200 vitality stones. Wouldn't the other treasures in the Ghost Domain be even more expensive? No wonder so many experts wanted to enter the Ghost Realm. It turned out that that was a good place to find money. The little girl stared at Lin Ling. Her illusory body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were moist. In her previous life, she was a very ordinary girl. Because her family was robbed, her entire family was killed, and she did not escape. She was almost humiliated, and in the end, she jumped off a cliff to her death. After death, she entered the Ghost Domain, and was about to enter the cycle of reincarnation to prepare for a new life. However, suddenly, a powerful martial artist appeared and took her out again, making it difficult for her to reincarnate. And that martial artist had also told her that after she was brought out, she would either be swallowed up by the martial artist and disappear from the world forever, or she would be toyed with by the martial artist and be a slave for all eternity. However, at this critical moment, this handsome youth had bought her. She thought that this handsome youth was also toying with her, but who would have thought that he would release her? I am most afraid of girls crying. I promise you, once we enter the Ghost Domain, I will let you go. How about it? And I believe you. The little girl immediately nodded. Thank you, big brother. My name is Xiao Yun. Lin Ling. Lin Ling straightforwardly laughed, and then said to Xiao Yun, There is a bamboo slip in my chest that stores souls. You can go in, there is an elder sister inside. She is also one of the souls, but her soul is broken. Thank you, big brother, Xiao Yun said gratefully. After Lin Ling tore the talisman on her forehead, she turned into green smoke and disappeared into the jade token on his neck. Lin Ling once again moved forward. To him, Xiao Yun was a passerby, and also a passerby that he could help. As he said, why should he save Xiao Yun? If he didn't like her, he would save her. Once again returning to the square, Lin Ling saw many rare treasures, but he didn't have the money to buy them. Not long after, in one direction of the square, a large number of people gathered there. Looking carefully, they actually formed a team to enter the ghost domain. Obviously, the ghost domain was full of danger, and a lone martial artist was even more dangerous, so they formed a team to advance. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He wasn't familiar with the ghost domain, so it wasn't a bad idea to form a team with people he was familiar with. If he discovered something amiss midway, he could withdraw in time. He chose one of the teams. There were 3 people. The strongest was a 2nd-layer saint. The weakest was a 7th-layer transcendent, and the last was a 1st-layer saint. The reason Lin Ling chose this team was because the other teams were stronger. All of them were saints. If he joined them, the other party would be difficult to get along with, so Lin Ling chose to join the relatively ordinary team. You want to join us? Alone? When Lin Ling asked, the 3 people all frowned. Lin Ling's cultivation was too low, just enough to meet the requirement to enter the ghost domain, 7th-layer transcendent. No, we formed a team because we want to help each other when we're in danger, not because we want to be burdens. This trash, if we form a team with him, he'll get us killed sooner or later. Among the 3 people, a thin and weak young man said indifferently, causing Lin Ling to frown. Xiaolu, what nonsense are you spouting? One of the women, about 20 years old, reprimanded. Her cultivation was at the 7th-layer transcendent, but Lin Ling could feel that her strength wasn't weak. Your courage is not bad, wanting to enter the ghost domain alone. It's been a long time since I've met such an arrogant person. The other person had the highest cultivation. He was the woman's older brother, a tall and sturdy man with a thunderous voice. But at home you rely on your parents, and when you go out you rely on your friends. In any case, our team won't be able to form any strong masters, so you should join us. Brother Jin Yuan. The thin young man called Xiaolu frowned. He was very dissatisfied. Xiaolu, it's already late. The possibility of forming a team with a strong master is very low. Moreover, don't you want to find your family? The longer you delay, the lower your chances of finding them. The tall and sturdy man frowned, apparently unhappy with the other party's arrogant attitude. Fine, but I'll say this first, after something happens, I won't protect this waste. Xiaolu nodded his head and left the square first. I'm sorry, brother, Xiaolu joined our team not long ago, and his temper is a little straightforward, so his words may have offended you, but he's not a bad person. The woman looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling smiled and nodded his head, then introduced himself. Lin Ling. I'm Jin Yuan, this is my sister Jin Sha. After greeting each other, they didn't get to know each other in detail. After all, forming a team was only temporary, but Jin Yuan still mentioned the team's taboos. It was nothing more than not being able to betray and so on. Lin Ling could accept all of these. In the evening, the 4 of them sat down in an inn. Wine and food were served, and they started eating and drinking. When Jin Yuan and his sister found out that it was Lin Ling's first time going to the ghost domain, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Going there for the first time, and by himself, they had to admit that Lin Ling's courage was indeed not small. Chapter 1378. Jin Yuan and sister. There were many guests around the inn, all talking about the ghost domain. When they talked about Yellow Springs Mountain, Bridge of Helplessness, and Reincarnation City, Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he secretly listened. He wanted to find the second dream, so he couldn't miss out on such news. Unfortunately, very few people had been to those places, as if they were forbidden to humans. Hee, there are quite a lot of people here. You guys over there, give up your seats and let Master Lu and us sit. At this moment, a few people entered the inn. They glanced around and then stared at Jin Yuan's table. Perhaps Jin Yuan's table had 2 transcendents, but they were too weak, so they wanted him to give up his seat. Pung. Xiao Lu suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Do you want to die? When he slammed the table, everyone in the inn looked over. Many people sneered, waiting to see a good show. Master Lu and the others came from Xianhuang Daiyu and had entered the ghost domain many times. They were experienced cultivators. That young man was so reckless and arrogant. Who knew how he would deal with Master Lu's anger? Even Lin Ling shook his head, looking down on Xiao Lu because he was too easily angered. Xiao Lu, sit down. At this moment, Jin Yuan said to Xiao Lu, then looked at Master Lu and the others seriously. Sir, we came here first, and you want us to give up the seat as soon as you arrive. That's too rude, so I hope you won't take my brother's words to heart. Haha, is this an apology? Master Lu and the others glanced at Lin Ling, and the others contemptuously and laughed. They were all first-layer saints, so how could they put Jin Yuan and the others in their eyes? However, Lin Ling saw that most of Master Lu's group had saint physiques. Only 2 of them had immortal physiques, and they were only first grade. With such talent, even if they were saint realm cultivators, Lin Ling didn't put them in his eyes. If you want to apologize, sure, but this woman has to accompany us for a night. Then we'll let bygones be bygones. This woman is quite beautiful, and the 2 lumps on her chest are quite big. Among Master Lu, one of the one-eyed men said lewdly. As his words fell, all the martial artists in the inn and restaurant began to laugh. Even Lin Ling took a peek. Indeed, Jin Sha's area was much bigger than Lu Susu's. Clang! Right at this moment, Jin Sha drew her sword and stood up. Pointing at the young man who spoke, she said, "Take back your words, or I'll cut off your arm." She wasn't shy at all. Instead, she was valiant and heroic. It was obvious that she had traveled the world often, and was already used to this scene. Jin Yuan also stood up angrily. His eyes were ice cold. Someone dared to tease his sister? Lin Ling was still sitting there, drinking. However, his soul force had spread out in all directions. He could sense that Jin Sha's talent wasn't weak. She had an immortal body, and her body had the smell of an initial major law. Presumably, her extreme martial arts had reached the transcendent realm. This strength was not bad. However, the one-eyed youth didn't know that Jin Sha was stronger than him. He sneered. You want to cut off my arm? Do you want me to show you the arm between my legs? Haha. Everyone in the inn laughed even louder. Clang. Right at this moment, a sword light flashed like lightning. In the next moment, an arm fell to the ground. The one-eyed youth was stunned for a moment. Staring at the severed arm on the ground, he crazily shouted. That arm was his. His arm had been cut off by Jin Sha's sword. The inn also quieted down. They didn't expect Jin Sha's sword to be so fast. Lin Ling faintly smiled. That sword was at the peak of extreme martial arts. Moreover, the control of power was very good. When the sword slashed out, the surroundings weren't affected at all. However, the one-eyed youth's arm had been cut off. Lord Lu, kill them. Roar. The one-eyed youth held his arm and crazily roared. Lord Lu and the others had ice-cold expressions. They didn't expect Jin Sha to attack so quickly. Lord Lu took a step forward and released his heavenly martial arts. He slapped out, causing the inn to rumble and almost shatter. This was because he controlled his power and didn't leak out. If his power leaked out, the surroundings would have been flattened. You dare touch my people? Die. Die. You dare touch my sister. Clang. At the same time, Jin Yuan also made his move. He pointed out a finger. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. That finger made Lin Ling's pupils constrict. He knew that although that finger didn't seem to be very powerful, all the power was suppressed within. It was also a heavenly martial arts. However, Lin Ling guessed that compared to his 100 forbidden great flame dragon, Jin Yuan's martial arts realm was still a bit weaker. Rumble. The fist and finger collided, and astral winds rushed out from all directions. Lin Ling didn't think that the finger was very powerful, but the others felt that it was very terrifying. Everyone stop. Private fights in Thousand Fog City will be killed without mercy. Clang. Just as the two were about to clash, an expert's cold shout rang out, causing the inn to instantly quiet down. This inn was opened in Thousand Fog City, a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. Naturally, There was an expert behind them. As expected, after the expert appeared, Lord Lu's face turned ugly. His wrinkled face sneered, and he left with the others. Mountains and rivers will meet again. Don't let me meet you. Clang. I'll return those words to you. Haha. Jin Yuan smiled indifferently, then sat back down. The expert shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, guests. Aaron will not charge you for your meal. It's fine. We're going out to gain experience. This kind of thing is unavoidable. Jin Yuan didn't dare to neglect the other party and said with a smile. Good. If you have any problems in the inn, don't hesitate to look for me. Haha. The expert was an old man. After bowing, he also left. However, the moment he left, he glanced indifferently at Lin Ling previously. He had an illusion that if Jin Yuan couldn't stop Lord Lu, the young man would draw his sword. That feeling was very strange. It was as if the young man was sitting there like a sword that was sealed in dust. When he didn't draw his sword, he was as calm as the wind. But when he drew his sword, the wind and clouds would surge. He's just a transcendent. Judging from his talent, it seems that he only has an earth-grade saint body. He shouldn't be that powerful. Haha. The old man shook his head and left, talking to himself. Maybe it was an illusion. Everyone in the inn looked deeply at Jin Yuan and his sister. They knew that these two weren't weak. The older brother was powerful, and the younger sister could also fight across realms. Next, the four of them ate and drank casually. When night fell, they left one after another. Did I scare you before? Jin Sha followed Lin Ling to the inn's room, and said on the way. She saw Lin Ling's handsome face without any sharpness or murderous intent. Coupled with Lin Ling's silence before, she thought that Lin Ling was scared. I wasn't scared. I was just surprised by the strength of your martial arts. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Haha, that's an excuse. You must have been scared. But you're right. We brother and sister are very powerful. Don't think that I'm a transcendent. As long as an ordinary saint realm expert has a saint body inferior to mine, I can kill him with a single sword strike. My brother is even more powerful. His heavenly mark martial art has almost reached the minor accomplishment realm. Jin Sha said with a smile. She didn't know why, but she liked Lin Ling's calm appearance very much. It gave people a very comfortable feeling. Lin Ling nodded. It's indeed very powerful. Heavenly mark martial arts are very difficult to comprehend. It's very rare to reach the minor accomplishment realm. Chapter 1379. Returning to the gates of hell. You don't need to belittle yourself. In the future, you will also reach this realm. Brother Lin Ling, I have high hopes for you. Gold Ingot smiled modestly. He then asked, however, since we're in a team now, we need to be more familiar with each other's strength. We've already told you about our strength before, so if I may ask, what level is Brother Lin Ling's talent? He was afraid of hurting Lin Ling's confidence, so he smiled and said, talent doesn't mean everything. Even if your talent is low, you can still make up for it with strong martial arts. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. The other party didn't hide his strength, so he shouldn't hide it either. He smiled and said, hee, I used to be yellow rank 5th grade, so I should have improved by now. Jin Yuan and his sister were astonished and couldn't help but laugh. They didn't expect that Lin Ling, who looked honest, would also lie. They always thought that Lin Ling had a heaven-grade saint body, but in the end, Lin Ling boasted that he had a yellow rank 5th grade immortal body. Are you going to say that you have already learned a heavenly pattern martial art and reached the small success stage? Xia Lu laughed in disdain, but he didn't even look at Lin Ling. He was extremely arrogant. Indeed. Lin Ling said straightforwardly. Ha! Jin Yuan and his sister laughed even louder, making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. He was telling the truth, but he didn't expect that they wouldn't believe him. Everyone quickly settled down in the inn. Tomorrow they would set off for the ghost domain. That night, Lin Ling sat cross-legged in his room as he recalled the events of the day. He smiled faintly. The most basic requirement to enter the ghost domain was to be a transcendent 7th stage cultivator. No wonder there weren't any weaklings gathered here. The next day, Lin Ling's group of 4 set off early, heading for the gates of hell. Jin Yuan and his brother were experienced, so it was much easier for them to lead the way. The road over there leads to the gates of hell. There are many ghosts on the way. Lin Ling could not help but sigh as he followed Jin Yuan and pointed in a direction among the distant mountains. How could a person walk that path? Lin Ling, I find that you like to brag. Jin Sha couldn't help curling her lips. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He wasn't bragging. The last time he took this path, there were too many ghosts and zombies to count. It took him a long time to kill them all. A day later, a dark and gloomy palace appeared in front of them. The four of them had finally arrived at the ghost gate. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It was still the same palace, but the entrance was different. At this moment, outside the palace, there were more people entering than the other entrance of the palace. No one below Transcendent 7th stage is allowed to enter the ghost domain. Outside the palace, the appearance of three ancient experts made many people feel reverence. They knew that these three people's strength was exceedingly high. They guarded the passageway, and no one in the three regions of the mortal world dared to not give them face. Everyone greeted them respectfully, and entered the palace one after another. In fact, even without the three ancient experts' reminder, they knew that even if a Transcendent 7th stage expert entered the ghost domain, it would still be dangerous. It's him, the little guy who came from the other path last time. It's indeed him. He has reached Transcendent 7th stage, and is a triple cultivator. His strength is probably comparable to a second stage saint. The three ancient experts stared at the cultivators approaching the palace, and then at Lin Ling in the distance. They started chatting with each other. Although they were guarding the passageway, they would also pay attention to talented juniors. Therefore, when Lin Ling arrived, they immediately remembered him. Greetings to the three seniors. Lin Ling also sensed their gazes. Therefore, before entering the palace, he bowed respectfully. Hehe, not bad. You managed to raise your cultivation in less than a year. Very good. Among the three, an old woman praised. Go on in. I hope this trip will be able to temper your martial path. Thank you, seniors. Lin Ling followed Jin Yuan and his sister into the palace. The three ancient experts looked at each other and laughed. Although the ghost domain was dangerous, it was also a place to temper oneself. If one could survive in the face of death, one's future would be limitless. Inside the palace, it was eerie and cold. There were a large number of strange statues around, making one feel as if they had entered a ghost palace. Moreover, it was silent and gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Jin Yuan and his brother led Lin Ling forward. It wasn't their first time here, so they were familiar with the place. However, Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Xia Lu laughed disdainfully and muttered in his heart, as expected, he's an ignorant piece of trash. Lin Ling, do you know the three great elders? I heard that their strength is extremely famous in the mortal realm. Jin Sha recalled the previous incident and asked curiously, how could he possibly know them? He must have overestimated himself and wanted to enter the ghost domain last time because his strength didn't meet the requirements. He was chased out by the three great elders, so the three great elders know him. Before Lin Ling could say anything, Xia Lu said disdainfully, Lin Ling was only a Transcendent 7th stage expert, so he didn't put him in his eyes. Most importantly, Lin Ling's strength was weak, but he didn't realize it. Along the way, he had a carefree attitude and didn't flatter him at all. This made him very unhappy. Xia Lu, how can you look at Lin Ling like that? We are teammates now. Jin Sha said unfairly for Lin Ling. What a good teammate. I suspect that when danger appears, he will be the first to run. Humph. Xia Lu coldly snorted, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn cold. He glanced at Jin Yuan and saw him shaking his head. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Since you are so confident, then when danger appears, I want to see if you will be the first to rush forward. Go. Lin Ling left these words and continued walking. Jin Sha glanced at Xia Lu and coldly snorted. We are members of a team. We should trust each other. Xia Lu, if you continue to be so self-righteous, don't blame us for kicking you out of the team. Go. Jin Sha chased after Lin Ling. Jin Yuan frowned, but didn't say anything. He wasn't as direct as Jin Sha. He knew that Xia Lu's status wasn't low. He was a disciple of the great Xianyuan region Xia family. This time, he came to the ghost domain to look for the Xia family. Let's go. Go. Jin Yuan indifferently said and also chased after Lin Ling. Bastard, you are only a transcendent 7th stage expert. What qualifications do you have to talk about me? Go. Xia Lu's face turned ashen. Trash like Lin Ling was simply a servant in his Xia family. No one would object no matter how many he killed. However, here Lin Ling actually dared to talk back to him. He simply couldn't see himself clearly. Wait until I find the Xia family. I will definitely kill you. Go. Xia Lu temporarily endured. He still needed to borrow Jin Yuan and his sister's strength. After all, he couldn't walk through the ghost domain alone. When Lin Ling reached the center of the palace, a black vortex began to appear. It had a radius of several hundred meters and was mighty and awe-inspiring. An endless stream of ghost energy spread out in layers. This is the passageway. Yes. Lin Ling frowned as he stared at the mysterious vortex. According to Taoist Yuan, this passage was sealed. Powerful ghosts and deities could not enter and exit. Only weak ghosts and deities could enter. Otherwise, there would be countless ghosts and deities in the human world. Yes, the ghost domain is inside. Yes. Jin Yuan appeared beside Lin Ling and said with a serious expression. Even though he had entered the ghost domain many times, he was still afraid of it. Chapter 1380. Intercept and kill. That's right. Only those with an immortal body have enough strength to travel in there. If a saint body enters, unless their cultivation is very high, they will most likely die. After that, the 4 of them stepped into the vortex one after another. Rumble. It was as if he had entered the cycle of reincarnation. An indescribable feeling arose in Lin Ling's heart. Faintly, he could see the cycle of reincarnation, and he could see his past and present lives. Unfortunately, this feeling quickly disappeared. When he reappeared, Lin Ling was already in a vast expanse of land. Here, there were mountains and precipitous ridges. Gray was the only color. Moreover, he couldn't sense any living creatures. Instead, he could hear the occasional wailing of ghosts. Looking up at the sky, the ghostly aura was extremely condensed, as though the sun of the moon had descended. At the same time, there was a huge vortex hanging in the sky, as though it wanted to devour the world. Lin Ling could also see a large number of ghosts flying out of the vortex, and a large number of ghosts being sucked into the vortex. So many ghosts. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. You can see the whirlpool of heaven and earth? How is this possible? You should know that this is the 6 paths of reincarnation, one of the most mysterious forces in the world. The souls of those who die are sucked into the whirlpool, and the souls of those who enter the cycle of reincarnation are also sucked into the whirlpool. Jin Sha sucked in a cold breath. She had heard of the legend of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and some people had seen it, but she didn't expect Lin Ling to see it. It was said that those who could see the 6 paths of reincarnation were all innately powerful experts. Lin Ling smiled and didn't explain much. This made Jin Sha curl her lips helplessly, thinking that Lin Ling was bragging again. Lower your voice. This is the ghost region. Do you want to attract countless ghost fiends, soul-reaping envoys, and even ghost emperors and ghost venerables? Xia Lu said in dissatisfaction because he was ignored again. Let's be on our way. This time, we'll be collecting limbo flowers and yellow spring stones. These are popular items in all the major markets. Jin Yuan waved his hand and let the 3 of them go. Yellow Spring Stone. Does it have to be near Yellow Springs Mountain? Lin Ling's heart pounded. Only by approaching Yellow Springs Mountain would he be able to find the soul of the second dream. That's impossible. We can only travel around the periphery of the ghost domain. It's impossible for us to get close to the center of the ghost domain. After all, anyone who goes there will die without a doubt. There was once a 5th-layer saint who went there, but his soul was also taken away. Jin Yuan said in a low voice. Lin Ling stepped on the lonely ground with a heavy heart. It seemed that he would have to part ways with Jin Yuan and the others. After all, he was going to the Yellow Springs Mountain. That's right. Most of the disciples of the major sects and dynasties walk around the periphery. If they want to get close to the center, they need more experts to form a team. Jin Sha also said. The 4 of them continued to move forward. Along the way, ghosts of the netherworld appeared, but they were all killed by Jin Sha's sword. These ghosts were devils. After devouring a large number of ghosts, they already had the possibility of transforming into evil ghosts. And once they transformed into evil ghosts, they would be terrifying. The ghosts of the netherworld were also divided into different ranks, depending on the color of their eyes. There were black, white, and red. Among them, red ghosts were the most difficult to deal with. Lin Ling listened from time to time. These were the taboos of the ghost domain. If not for Jin Yuan and his sister's reminder, he wouldn't have known. While the four of them were moving forward, on top of a distant hill, a large number of people had gathered. Looking carefully, they were actually the experts of the three mysterious realms. The strongest among them was a second-layer saint. Moreover, none of them was a seventh-layer transcendent. In the three mysterious realms of the mortal world, each one of them was a sect leader of a super sect. This ghost domain is full of dangers, but it's also a place to find money. A one-armed man among them said. His right hand was like a demon king's claw, wriggling slightly. In his palm, there was a ghost of the nether world. Then he clenched his fist, and the ghost let out an ear-piercing screech before turning into green smoke and disappearing. I heard that many people are looking for the ancient tomb. I wonder if we can get a share of the loot. A sanctimonious middle-aged man said indifferently. Sect leader of the 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect. Even if you find the forbidden land, are you qualified to share? The one-armed man said disdainfully. He knew that in the ghost domain, there were many experts of the three mysterious realms. He continued, not to mention others, just from what I know. The ghost domain has your Xianpeng province's Thousand-Era Ghost Sect, Western Sea's Dragon Qilin Palace, and Sky Dragon Temple. These experts are more powerful than your 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect, not to mention the other experts of the 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect. Hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent. Indeed, in the face of such experts, he was not qualified to touch the treasures. Great Senior Crescent Moon, I've found 4 cultivators, and they're currently heading this way. At this time, a cultivator walked over and reported happily. The one-armed man's eyes were filled with joy. Are they disciples of big sects? These disciples have always been rich. They came to the ghost domain to gain experience, so they must have a lot of treasures on them. I can't tell, but they're very young. The cultivator laughed. The ghost domain is a chaotic place, and there are people from all walks of life. With the ghost domain's great senior, it's normal for a few people to die. The sects behind them won't know. Kill them. The one-armed man stood up. Right at this moment, a man who was around the age of 40 by his side stared into the distance, and he suddenly spoke with pleasant surprise. Supreme Senior, those fellows severed Luo Jie's arm in Thousand Mist City. You must uphold justice for me. Moreover, there's a woman amongst them who has a really good figure. Lord Lu, you're also one of the experts of the Xianyuan realm. Who knew that you'd be so useless and humiliated by a few juniors? Fine, I'll uphold justice for you today. The one-armed man took a big step and led the group down the hill. The sect leader of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect frowned. Just as he was about to speak, the one-armed man's voice sounded. Sect leader, since you're in our team, you naturally have to follow our rules. If you don't like it, you can leave on your own. However, if you're alone in the ghost domain, you'll die faster. Haha, it's not that I don't like it, but I'm afraid that they have a powerful background. The sect leader laughed. With me here, there's nothing to fear. At this moment, Lin Ling and the other 3 were still moving forward. However, at this moment Lin Ling frowned. He sensed a huge aura surging towards them. Immediately he whispered, "Danger is approaching." Is it a large number of evil spirits? Jin Yuan's face turned serious, but Lin Ling shook his head. It's humans. Oh no. Jin Yuan and his sister's faces changed. They knew that in the ghost domain, because of all walks of life, teams often killed each other. Moreover, no one would know if they died. There were only 4 of them. If they encountered a powerful team, they would be in danger. Leave immediately. Xia Lu was more nervous than anyone else. He shouted anxiously. Good reaction. Unfortunately, it's too late. However, just as the 4 of them moved, the wind and clouds surged in all directions. Murderous auras surged. More than a dozen figures surrounded the 4 of them. Chapter 1381. Great Master Crescent Moon. Your Excellency, we're from the Jin dynasty of Xianhuangdeu. Please give us some face so that we can talk in the future. Jin Yuan was indeed very experienced. He immediately brought out his backer. Are you stupid? In the Ghost region, even if you're from the 7 emperors of Xianpeng province, Xianhuangdeu's Champion University, or Xuanyuan's Celestial Foundation cultivators, you still have to die. The one-armed man indifferently said. His arms were extremely long, almost touching the ground. Moreover, they were as thick as a demon, and his 5 fingers were like crescent moons. Hee hee, you were so arrogant yesterday. Why are you begging for mercy today? Hee hee. As soon as Great Master Crescent Moon finished speaking, Master Lu came out with the man whose arm had been cut off by Jin Sha. When Jin Yuan and his sister saw those 2 people, they knew that things were going to be difficult to solve. Do you regret it? You didn't kill me yesterday. Today, you're going to die in my hands. You'll beg for mercy, little slut, said the one-armed man with an evil smile. The others also smiled coldly. You're a despicable and treacherous person. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Shouted Jin Sha. She also unsheathed her sword. You're so fierce. Haha. Just like those 2 lumps on your body. Good breasts. But you won't be able to be fierce anymore. You'll only be able to moan happily. Master Lu also let out a sinister laugh. Bastard, I'll kill you. Jin Sha took a step forward. She couldn't suppress her murderous intent. However, Lin Ling quickly pulled her back and said indifferently, Don't be angry because of some scum. Hearing that, Jin Sha looked at Lin Ling. She discovered that Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. Unknowingly, the anger in her heart also calmed down. Wait, I'm Xia Lu from the Xia clan of the Xianyuan Great Region. Senior, please spare my life. I don't want to team up with them anymore. At this moment, Xia Lu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted anxiously, startling everyone. It should be known that after entering the ghost domain, although there was no friendship between each other, due to the team's rules and taboos, no one had ever betrayed their teammates. Moreover, this rule was maintained even after leaving the ghost domain. But now, that young man was actually begging for mercy and betraying the team. This was extremely rare for a team to enter the ghost domain. Haha, brat, you're very interesting. I'm the first one to see you betray your team. If everyone who enters the ghost domain is like you, then there's no need to form a team. Grand Monarch Crescent Moon laughed. As long as I can live, I will do anything. Xia Lu knelt down and kowtowed as if he was pounding garlic. In order to survive, he didn't care so much. Very well, if you want to live, then you have to kill them. Grand Monarch Crescent Moon said with a mocking smile. Team members killing each other. This is a pretty good situation. No problem. Senior, are you interested in that woman? Good taste. That woman's figure is hot, and will definitely satisfy Senior. Xia Lu immediately laughed and looked at Jin Yuan and his sister with eyes full of hostility. Xia Lu, are you still human? Staring at Xia Lu's changing face, Jin Yuan couldn't help but roar. This Xia Lu is really shameless. Just a moment ago he said that if Lin Ling encountered danger, he would definitely be the first to run. Who would have thought that Xia Lu would be the first to run? Moreover, not only did he run, but he also didn't hesitate to turn the spearhead and attack them. Haha, I've seen ugly people, but I've never seen someone as ugly as you. You think you have the right to talk about me before? Lin Ling also sneered. This was the first time he had encountered the team's rules, but since there were rules, he would still abide by them. That was why he didn't care how arrogant Xia Lu was before, because he didn't want to affect the team's unity. But now it seemed that he didn't need to fear anything. Humph, a dead man has no right to speak. Yes, I am ugly, but after leaving here, I will become respected again. I will still be a genius. Who will know that I betrayed my own people? Xia Lu sneered again and again, not ashamed but proud. He gloated and said, Lin Ling, let me tell you, you will definitely die at my hands later. The surrounding people also sneered. What a pitiful team. They had trusted the wrong person. And now their team of 4 had become 3 people, while their own side had gained a helper. Kill the man and capture the woman alive. Kill. Grand Sovereign Crescent Moon didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. He waved his hand, and everyone walked forward step by step. Their killing intent was so strong that it even dispersed the surrounding ghost chi. Lin Ling, if you have a chance, run immediately. Although the team doesn't allow private escape, we don't have any chance now. Jin Yuan said anxiously, his face grave. That's right, Lin Ling. I am the one who caused this. After leaving here, go to the Jin family's imperial court in Xianhuangdao and tell them who killed us. However, Lin Ling didn't move. He slowly pulled out the sword on his back. Why are you still here? Thank you. Jin Yuan and his sister were immediately moved. Lin Ling was the weakest among them, but he still fought side by side. They didn't make a wrong friend. However, even though they were moved, they wanted Lin Ling to leave even more. Lin Ling was a true friend, and they didn't want Lin Ling to die here. They want to run. Capture the woman first. Go. How could Xia Lu not know about Jin Yuan and his sister's whispers? He immediately warned them, causing their eyes to fill with anger. What a hateful Xia Lu. Okay, let's capture the woman first, and then slowly kill the man. Go. Boom. The closest cultivator exploded with a majestic aura. He was a first-layer saint, and his saintcy descended. Heavenly pattern martial arts formed a great law, and he grabbed at Jin Sha like a hand covering the sky. Hurry up. You guys have to finish the battle in an incense stick's time. After all, this is the ghost realm. If you make too much noise, it will be troublesome if you attract the ghost fiends. Go. Great Venerable Crescent Moon took the remaining people and left first. Obviously, there were only 3 people left, and 2 of them were in the Transcendence realm. Such a team wasn't worth his time. At this moment, the sect master of 3 elements Golden Dipper sect also left. However, he stared at Lin Ling and frowned slightly. That person seemed very familiar. Then he didn't think much and strode away. Jin Sha, be careful. Brother. At this moment, Jin Yuan's face was full of anxiety and anger when he saw the expert rushing over. However, at this moment, 2 Saint Realm experts on the other side entangled him, so he couldn't get away to help. Jin Sha's beautiful eyes narrowed. The opponent was very strong. His immortal body wasn't weaker than hers, and his cultivation was also higher than hers. She was no match for him at all. However, when the crisis approached, she looked to the side and said, Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. Why are you still standing there? Brother. Lin Ling didn't plan to leave at all. How could he leave when the others were showing killing intent? He slowly raised his sword and muttered to himself, why should I leave? Yes. Jin Sha was stunned and couldn't say anything. Lin Ling was so stupid. Not only did he not leave, he even asked why he should leave. Yes, why should I leave? Yes. The big hand of the expert in the distance was already in sight, and he sneered again and again. Almost as the big hand was about to grab Jin Sha, Lin Ling finally drew his sword. The sword came from the west, and the power of 8 universes erupted. It was unstoppable. Gotcha. Chapter 1382. You want to leave just like that? As for the expert who attacked, his expression changed drastically as he shouted, Who attacked me? Kill. He was already not far from Jin Sha, but he didn't know who was so powerful to break his heavenly pattern martial art with a single slash. Not only did I attack you, I'll kill you. Kill. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. That expert finally saw who made a move. It was none other than the handsome young man at the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. However, this was the last time he would see that young man in his life, because in the next instant, that young man slashed out with his sword. The sword light was extremely dazzling. Boom. It exploded. That expert's body wasn't cut in half, but exploded, blood raining down. The surroundings were silent. They had seen it before, but exploding? What kind of power could cause one to explode? Endless blood rained down. Lin Ling slowly walked out from the middle, a dazzling sword bathed in the blood rain, making him look like a god of slaughter. You killed Reverend Di Dang? Kill. The others stopped what they were doing and stared at Lin Ling. Then they cried out in surprise. Their faces were full of anger and murderous intent. Not only did I kill him, I'll kill you all. Kill. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. His figure became strange and distorted the space. Then he appeared behind a strong cultivator and slashed out with his sword. Boom. That expert didn't even have time to react. He also didn't expect that Lin Ling, who was in the transcendent realm, would have the great law of space, so he exploded with a single slash. Bastard, the great law of 1,000 miles of dust. Kill. One of the elders shouted angrily. His body exploded, releasing his heavenly pattern martial art, forming a vast world of dust. 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Kill. Lin Ling still took a step forward, distorting space, intersecting with illusions. Lin Ling's body appeared in front of another expert. The power of 8 universes slashed out with a domineering might. Meanwhile, in his left hand, a furious dragon roared, ruthlessly smashing out towards the other old man. Rumble. The moment this dragon appeared, destruction and madness erupted. Everywhere it passed, there was the great law of fire, the great law of taboo explosion. That feeling was like a flame dragon drawing runes in the sky. And within the runes, the great law crushed everything. Pop, pop, pop. The flame dragon engulfed that elder, burning the world of dust. Even the dust that was hard to see with the naked eye was burned to death. That expert was burned alive, and before he died, he let out a terrified voice. Heavenly pattern. Kill. This voice caused the earth was deathly silent. Jin Sha stroked her red lips, her heart pounding. She had previously asked Lin Ling about his strength. At that time, Lin Ling had said that he had a heavenly pattern martial art, but Jin Sha hadn't believed him at all. She had thought that Lin Ling was lying, but now, the facts had proven everything. Most importantly, she had thought that Lin Ling had delicate features and should not have gone out to train. Perhaps he would faint at the sight of blood. However, who knew that the moment Lin Ling drew his sword, his killing intent would be so decisive and the destructive aura would be so domineering. He was like a completely different person when he drew his sword. Kill. Kill. A raging murderous intent spread across the ground. And with each sword strike, a Saint Realm Master would die. At this moment, Lin Ling did not hold back at all. These people reminded him of the people who had captured Xiao Yun's ghost alive. They were so ugly, and they had used the ghost domain to slaughter cultivators for life experience. Lin Ling had no choice but to kill them. Lin Ling, although not a saint, was magnanimous. If he didn't like them, he would kill them. In just a few breaths, those who stayed were all dead. Jin Yuan and his sister were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand. Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm, but he killed saints like killing dogs. This was too heaven-defying. How could they know that before Lin Ling reached the 4th layer of the Fiend God Overlord body, he didn't fear saints at the 1st layer? And after reaching it, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Currently, with a yellow-grayed immortal body and an ancient god emperor, who could stop him? Put on. Xiao Lu looked at the scene in front of him in a daze, and he fell to the ground in fright. You want to leave just like that? Go. However, while Jin Yuan and the others were still in shock, Lin Ling's cold voice rumbled like thunder. A terrifying thought rose in the hearts of Jin Yuan and his sister. Lin Ling didn't want to let Grand Venerable Crescent Moon and the other experts off. At this moment, Grand Venerable Crescent and the others were still moving forward. When they heard the voice, their bodies trembled. When they turned around, their faces were gloomy. Their people had failed. Lin Ling, you're crazy. After killing them, you should have run away immediately. How could you lead them here? Xiao Lu shouted. Xiao Lu went blank for a moment before shouting anxiously. He was afraid that Grand Monarch Crescent Moon would vent his anger on him. You don't have the right to speak. Xiao Lu shouted. Lin Ling glanced at him with a cold smile, and a sharp sword slashed out, cutting off Xiao Lu's legs. He said coldly, those who kill should be killed. Xiao Lu shouted. How can he be so arrogant? Xiao Lu shouted. The 2 lumps on Jin Sha's chest jumped violently. Of course she knew to stop killing by killing. But how strong was that? After all, the other party was a 2nd layer Saint Realm expert. You killed my people. Kill. While Jin Yuan and his sister were still in shock, Grand Venerable Crescent and the others arrived in anger. When they swept their eyes over the ground, their faces became solemn. Their people were all dead. Moreover, they also saw that it wasn't Jin Yuan who had attacked, but the transcendent realm young man they didn't think highly of. Obviously, they had underestimated this young man. He was definitely a rare genius among the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal world. They wanted to kill me. Should I not kill them? Kill. Lin Ling sneered and pointed his sword at Grand Venerable Crescent Moon. Everything was just like his life principle. He would treat others the same way they treated him. So, now that he had drawn his sword, how could he not taste blood? Good. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to kill people of a higher realm as a transcendent. Your immortal body must be at the 5th grade of the yellow grade. And you also have a heavenly rune martial art at the initial success stage. However, you were too reckless. After killing my people, you should have fled immediately instead of informing me. Kill. Grand Venerable Crescent was so angry that he laughed. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was very strong, but did he really think he could kill him? Moreover, they had 10 First Heaven Saints. Such a force couldn't be underestimated even among the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal world. You are Lin Ling? At this moment, the sect master of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect looked at Lin Ling carefully. Then he confirmed that Lin Ling looked familiar. He shouted angrily, Lin Ling, you are messing around. Grand Venerable Crescent is a top expert of the Great Xianyuan realm. You didn't kill Heavenly Venerable Su Xing. Put down your sword, kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe you can leave your corpse intact. Then he looked at Grand Venerable Crescent and said, Grand Venerable, this boy is from Xiampeng Province. He is currently on the recommendation list. However, he doesn't have any of the 7 emperors behind him, so you don't have to worry. He had joined Grand Venerable Crescent's team but hadn't made any achievements. Now that he knew Lin Ling, he could make a contribution. Why aren't you putting down your sword? Lin Ling, I am the sect master of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect. Chapter 1383. Fall 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect? In the past, an elder from your sect joined forces with Emperor Su Xing to kill me. I haven't even taken revenge yet, but today you're joining forces with outsiders to kill me. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He hadn't expected to meet someone from Xiampeng Province. You're stubborn. This isn't Xiampeng Province. You don't have Lady Shui Wu behind you. The sect master shouted angrily again. It was as if Lin Ling was a disciple of his sect and offended a guest in his heart. He was extremely angry. A dignified cultivator from Xiampeng Province actually flatters someone else. 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect, shame on you. Lin Ling sneered. He sighed in his heart. The 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect was one of the strongest sects in Xiampeng Province, but in the ghost realm, this so-called sect master didn't dare to be arrogant. Instead, he lowered his head and became someone else's subordinate. You're hopeless. Great Senior Crescent Moon, kill him. The sect master's face instantly turned ugly. Lin Ling actually said that he was flattering him? You're only relying on this one-armed man. If he dies, then what right do you have to be so confident? Lin Ling's killing intent grew stronger. Whether it was the old enmity or today's new grudge, he had to kill this sect master without a doubt. You mean you want to kill me? Great Senior Crescent Moon knew what Lin Ling meant and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling's talent wasn't weak, but he wasn't weak either. Lin Ling had a heavenly mark martial art, but so did he. Moreover, his realm was much higher than Lin Ling's. How could Lin Ling be confident in killing him? He felt that this was the biggest joke in the world. Were all these monstrous geniuses unable to see through themselves? Haha, you're just a transcendent. It's already amazing that you can kill a 1st Heaven Saint. Do you think you can kill a 2nd Heaven Saint? The other masters also felt that this was a joke. Jin Yuan and his sister's faces also turned pale. Lin Ling couldn't fight someone 2 realms higher. It was completely impossible. Saber of Nirvana. Lin Ling didn't say any nonsense. His surging soul force turned into an invisible blade and attacked Great Senior Crescent Moon. Great Senior Crescent Moon was indeed very powerful, but Lin Ling wanted to see if his soul force was as strong as Great Senior Crescent Moon's. As soon as the Saber of Nirvana appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. The golden saber stirred up the winds and clouds, and the entire ghost domain howled as if they had met their natural enemy. However, besides the souls of the ghost domain, Ordinary people simply couldn't sense the terrifying soul fluctuations. Kill. Show us how. Everyone was still laughing at Lin Ling for overestimating himself. They couldn't sense the terrifying soul fluctuations at all. Only Grand Monarch Crescent Moon's expression froze. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He had assessed Lin Ling's strength, so he knew that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, he hadn't expected that this mysterious young man would be hiding something that he didn't know about. You want to kill me? In your dreams. Crescent Moon Lightsaber. Grand Monarch Crescent Moon's body glowed with a strange light, making him look like an old demon under the moon. His arms grew longer, and his fingers were like crescent moons. Each of his fingers seemed to contain the domineering laws of heaven and earth. Great Senior Crescent Moon, what are you doing? Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand why Great Senior Crescent Moon suddenly erupted with such a terrifying power. What was he guarding against? Die. At this moment, Lin Ling snorted and his eyes turned even colder. The saber of Nirvana broke through the air. The sharp blade didn't seem to be cutting flesh, but the void and the enemy's soul force. Oh no! Great Senior Crescent Moon's face turned pale. He realized that his powerful great principles were useless. The fatal attack was still coming. It ignored the great principles and went straight for the soul. Save me. It was the first time in his life that Great Senior Crescent Moon felt so close to death. He shouted anxiously because he couldn't defend against this power. He didn't know where to start. Great Senior Crescent Moon. The eyes of the experts trembled violently. They didn't sense any spiritual chi attack, but Great Senior Crescent Moon was shouting for help. This was completely different from his dominating aura from before. Too late. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth twitched as he spat out two words. Crack. At the same time, the saber of Nirvana pierced through Great Senior Crescent Moon's body like a cicada's wing, sealed his soul, and then pierced through. Bang. The soul of a second-level Saint Realm cultivator had been completely annihilated. Lin Ling's face was a bit tired. His saber of Nirvana had suppressed all of his soul force, and in addition to the soul-sealing mark, it was extremely sharp. But after using it, his soul force had been greatly exhausted. What's wrong, Great Senior Crescent Moon? In the open space, the experts looked at Great Senior Crescent Moon and swallowed. Even now, they still didn't know what had happened. Great Senior Crescent Moon stood motionless on the ground, as if he had fallen asleep. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, he fell on his back. The sound of his body hitting the ground made everyone's heart tremble violently. Dead. Their captain, a second-level saint, had died just like that. Moreover, his death was extremely strange. They didn't even know how he died. Now, do you still have someone to rely on? At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out, causing the experts to look at him in disbelief. Did this young man kill Great Senior Crescent Moon? Did you kill him? The sect master of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect opened his eyes wide. In fact, he already knew the answer in his heart, but he still found it hard to believe. After all, even he couldn't defeat Great Senior Crescent Moon. However, Lin Ling, who was only at the Transcendent Realm, killed him in a single blow. This Lin Ling was too mysterious. Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. Because an elder tried to kill me in the past, I don't have any good impression of this sect. However, you and I have no enmity, so I don't want to kill you. However, you tried to kill me before. Lin Ling held his sword and walked forward step by step. His blue robe made these famous experts tremble with fear. Wait, Lin Ling, Venerable Sea Calming and I are best friends. You can't touch me. The sect master of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect panicked. How could he not be afraid when Great Senior Crescent Moon was dead? At this moment he suddenly regretted. He didn't expect that Lin Ling, who could kill Heavenly Venerable Void Star not long ago, would become stronger again in such a short time. You said that I was stubborn before. You were right about that. If I want to kill you, I won't give face to anyone. Lin Ling's eyes were firm as he slashed out with his sword. His killing intent was extremely decisive. Hung Long Long. The unparalleled sword turned into a sword light and directly killed the sect master. With his current strength, he couldn't block Lin Ling's sword of 8 universes at all. The sect master of a generation died just like that. And he didn't die in a big battle, but in a small ambush. Run! Run! The expressions of the remaining experts changed drastically as they dispersed in a hubbub. They were completely terrified. Lin Ling didn't chase after them because there were too many of them. The most important thing was to escape in different directions, so he didn't bother to kill them all. He then slowly put the Tyrant Song sword on his back. Jin Yuan and his sister watched this scene with their mouths wide open. Chapter 1384. The ancient tomb of the titled Ghost Emperor. Then, the two of them looked at Xiao Lu. At this moment, Xiao Lu was so scared that his face was pale. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He didn't even know how Great Sovereign Crescent Moon died. Was this the trash he had always disdained? This person can't be left alive. Kill. Lin Ling stared coldly at Xiao Lu. He wasn't a greenhorn. He had experienced a lot, so he wasn't soft-hearted. Wait, we're on the same team. Xiao Lu's face was full of panic, fear, and even reverence. He knew very well that Lin Ling looked handsome, but when he was serious, he was absolutely decisive. When you betrayed us before, you didn't necessarily treat us as members of the team. Since you broke the team's rules first, you're now an outsider. Flames appeared on Lin Ling's left hand. The appearance of the flame dragon made Xiao Lu's face even paler. Brother Jin Yuan, save me. I was just afraid of death. I didn't want to harm anyone. Xiao Lu kept kowtowing. Jin Yuan frowned and pleaded. Lin Ling, it was a moment of crisis. People's emotions are unstable at that moment. I think Brother Xiao Lu's nature isn't bad. Let him go this time. Yes. You're decisive when killing enemies, but you still have to be merciful to your own people. Jin Sha also pleaded for leniency. Lin Ling shook his head. All these years he had seen all kinds of people. It was obvious that a person like Xiao Lu would not repent. If you spared his life, perhaps the moment you turned around, he would draw his sword and kill you. However, Lin Ling didn't refuse in the end. First, Jin Yuan and his sister took good care of him. He owed them this favor. Second, Xiao Lu was clearly a petty person who would take revenge. However, with his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Okay, then let him live. However, he can't be with us anymore. I can't guarantee when this kind of ingrate will betray us again. Lin Ling said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Lu hurriedly kowtowed. I won't betray you again, trust me. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He didn't believe Xiao Lu at all. Xiao Lu immediately covered his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. Lin Ling, thank you, but trust me, Xiao Lu's nature isn't bad. Jin Yuan said gratefully. He knew that Xiao Lu. Brother Jin Yuan, there will come a day when you will realize that even if you give others a chance, they may not be grateful. Their character still won't change. Following Jin Yuan, Lin Ling shook his head and said. The three of them quickly disappeared into the distance. Xiao Lu's legs had been chopped off by Lin Ling, causing him to kneel on the ground without moving. However, at this moment he no longer begged for mercy. Instead, his eyes were filled with a dark chill, just like a poisonous snake. Die, die, die. You're all going to die. Jinsha, I'm going to toy with her. You dared to betray me? You're all dead. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a black incense and burned it. This incense is the Xia family's sound transmission incense. Father said to burn this incense after entering the ghost domain. As long as Father is nearby, he will be able to sense it. After he finished speaking, he waved his left hand again. Light flashed, and a brown puppet appeared. It was an ant puppet, and it carried him forward again. However, it didn't go in any other direction. Instead, it went in the direction Lin Ling had gone. Escaping from death, Jin Yuan and his sister were obviously very happy. Brother Lin Ling, you really hid your strength well. You killed a second-layer saint with your transcendent realm cultivation. Even I wasn't your opponent. Jin Yuan said with a bitter smile as he followed Lin Ling. When they first teamed up, he wanted to protect Lin Ling, but who knew that at the critical moment, it was Lin Ling who protected them. You weren't honest enough. You actually hid it from us. You're too bad. Jin Sha also curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Lin Ling returned to his calm and collected appearance. Hearing these words, he shrugged helplessly. Didn't I tell you? Because Jin Yuan and his sister treated him with sincerity, Lin Ling didn't hide much of his strength. He told them frankly, but they didn't believe him. Sure enough, Jin Yuan and his sister recalled that Lin Ling had indeed told them. But at that time, not only did they not believe him, they even laughed at Lin Ling. This made them feel embarrassed. Lin Ling treated them with sincerity. It was them who didn't believe him. If we didn't believe you, you could have proved it. Jin Sha whispered. You made me worry about you. Whatever, if another master appears, Lin Ling, you'll be the first to go. Little sister, don't talk nonsense. If what you said is true, there will be more experts who want to kidnap us. That will be troublesome. Jin Yuan immediately laughed. Lin Ling looked at the two magnificent lumps on Jin Sha's chest, and said with a faint smile, everyone has their eyes on you. Maybe it's really possible. You bastard. The three of them chatted and laughed as they moved forward. Along the way, they also collected some treasures. Jin Yuan secretly admired Lin Ling in his heart. He was honest with his friends and didn't put on any airs. He was like a sword that hadn't been unsheathed. But to his enemies, he was like an unsheathed sword. There was confidence in his calmness, but there was also a storm in his calmness. Then he noticed that his sister Jin Sha seemed to like Lin Ling very much. She kept chasing after Lin Ling and chatting with him. This made him shake his head helplessly. His sister's heart was probably moved. This place should be closer to the center of the ghost realm. Lin Ling and Jin Sha chatted from time to time. He looked into the distance, thinking about when to leave. After all, the place he was going to was too dangerous. It wasn't suitable for Jin Yuan and his sister. Yes, we've already started to walk out of the periphery of the ghost realm. But the further we go, the more dangerous it is. Jin Yuan looked into the distance and said with a serious expression. This time they had a master like Lin Ling, so they went deeper. Brother, look, there's a stone tablet over there. At this moment, Jin Sha suddenly said in surprise. Lin Ling also looked over and saw an ancient stone tablet sitting under the dark ground in front of them. However, it didn't look eye-catching on the surface. It was hidden in the hills. If Jin Sha hadn't accidentally seen it, Lin Ling would have missed it. Let's go and take a look. The three of them ran toward the stone tablet. A moment later, they appeared under the stone tablet. Looking at it carefully, the stone tablet was about 2 meters tall. It was carved out of a strange black stone. There were complicated words on its surface. Moreover, there were lines that looked like a map. What are these words? Jin Sha stared at the words curiously. Chapter 1385. Great Xia experts. Lin Ling wasn't too interested. Although the tomb of the Regent Ghost Emperor should be a secret realm with countless treasures, he was still too weak. If he went to the secret realm, he would most likely die. Not to mention, he was here for the second dream. Haha, you guys are too lucky. The map of the Regent Ghost Emperor's tomb that father was looking for was actually found by you guys. At this moment, an excited laughter rang out. Lin Ling and the others looked over and found that it was actually Xia Lu. At this moment, Xia Lu was sitting on an ant that looked like a horse. He was dancing with joy, as if he had forgotten that he was secretly following Lin Ling and the others after finding the map. Lin Ling and the others were surprised by Xia Lu's appearance. Jin Yuan frowned and said, Xia Lu, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? You think you can leave alive after betraying me? Xia Lu's expression was extremely cold, causing Jin Yuan to sigh softly. Lin Ling was right. Sometimes, if you let someone go, the other party would not be grateful at all. Instead, they would hate you. Obviously, he was wrong before. Xia Lu, what qualifications do you have to say that we betrayed you? You are the one who betrayed us. Jin Sha also felt that she had saved the wrong person. Shut up. As a team, not only did you not save your teammate when you saw that his legs were injured, you even left him in the ghost realm. This alone can prove that you betrayed him. However, I am a magnanimous person. Today Lin Ling and Jin Yuan will die, but Jin Sha can live well as long as she follows me in the future. Xia Lu coldly snorted. At this moment, he was no longer afraid of Lin Ling and the others. This made Lin Ling somewhat astonished. Xia Lu's legs were broken, and he was shouting while riding an ant. He was like a clown. Lin Ling couldn't understand where his confidence came from. Lure, is that you? At this moment, a large number of figures shot over from the distance. They were imposing, and even the ghost Qi in the mountain range was separated. Jin Yuan and his sister's faces instantly changed. They felt a strong pressure, as if they were Mount Tai and the North Star. These people's strength had obviously reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm. Father, I'm here. Xiaolu's face lit up with joy as he shouted madly. Then he looked at Lin Ling and the others as if he was looking at dead people. You betrayed your teammates. You've received your retribution. You. Jin Yuan and his sister's faces turned ugly. They could see that Xiaolu seemed to have found his family members. Most importantly, those people were extremely powerful. Jin Yuan looked at Lin Ling apologetically. I'm sorry. I was wrong before. Some people really shouldn't have been saved. And now my mistake has implicated you. Don't worry, what will come will come. Lin Ling shook his head and looked into the distance. The aura of those experts gave him some pressure. No wonder that clown Xiaolu was so proud. Now get your ass over here and help me up. Maybe I'm in a good mood. Plus, you've helped the Xia clan find the ancient tomb map, so I might spare your lives. Lin Ling, you were so arrogant before, but now I want you to carry me. Seeing Jin Yuan and the other's serious expressions, Xiaolu felt that he had vented a lot of his anger. He immediately gave the order. Lin Ling, don't go. He wants to humiliate you. Hearing that, Jin Sha immediately pulled Lin Ling back. The more she looked at Xiaolu, the more disgusted she felt. However, Lin Ling only smiled and pushed her hand away. He slowly walked towards Xiaolu. Before he could say anything, Xiaolu coldly shouted, "Let me hear you call me Grandpa." Grandpa. Right now, Xiaolu was clearly elated. Lin Ling still had a smile on his face. He looked Xiaolu up and down and said indifferently, I have to say, you riding this stupid ant is like riding an idiot on a donkey. Grandpa. That one sentence stunned Xiaolu. Even Jin Yuan and his sister were stunned. It was obvious that the experts were about to arrive, but Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of them. Instead, he was laughing at Xiaolu. I'm going to give you 300 slaps and beat you to death. After being stunned, Xiaolu roared even more ferociously. His father was about to arrive. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. Give me 300 slaps. I really admire your courage. Lin Ling shook his head. He waved his right hand behind his back and pulled out the tyrant song. The deadly sword landed in front of Xiaolu's neck. Try shouting again, donkey-riding idiot. You, what are you doing? My father is about to arrive. With the sword on his neck, Xiaolu's pupils shrank. Clearly, he didn't expect Lin Ling to still dare to attack him at this time. Was Lin Ling not afraid of death? After all, if Lin Ling dared to kill him, he would definitely die. If he didn't kill him, he would still have a chance to live. Your father is coming. What does it have to do with me? Lin Ling said indifferently. Just as he finished speaking, the experts in the distance arrived like celestial soldiers and generals. They surrounded the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. These people all wore the same blue robes with the word Great Xia embroidered on their chests. Clearly, their origins were extremely powerful. Let go of my brother. Among them, a young man wearing blue armor with delicate features stared at Lin Ling and shouted coldly. After he spoke, a tall and mighty man walked out like a king. His gloomy eyes were like those of an eagle's as he stared at Lin Ling and said indifferently, Sir, let go of him and you will still have a chance to live. He didn't say much, but he carried a strong sense of majesty. His strength was also extremely terrifying, many times stronger than Great Sovereign Crescent. The entire area was extremely oppressive. A large number of people stared at Lin Ling, as if an army was pressing down. Of course, many people also saw the stone tablet not far away, and their eyes were filled with joy. Clearly, they didn't expect to find another piece of the map here. Did you hear that? Let go of me. Let go. Xiaolu's confidence grew stronger again, and he laughed sinisterly. Clang. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword moved closer. The cold sword energy caused Xiaolu's body to tremble again. Donkey-riding idiot, don't be so arrogant. A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth at the same time, and Xiaolu didn't dare to speak anymore. Then Lin Ling sneered and tilted his head. Let me hear you call me Grandpa. Bastard. You're courting death. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding masters shouted angrily. The young man was only a transcendent, and any one of the masters on their side could kill him. Who knew that he would be so arrogant and still dare to threaten their young master when he was about to die? Dream on. As a member of the great Xia family, even if my head is broken and my blood is shed, I will never bow to an enemy. Lin Ling, I'm telling you, if you dare to kill me, you will die. Jin Yuan and his sister will die. This time Xia Lu was tough. He suddenly felt that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to kill him because he was the only hostage. If the hostage died, Lin Ling would die without a doubt. Then you can die. However, he underestimated Lin Ling's killing intent. At this moment, the tyrant singing sword was decisive. Wait, I'll call you Grandpa. Chapter 1386. Fighting and killing? Is it fun? Young friend, you're not afraid of anything for the sake of your so-called revenge. But let me remind you, you have to consider the consequences when you do things. You might feel refreshed for a moment, but you'll have to use your life to make up for it. The prince said indifferently, Thank you for the reminder, but I, Lin Ling, don't need others to teach me how to do things. Moreover, he seems to be your son. Since he called me grandfather, then I should be your father. Lin Ling looked at the Wangya indifferently. He would not rest until he was shocked to death. Boom. The crowd's heart exploded. What an arrogant junior. He even dared to ridicule Xiao Wuxia's prince. Jin Yuan and his sister smiled bitterly. Lin Ling's method of dealing with his enemies was really ruthless. You're courting death. Father, kill him. The eyes of the young man beside the prince were filled with killing intent. That junior actually dared to take advantage of his father. However, Xiao Wuxia was worthy of being an ambitious and ruthless character. He stopped the young man from speaking and said indifferently, Young friend, you've won. Do you want to continue like this? I can say that you don't dare to touch my son, because if you kill him, all of you will die. How about this? You take my son and travel 1,000 miles, then let him go, and we'll mind our own business. Father, are we going to let them go just like that? The young man beside Xiao Wuxia was unwilling to let those trash go just like that. However, Xiao Wuxia coldly shouted, Shut up. The young man immediately became silent, but his eyes were still filled with killing intent when he looked at Lin Ling. This suggestion is really good, Lin Ling said with a smile. He looked at the man indifferently and noticed that the man's eyes were extremely gloomy. Obviously, he was extremely shrewd. As for the man's suggestion, if Lin Ling was a greenhorn, he would definitely agree. However, he had experienced so many ups and downs, so he naturally knew that if he let Xia Lu go, he would die even faster. I'm sorry, but I've always liked to court death, so I don't intend to let your son go, Lin Ling said indifferently. This caused anger to flash in the depths of Xiao Wuxia's eyes. What a smart boy. Indeed, if Lin Ling dared to release his son, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. After all, it wasn't difficult for him to chase a person for thousands of miles. However, Lin Ling wasn't fooled. Then what do you want? Are we going to continue like this? Xiao Wuxia shouted in a low voice. I have my own principles. I treat people the way they treat me. Your son has tried to kill me time and time again. Naturally, I can't let him live, Lin Ling said coldly. Xiao Wuxia was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. You don't dare to kill him because you'll die faster if you kill him. Is that so? Lin Ling revealed a smile that wasn't a smile, as if he didn't know how powerful Xiao Wuxia was. Then, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he ruthlessly slashed with the Tyrant Song sword. A bloody mark immediately appeared on Xiao Lu's neck. Xiao Lu's eyes were wide open. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would really dare to kill him. Was Lin Ling planning to perish together with him? I didn't kill you last time. You shouldn't have come back because you're courting death, donkey-riding idiot. A sneer floated into Xiao Lu's ears. This was the last sentence he heard in his life. Lu. Xiao Wuxia's pupils constricted. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to kill. After all, ordinary people wouldn't dare to kill in this kind of situation. You dare to kill my brother? Today you'll die. Another young man's eyes were red as he shouted. Everyone's killing intent sword. Lin Ling had killed their young master. He wanted to perish together with their young master. This person must be killed without mercy. There are many people who want my life, but you're obviously not one of them. Lin Ling said indifferently. He took a step forward and shot toward the siblings. Xiao Wuxia's expression became even more ferocious. Do you think you can escape? Why should I escape? Lin Ling's voice rang out. A flame dragon appeared in his palm at this moment. The great law of fire gushed out. The flame dragon was like a tide, but it didn't rush toward Xiao Wuxia. Instead, it rushed toward the siblings. This made everyone puzzled. What was Lin Ling planning to do? Brother Jin Yuan, move aside. At this moment, Lin Ling's roar caused the Jin Yuan siblings to hurriedly move aside. At the same time, a flame dragon flew past them. After which, a loud bang sounded, and everyone saw that the ancient stone tablet had been blasted apart. Moreover, it had been completely incinerated by the flames. At this moment, the entire land was silent. You seem to be looking for this map. I'm sorry, but the last map has been destroyed. The silence didn't last long. Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. It was like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone's hearts to tremble violently. The Regal Ghost Emperor's ancient tomb map. You actually destroyed it. Xiao Wuxia and the other experts stared at the destroyed map and roared. They didn't expect that Lin Ling didn't run away, nor did he overestimate himself and attack them. Instead, he destroyed the map. This Lin Ling deserved to die. You're dead. Everyone was furious. Today, the prince's son had died, and even the last map had been destroyed. What was the point of killing that young man? No one could save him. Besides Xiao Wuxia, the young man was the most furious. He took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling. His 5 claws stretched out, wanting to claw Lin Ling to death. At this moment, even the void was torn apart by his claw. This was a true heavenly pattern martial art. Between his 5 claws, the world was toyed with. At this moment, everyone was surrounding Lin Ling, making it difficult for Lin Ling to escape. They all sneered. This young man dared to kill the second young master, and even destroyed the map. Now let's see how he's going to resist. Life and death were decided at this moment. Lin Ling, be careful. Jin Yuan and his sister's expressions were incomparably solemn as they anxiously shouted. However, they were shocked to find that Lin Ling's expression was still as calm as before. This made them suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of courage was this to be able to remain calm in the face of such a murderous situation? The map has been destroyed, but I've memorized it. Just as the fatal claw was about to grab Lin Ling, the corner of Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly. Sensational news exploded. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Xiao faction, don't kill him. Xiao Wuxia hurriedly shouted. At this moment, his son was either dead or alive, and only that young man knew about the map. Therefore, if he killed that young man, he wouldn't be able to obtain anything. Father! The young man who attacked roared unwillingly, but he still forcibly stopped his actions. His opponent had killed his younger brother, and was standing right in front of him, but he couldn't kill him. This feeling was even worse than killing him. Is it fun to fight and kill? At this moment, Lin Ling indifferently looked at the young man. He stretched out his left hand and slapped him. Slap! Slap! The crisp sound of the slap stunned the young man. His eyes narrowed. Lin Ling actually dared to hit him. If you want to obtain treasures, you naturally have to pay some price, such as face. Slap. Lin Ling indifferently replied. Through the previous conversation, he knew that these experts seemed to be looking for the map. In the end, he had memorized the map. Therefore, he immediately destroyed the map and used the map as an advantage to turn the tables and make them hesitate to attack. Chapter 1387. The rat for fear of breaking the vases. All right, I underestimated you. Little friend, what do you want? Xiao Wuxia's expression was uglier than anyone else's. He was a famous expert of the Xianyuan realm. Yet he was being toyed with by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. He wished he could cut Lin Ling into 1,000 pieces. Hand over the map, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Xia Pai also roared. Slap. Slap. Another slap landed on his face. Lin Ling's expression was even colder than his. Shouldn't you be more polite to the only person who has the map? Slap. You. Slap. Xia Pai's body trembled with anger. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and ignored him. He looked at Xiao Wuxia and said, "Let my friend leave." "Fine. All right." Slap. Xiao Wuxia immediately said. Although he wished he could kill Lin Ling, he had to admit that Lin Ling was courageous and calm. It was rare to see someone who dared to negotiate in such a situation. "Jin Yuan and Jin Mei, you guys leave first." Lin Ling looked at the siblings and said. He knew it would be very difficult for him to leave. "Lin Ling, we won't leave." Jin Sha immediately shook her head. The team had to go through hardships together. How could she leave Lin Ling behind? "In fact, I'm going to separate from you guys soon because I'm going to enter the depths of the ghost domain. So it's good that we're separated. This is the only thing I can help you with. Let's go," Lin Ling said with a smile. "All right, Lin Ling, be careful. I, Jin Yuan, will remember this favor." Jin Yuan knew as well that not only would they be of no help if they stayed, it would be harmful instead. So he left without hesitation. On the other hand, Jin Sha glanced at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Her beautiful eyes were moist as she gritted her teeth and left with Jin Yuan. She knew that Lin Ling had saved them today and allowed them to enter the tiger's den. Seeing the two leave, Xiao Wuxia quietly gave a signal to several cultivators. Obviously, he couldn't let them go. "Everyone, stay where you are for an hour. If even one of you leaves, I will kill myself." However, just as he was about to do so, Lin Ling's voice rang out, causing Xiao Wuxia to be furious. What a cunning junior. He was simply watertight. Obviously, he couldn't let Lin Ling commit suicide because Lin Ling was the last piece of the map. Everyone could only wait in place for half an hour. Lin Ling sat down and drank. He didn't look like a prisoner, but more like a master. After a long time he said indifferently, "Okay, let's talk. What's next?" "I want you to work with us and the other map to find the Ghost Emperor's ancient tomb. Then, you can leave," Xiao Wuxia said bluntly. They were looking for a secret realm, and they had already found one of the maps. The only thing they were missing was Lin Ling's map. All right. Lin Ling didn't hesitate and directly agreed. In fact, he had no choice but to agree. Moreover, he knew that if they found the Ghost Emperor's ancient tomb, he wouldn't be able to leave. He would undoubtedly die. Of course, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't be willing to throw away his life. During this process, he would definitely think of a way to escape. "Let's go." Xiao Wuxia glanced at Lin Ling, waved his hand, and led everyone forward. Lin Ling calmly followed as if he didn't know he was in danger. His boldness caused Xiao Wuxia's eyes to turn even colder. As long as they found the ancient tomb, this junior had to be eliminated. After all, at such a young age, he wasn't afraid even if the sky collapsed. In the future, he would definitely become a great disaster. The ghost realm was gray all year round. There was no sun, moon, or stars. There was no night or day. It was like a corner abandoned by the world. Along the way, a large number of ghosts and ghosts appeared. There were even ancient souls and corpses that Lin Ling had encountered in star-picking country. However, the strength of this group of experts was exceedingly high. When they attacked, their battle prowess was unparalleled. They easily dealt with those ghosts. Lin Ling looked calm on the surface, but he was secretly observing. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he wasn't a match for this group of people. Most of them were between the first and second layer of the Saint Realm, but the man in the lead had reached the fourth layer of the Saint Realm. Moreover, his immortal physique wasn't weak. It was at least 10th grade Yellow Realm. Most importantly, he had a black and white iron wheel in his hand. This group of people clearly wasn't an expert from Xianping province. Moreover, with so many forces, their identities shouldn't be weak. "You guys are quite rich. Each of you is riding a puppet. That Qilin puppet over there, let me try riding it." On the way forward, Lin Ling said with a smile. As far as his eyes could see, it was the Qilin puppet Xia Pai was riding. "Don't forget, you're a prisoner." Just as Lin Ling's voice fell, everyone's face became angry. Xia Pai shouted coldly. They had never seen such an arrogant youth. In such a situation, he still dared to raise conditions. "Then I'm a bit tired, I'll take a rest." Lin Ling didn't think of himself as a prisoner. Since they didn't want to give him a mount, then he'd walk slowly. "You're courting death." Xia Pai roared. "Xia Pai, give your Qilin puppet to him." You and Uncle Mu can ride it together. Xia Wuxia said indifferently. Dad, he's just a piece of trash. I'm the son of the Grand Xia. How can I give my mount to him? Xia Pai shouted unwillingly. However, in the end he compromised. Clearly, the ancient tomb was already in front of him. He didn't dare to complicate matters. A 2-meter-tall qilin puppet was brought over. Lin Ling smiled and jumped on it. After that, a wine pot appeared in his hand. He rode the qilin and leisurely moved forward. Everyone's heart was about to explode. They had never seen such an arrogant youth. Not only did he snatch their qilin, all the ghosts that appeared on the road were dealt with by them. This made the youth not like a prisoner, but a master. After we find the ancient tomb, we'll slowly kill him. Xia Pai also knew his father's fear, so he endured it. However, just as he thought this, Lin Ling's polite laughter sounded. Young master, do you want wine? No. Xia Pai couldn't suppress his anger and roared. Lin Ling was teasing him. Little friend, your courage is not bad. You dared to enter the ghost domain when you're only at the 7th layer of Transcendent Realm. You're also calm even when facing us experts. I wonder if you're interested in joining my Grand Xia family? At this moment, Xia Wuxia said with a faint smile. He acted as if Lin Ling wasn't the person who killed his son. He was extremely courteous. Of course I'm interested. Cultivators all want to find a good backer. What are the rewards after joining your Grand Xia family? Lin Ling revealed an interested expression, causing Xia Pai to sneer in his heart. This idiot, how could his father allow him to join? Joining was actually equivalent to death. My Grand Xia family comes from the Great Xianyuan region. Over there, we have the energy-returning spirit mushroom, which is unique to the 3 Xian cultivators of the mortal world. This kind of spirit mushroom is formed by the heavens and earth. It takes 1,000 years to form and 10,000 years to become a human. I see that little friend is also a genius. If you join my Grand Xia family, there will be many benefits. For example, this energy-returning spirit mushroom. Xia Wuxia rode on a tall Qiongqi puppet and said arrogantly. A sparkling and translucent spirit mushroom appeared in his hand. The moment this spirit mushroom appeared, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the ghost domain surged over. Chapter 1388. A prisoner. My Grand Xia has a lot of this kind of energy-returning spirit mushroom. This is the first time I've given it to you. Of course, I don't know how much talent you have. As soon as Xia Wuxia finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a large number of mysterious characters appeared in front of him. In just 3 breaths of time, those complicated characters disappeared. Do you understand? If you can say 70% of it, this energy-returning spirit mushroom will be yours. Xia Wuxia said again, causing his son Xia Pai to frown. The energy-returning spirit mushroom was extremely precious. It could allow one's spiritual energy to return to one's body, and have the power to condense a saint ocean. Moreover, it was absolutely helpful to the growth of a 9th-layer saint. However, his father wanted to reward it to Lin Ling. Father, what qualifications does this trash have to obtain the energy-returning spirit mushroom? Xia Pai was unwilling to accept this. Your father is very smart. How come both of his sons are idiots? Lin Ling replied with a faint smile. Then he slowly explained the mysterious characters that Xia Wuxia had shown him. Although those characters were complicated and mysterious, Lin Ling's eye of time was extremely terrifying. He could remember them with a single glance. All right, this treasure is yours. Xia Wuxia threw the mushroom to Lin Ling, causing Xia Pai's expression to freeze. He frowned and said, Father. Shut up. Xia Wuxia lightly shouted. He sighed in his heart. He had to kill Lin Ling. However, it was undeniable that his 2 sons were much worse than Lin Ling. His previous test was actually very simple. He suspected that Lin Ling might not have remembered the map. In order to be safe, he tested it with the complicated characters of the Grand Xia. But the result was that Lin Ling had a photographic memory. In that case, he should have remembered the map. Moreover, Lin Ling also knew about his test, so he was very cooperative. On the contrary, his son didn't understand at all, so he was somewhat disappointed. Little friend, I'm a realistic person. The dead cannot be revived, so I will look forward. Next, you will meet up with the other map. Once you find the tomb, you can leave. If you don't want to leave, you can enter the tomb with us. The treasures obtained on the way will be yours, said Xia Wuxiao indifferently. Thank you, senior. However, although I have memorized the current map, it will take some time for me to recall everything. Therefore, senior, please give me some time. Lin Ling also laughed. The two of them seemed to be chatting like friends, but this was only on the surface. In reality, they were also confronting each other. How cunning, Xia Wuxiao thought. Lin Ling wasn't tempted. Instead, he was stalling for time. Of course, Xia Wuxiao wasn't in a hurry because the other person who had a map was also stalling for time. Country bumpkin, this is your first time seeing the energy-returning spirit mushroom, right? You can't see yourself clearly. Xia Pai had been reprimanded by his father, and he was in a bad mood, so he mocked Lin Ling in a low voice. That slap felt good, right? Do you want to be slapped again? Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and didn't even look at Xia Pai. His words caused Xia Pai to grit his teeth. He wanted to say something more, but in the end he held back. Lin Ling played with the spirit mushroom in his hand and sneered inwardly. This Xia Wuxiao really knew how to buy people's hearts. He wanted to use a heavenly treasure to make Lin Ling lower his guard. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had experienced too many storms. Now, not only did he not lower his guard, he was even more vigilant. After a long time, all of them stopped before an ancient ruin. Many people had already gathered here since a long time ago, and they'd built temporary houses that were like a small village. Moreover, the surroundings of the village were covered in a large amount of talismans and formation markings to prevent ghosts from approaching. Of course, this was still the outer region of the ghost domain, so they dared to set up camp here. If they were closer to the center, they wouldn't dare to be so brazen. Lin Ling was arranged to stay in one of the houses. Xia Wuxiao's hospitality seemed good on the surface, but Lin Ling's soul force was powerful. He could sense that the surrounding area had been sealed off. A large number of second-stage saints were patrolling. As long as there was any movement, it would immediately cause a great change. Barracks. This was Lin Ling's greatest impression of this place. Moreover, it was a heavily guarded barracks. Lin Ling estimated that his spatial distortion could avoid a large number of experts, but it wasn't suitable for running for long distances. If he was discovered, he would still be caught. This made Lin Ling give up on running away. In the following days, no one disturbed Lin Ling. Lin Ling also quietly cultivated. On this day, his soul force quietly enveloped the area, and he suddenly heard a wonderful singing voice. 10,000 miles of dim light. The swan geese come and go. The blue clouds clear the sky. The vast sky is one color. 10,000 miles of dim light. The autumn shadows of the river. The singing voice was crisp and clear. It was a woman's voice, but it gave people a feeling of carefree and happy. Lin Ling's heart surged. He thought of the second dream song. On that quiet night, a lonely girl sang and danced. Her beautiful eyebrows were drawn together, her sleeves fluttering in the wind, her sword standing shoulder to shoulder with the horizon, her present and past parting, lingering for a few years, her flowering gradually fading away, her fleeting years broken. Not only was she a lonely girl, she was also a stubborn girl. Everything she did was for the sake of survival. Unfortunately, life was like a dream. When one woke up from the dream, everything would come to an end. Lin Ling stepped forward, following the singing voice. Under a ruin, he saw a girl in a black dress squatting on the ground. She was looking at the ghost domain's ghost face flowers and singing by herself. From a distance, the girl was like the night. Because she wanted to protect herself, she was lonely and cold. The second dream. Lin Ling slowed down and muttered to himself. I said that I need time to recall the map. The more you force me, the harder it is for me to recall. At this moment, the girl in the black dress muttered to herself, causing Lin Ling to react. Looking carefully, she was not the second dream. Although they had the same temperament, she was more petite. The difference between her and the second dream was that the second dream was an ambitious girl. Although she was weak, she was also strong and independent. This girl was even weaker, like a hedgehog protecting herself. Sorry, I got the wrong person, Lin Ling said indifferently. Can you find a better excuse? During this period of time, you have used all kinds of methods, but I said that I need time to recall the map. The girl in black said disdainfully. She turned to look at Lin Ling and coldly snorted. You have delicate features, but I didn't expect you to be a dog of great xia. Alright, what other tricks do you have? Go ahead and play. See if you can get the map from me. Lin Ling was stunned. Could this girl in black be the other part of the map? Moreover, she thought that he was Xia Wuxia's man. He immediately reacted. No wonder Xia Wuxia didn't look for him during this period of time. It turned out that the other part of the map had also been memorized by someone else. Moreover, they were also stalling for time. Thinking like this, Lin Ling laughed. He and the girl were in the same boat. What are you laughing at? The girl in black was extremely vigilant, causing her to be very cold. A soft singing voice floated out from her mouth. The mortal world has its own infatuated people. Don't laugh at infatuation. If it wasn't for the cold and clear bones, how could the fragrance of plum blossoms assail your nostrils? The song was pleasant to the ears, but when it reached Lin Ling's ears, he immediately entered a strange realm. Everything that he thought of was quietly revealed. All the secrets were revealed at this moment. As if he was recalling them himself, as if they were pictures. Your Majesty. Chapter 1389. The owner of the other map. Lin Ling's blank eyes instantly condensed as murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He stomped the ground and pounced towards the black-clothed girl. His speed was so fast that the black-clothed girl didn't even have the slightest time to react before he knocked her to the ground. At this moment, the black-clothed girl's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Her 3 songs of sun, moon, and star were extremely powerful, but they had failed against a transcendent realm young man. Lin Ling pushed the black-clothed girl down and grabbed her delicate neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent, causing the black-clothed girl to panic. She wanted to say something, but with her neck being held, she couldn't say anything. At this moment, she regretted it. She hadn't expected that this handsome young man who seemed calm on the surface was actually hiding a storm. When the storm came, no one could stop it. Gradually, the black-clothed girl's face turned pale, and she found it difficult to breathe. Lin Ling stared at her. The other party had spied on his secrets before, including his Eye of Time, the ancient tomb map, and so on. What a terrifying girl. With one song, she could see through his entire life. Everyone had their own secrets, which were like a reverse scale. Being spied on would naturally put one in a bad mood. In addition, this place was filled with danger. Even if Lin Ling didn't have the heart to kill, he would still kill to protect himself. Ugh! The black-clothed girl made a sound with difficulty. Unfortunately, her delicate body was being pressed down by Lin Ling, as if she would be torn apart by Lin Ling at any moment. But gradually, Lin Ling relaxed his grip, his face indifferent. You want to kill me? The black-clothed girl breathed with difficulty a few times before angrily shouting. Didn't you want to do the same? After you spied on my secrets and found out everything, Xia Wuxia felt that I was useless and could kill me at any time. Lin Ling said in a low voice. I thought you were one of Xia Wuxia's people. The black-clothed girl's eyes were filled with anger, but her hostility had weakened a lot. Through her brief spying, she knew that this handsome young man wasn't one of Xia Wuxia's people, but the owner of another map. She had thought that Lin Ling was sent by Xia Wuxia, so she had played with him a little, but she hadn't expected Lin Ling to have such a big reaction. I was like you, I was wandering the ghost domain. Later, I saw an ancient stone tablet, and was captured by the Grand Xia. Now I've become a prisoner. Now get off me. The black-clothed girl's eyes. Ants Lin's stills. But I secret's your secret. Use words. Xia's. Use. Eslin, S's as fours. Her beautiful eyes gradually moistened, but the black-clothed girl stubbornly refused to beg for mercy. Lin Ling also gradually calmed down and stood up from her. He also noticed that the other party's actions before were unintentional. His actions now were a bit humiliating. I'll kill you sooner or later. After Lin Ling left, the black-clothed girl stood up and shouted angrily. You're welcome at any time. Lin Ling sneered, took out a bottle of wine, sat down on the side, and started drinking. The black-clothed girl's face was cold and full of murderous intent, but she also sat down next to him. The two were silent for a while, making the atmosphere a bit oppressive. I saw you before. You're also one of the map holders, but you're also trapped. Xiao Wuxia and the others thought you were just an ordinary transcendent. If they knew how terrifying your strength is, they wouldn't dare to relax their vigilance against you. After a while, the black-clothed girl said indifferently, her words piercing straight to the point. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This girl had such a venomous mouth, but he still laughed. If Xiao Wuxia knew that your immortal physique was a song that could control a second-layer saint, then he wouldn't relax his vigilance against you. The black-clothed girl's cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, reaching the first-layer saint realm. On the surface, she didn't seem very strong, but what was terrifying about her was her song. Her soul strength was above Lin Ling's, so it wasn't difficult for her to reach the second-layer saint realm. In fact, in terms of soul control, she was even stronger than Lin Ling. Are you still a man? If you insist on opposing me, why won't you yield to this little girl? The black-clothed girl glared at Lin Ling. His mouth was also very venomous. You have the strength of a second-layer Saint Realm ruler. You're not a little girl. Lin Ling replied coldly. The two fell silent again. Finally, the black-clothed girl said indifferently, "You humiliated me before, so I won't let you go. You will die without a doubt. However, our grudges can be settled after we leave this place. Right now you and I are both prisoners. In the ghost realm, we can try to team up." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He indeed needed help at the moment. If they wanted to team up, he could consider it. Then what's your idea? Lin Ling said indifferently. We can work together to leave this place. Moreover, you and I are both part of the map. Maybe we can find the Regent Ghost Emperor's tomb faster than them. The black-clothed girl suggested. Lin Ling sneered. First, why should I believe you? Second, your goal isn't to leave this place, but to find the Regent Ghost Emperor's tomb. Humph, your mouth will never spit out ivory. If I, Xian Yuangu, want to kill you, why do I have to do it now? I can promise you that I won't make a move before the team is separated. Moreover, finding the Regent Ghost Emperor's tomb is also the way out. The black-clothed girl sneered disdainfully, as if mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. Lin Ling fell into deep thought. Although he didn't trust the black-clothed girl, other than her, he couldn't find anyone else to help him. He nodded. All right, I promise you. However, I hope you remember the rules of the team. Don't betray your teammates. Otherwise, you will regret it. Are you threatening me? Let me remind you that teammates share life and death. If you are the first to run when there is danger, if I, Xian Yuangu, don't die, there will be no place for you in the mortal world's 3 mysterious realms. The two of them seemed to have formed a team, but they still didn't trust each other. They were only relying on the rules of the team to restrain each other. The two of them conversed once more. After a long time, Lin Ling slowly left. The two of them had come to an agreement. 3 days later, they would work together to escape this place. Although this seemed difficult, it wasn't impossible. After all, both of them had trump cards that could instantly kill a second-level saint. In addition, Xiao Wuxia wasn't too vigilant against them. As long as they were careful, their chances of escaping were much higher. 3 days later, the two of them quietly walked together. The ghost realm was still dark and gloomy, and they were heading in a certain direction. Two little friends, the ghost realm is dangerous. It's not good to wander around randomly. There were 2 experts on guard nearby. Their strength was at the 2nd level of the Saint Realm, and they weren't afraid of Lin Ling and the black-clothed girl messing around. First, Lin Ling and the black-clothed girl didn't have the strength to kill them. Second, even if they did have the strength, it was impossible for them to attack without anyone knowing. Chapter 1390. Escape. There are 3 second-layer saints nearby. Do you want to go first or should I go first? Xian Yuangu, dared to venture into the ghost domain alone. Obviously she had been through a lot. Ladies first. Lin Ling laughed, causing the cultivator of the 2nd layer of the Saint Realm to be puzzled. What were they talking about? At this moment, a song drifted out. The sky changed color and his world disappeared. Only the song remained. Then with a cracking sound, his soul shattered and turned into ashes. What a straightforward killing intent. Lin Ling praised. Xian Yuangu sneered. If I'm not straightforward, should I wait for him to kill me? I agree with your idea. It's my turn now. Lin Ling continued to walk towards another expert. The two of them looked like they were strolling casually. However, because of this, others would lower their guard. On the other hand, when they moved stealthily, others would be more cautious. As expected, that expert didn't sense anything. He didn't know that someone had died. Because that person's soul was shattered but his body was intact, he didn't sense anything. Blade of Nirvana. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lin Ling let out a low growl, and a terrifying soul power rolled out. That expert wanted to say something, but his soul was shattered. That expert didn't expect that a transcendent weakling would be able to kill him. There's one more. Let's work together, Xian Yuanguo said indifferently. She secretly thought that this handsome guy wasn't a soft persimmon. He killed decisively. Lin Ling shrugged. He also knew that he couldn't leave alone. On the contrary, with this little witch, the chances were higher. The two of them continued forward. Without any suspense, the two of them condensed their remaining soul force and worked together to kill that person. Then, under the gray sky, they disappeared. At this moment, the three experts were still standing there. On the surface, it seemed like they were still on guard. However, in reality they were all dead. It will take at least 2 hours for Xia Wuxia and the others to discover us. 2 hours is enough for us to leave. Hurry. On the dusky ground, two figures flashed like lightning. Lin Ling could clearly sense that Xian Yuanguo was somewhat excited. This woman was indeed a witch. It's better to be cautious. Xia Wuxia isn't a simple person. If they discover the dead within 2 hours, they can still catch up to us. Lin Ling reminded her from time to time. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the top of a hill and drew a map for each other. At this moment, Lin Ling did not hide anything, because he was not very interested in the ancient tomb. If Xian Yuanguo wanted to take the treasure for herself, then he would leave it to her. The reason why he continued to move forward was because of the team's promise. Of course, if it was easy to get the treasure, Lin Ling would not let it go. However, Xian Yuanguo didn't hide anything and drew the map. Let's go this way. Soon the two set out again. Not long after, a ghost had appeared in front of them. The surroundings were filled with dusky ghost chi. From time to time, the sound of ghosts crying could be heard, making people shudder. This place is somewhat ominous. Xian Yuanguo frowned and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense?" Lin Ling directly retorted, "How could there be a good place in the ghost domain? I found that you don't know how to be gentle to women. You are very stubborn. Can't you give in to me?" Xian Yuanguo coldly snorted. "First, I am telling the truth. Second, you have no relationship with Xian Yuanguo. You are a cruel and ruthless witch," Lin Ling said disdainfully. Xian Yuanguo coldly snorted again. She ignored Lin Ling and strode forward. When they got closer, they discovered that it was not a ghost head, but a ghost head mountain. It looked like a human head. Of course, the facial features of the head were extremely ferocious. "We are here. The map says to attack the ghost eyes and open the ancient tomb." Xian Yuanguo was not afraid. Instead, she was excited. She moved forward with light steps and the power of the sacred ocean erupted. She wanted to attack the ghost eyes. Moreover, the two ghost eyes attacked in a regular order. First 3 attacks from the left, then 2 from the right. Finally, both eyes attacked together. While Xian Yuanguo was excited, she didn't notice that the black soil under her feet was wriggling. A rotten corpse quietly crawled out and suddenly grabbed her ankle. This made Xian Yuanguo's face change dramatically, uprooting the heavens. At the critical moment, a sword slashed over. Then, the sound of metal clashing resounded. The rotten corpse seemed to be made of copper and iron. It was extremely hard. However, in the end, it was still cut in 2 by Lin Ling. "I didn't expect that other than your strong soul power, your martial arts are also very strong." Xian Yuanguo wiped the sweat from her forehead and stood up. Because she was not good at close combat, she was afraid of close combat. Moreover, they had arrived at the ancient tomb of the titled Ghost Emperor, and the map was complete. Lin Ling could completely ignore her and devour the treasures alone. However, Lin Ling did not and still helped her. This made her heart ripple. "Nonsense, stop talking nonsense." Lin Ling calmly put away his sword. Idiot who only knows how to cultivate. Xian Yuangu sneered. Her jade-like hands continuously waved, releasing spiritual energy to attack the ghost's eyes. After a while, there was a rumbling sound. The ghost's mouth opened, and a terrifying baleful Yin-Chi rushed out. The ancient tomb was opened. At the same time, the sound of ghosts crying appeared in all directions. Lin Ling turned his head and could not help but gasp. He saw a large number of baleful Yin-Chi, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Baleful Yin-Chi was the soul of an ancient soul. It did not fear the power of the 5 elements. If it did not enter the cycle of reincarnation, the 3 realms would not tolerate it. If one encountered a baleful Yin-Chi, unless one was an intermediate Saint Realm Master, there was only a slim chance of survival. Most of the cultivators who entered the ghost realm died at the hands of baleful Yin-Chi. This baleful Yin-Chi was obviously more powerful than the ancient soul Lin Ling encountered in the plucking star purple mansion. Quickly go in. Xian Yuangu, Er's face changed and immediately rushed towards the ghost's giant mouth. Lin Ling's face also became solemn. He distorted space and quickly rushed towards the entrance. However, although his speed was fast, the baleful Yin-Chi was not slow. In addition, Xian Yuangu, was close to the entrance while he was on the other side, so he was surrounded. 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Lin Ling shouted angrily and stretched out his left hand. A flame dragon roared and shot out. Facing the baleful Yin-Chi, unless it was a lightning or fire attack, physical strength was useless. Boundless Demon Eye. In addition, Soul Force could also kill baleful Yin-Chi. This was because baleful Yin-Chi was inferior to ancient corpses. In fact, it was only half a step away from the more terrifying Ghost General. A Ghost General was a combination of ancient corpses and baleful Yin-Chi. Both its physical body and soul were extremely terrifying. Although Lin Ling's attack barely blocked the baleful Yin-Chi, there were too many of them and Lin Ling was still drowned in them. Moreover, the 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon could not shake the baleful Yin-Chi and could only force them to retreat. Only Soul Force could kill them, but it consumed Lin Ling's soul force. This idiot. At this moment, at the entrance, Xian Yuangu frowned. Finally, she clenched her teeth and did not rush towards Lin Ling. Instead, she shot towards the entrance. This world was heartless. Everyone wanted to become stronger, so they only cared about themselves and their loved ones. However, Xian Yuangu didn't have any loved ones. She only cared about herself. Moreover, it wasn't like she hadn't been betrayed before. In the past, she had almost been gang raped and killed by her senior brothers. Those senior brothers were like brothers to her, and she trusted them. Therefore, that experience had been a great blow to her, and she no longer trusted anyone. Chapter 1391. Entering the ancient tomb. That woman really can't be trusted. At this moment, Lin Ling also sensed that she had left. His heart instantly turned cold. In fact, he never trusted her. It was just that there were very few people he could cooperate with, so he chose her. Your Majesty, more and more evil spirits are coming. Quickly enter the purple mansion. At this moment, Zilao's anxious voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's expression to become even more serious. The journey to the ghost realm was indeed a narrow escape. With his current strength, he had only explored for a short while and already encountered a life and death crisis. I ride a white horse through 3 trials. I change into plain clothes and return to the central plains. At this moment, a soul-stirring voice floated over like a brilliant heavenly might. The voice was clear and carefree, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. In front of his eyes, a large number of evil spirits exploded, attacked by the soul power of the voice. Then, a small hand as white as jade appeared in front of him. Idiot, hurry up and go. What are you daydreaming about? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled. He knew who came to help him. It was Xian Yuangu. Holding the soft hand, Lin Ling rushed towards the entrance. At this moment, the evil spirits at the entrance had already been cleared by Xian Yuangu. However, it could only last for a few breaths. In the next moment, this place would be flooded again. Space distortion. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He carried Xian Yuangu on his back and stepped into the space, finally rushing into the entrance. Hurry up. Remember to take the left side. This is what the map says. This ancient tomb is more dangerous than the outside. Xian Yuanguo's voice came from time to time. Gradually, the two of them were finally safe. They were surrounded by ancient stones, and in the depths, there was a terrifying yin qi gushing out from time to time. Lin Ling's vigilant nerves slightly relaxed. Previously, danger was everywhere. Then he smiled faintly. I found that you like to take advantage of others. How long do you want me to carry you? Heartless guy, you know that my physical body is not strong. Can't you carry me for a while longer? Xian Yuangu, climbed down from Lin Ling's back and curled her lips. Previously, don't think that my opinion of you has changed. I helped you because of the team's rules. Also, you helped me that time, so now we're even. If you continue to be a trash and encounter danger, I won't help you. Do trash talk a lot of nonsense? Lin Ling laughed disdainfully and strode forward. With the map, it was much safer for the two of them to proceed forward. There were many treasures in this ancient tomb, but the two of them decided to head straight for the main chamber. King, a famous expert in Xianhuangdiyu. After death, he entered the ghost domain and stepped on the ghost Dao to avoid reincarnation. He wanted to achieve an immortal and indestructible body. Xian Yuangu set on the way, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. He's already dead and entered the ghost domain. He still wants to avoid reincarnation. Is that possible? It's possible because he has the reincarnation heart. As long as his soul doesn't die in Reincarnation City and can safely return here, he can be reborn after death. Of course, it's not certain that he's immortal and indestructible. Xian Yuangu said. As long as the possessor of the reincarnation heart can find their own body, their soul can return again. Moreover, the soul with the reincarnation heart can't enter reincarnation. It's different from other souls. Xiao Wuxia's goal should be the reincarnation heart. It wasn't difficult for Lin Ling to guess. Xian Yuangu nodded. Obtaining the reincarnation heart is indeed equivalent to immortality from a certain point of view. How much do you know about Xiao Wuxia? Thinking of that ambitious and ruthless character, Lin Ling opened his mouth and asked. This person is not weak. He's an expert in the Xian ranking of the splendid mountain and rivers. Although he's ranked in the 90s, his cultivation is only at the 4th layer of the Saint Realm. If his cultivation increases, his ranking will increase. Xian Yuangu explained. The splendid mountain and rivers heaven, earth, profound and yellow ranking was very valuable. Among the 3 profound rankings of the mortal world, many cultivators tested their strength on that ranking. He's stronger than Jindosa. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This Xiao Wuxia was indeed an ambitious and ruthless character. He only has that little bit of strength. If I obtain the heaven, earth, man, ghost and god 9 songs, I can also defeat him. Xian Yuangu's petite body revealed a rare aura of confidence. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. So you're saying that you came here for the heaven, earth, man, ghost and god 9 songs? Yes. The regal king knew that he was going to be resurrected, so he collected many treasures before he died. Among them were the heaven, earth, man and god 9 songs. As for the man, ghost and god 9 songs, I don't have them. However, I currently have the sun, moon and star songs. With the heaven, earth and man 9 songs, my strength will greatly increase. My songs will be able to summon thousands of ghosts. Xian Yuangu's black clothes fluttered in the wind. We're here. The two entered the main room. This was a grand hall. In the center, there was a huge bronze coffin. It emitted the majesty of heaven and earth, as if it was the coffin of an ancient emperor that had fallen. Lin Ling and Xian Yuangu felt some pressure. From the aura, they could tell that the regal king's strength was terrifying. His strength was probably on par with Wu Sheng's. A dead man is like an extinguished lamp. It's just a corpse. As long as his soul can't rush out of Reincarnation City, he can't be resurrected. There's no need to be afraid of him. We'll take his reincarnation heart later. Xian Yuangu calmed down and smiled. The two continued forward. In the corner of the main room, they found the Yin-Yang Pisces talisman. From the records on the map, they knew that this talisman was the key to opening the coffin. If they hadn't obtained the map, they wouldn't have known this secret. Beside the bronze coffin, there were many sacrificial coffins. The two walked forward. Each of them held a key and jointly opened one of the sacrificial coffins. This sacrificial coffin was like a secret room. In the secret room, large amounts of gold, silver, and treasures were casually scattered and piled up like mountains. Lin Ling and Xian Yuanguo shook their heads. These treasures weren't very valuable to them. After that, the second sacrificial coffin was opened. There were countless treasures inside. Elixirs, weapons, martial arts, and so on. Although there were many treasures, their levels weren't high. They were useless to Lin Ling. Xian Yuanguo, on the other hand, was extremely excited. She smiled and collected many treasures. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly at her money-grubbing look. This woman was practically a living Lu Susu. After that, the third sacrificial coffin was opened. There were fewer treasures inside, but they were obviously more valuable. Kid, don't say that I didn't warn you. Do you see those devil-masked flowers? Xian Yuanguo pointed to some devil-masked flowers in the corner. Those flowers were black. The petals and stamens formed a strange smiley face. It was a specialty of the ghost realm. I see that this is the first time you've left Xianping province. You haven't gone out to gain experience. Let me tell you, those flowers have 7 kinds of devil-masked faces. If you find one with a smiley face, you have to collect it. If you refine it, it will help you step into the saint realm. Many martial artists in the mortal realm come for these flowers. However, if it's a crying face, a happy face, or a sad face, you can't touch them. Chapter 1392. Falling into a trap. Then I'll remind you. Do you see that black jade hairpin? That's a king stage heavenly soldier. It has a strong defensive power, and can resist the power of the 5 elements and yin and yang. Your body is weak, so it's very suitable for you. At this time, Lin Ling said indifferently. Xian Yuanguo's beautiful eyes narrowed. Previously, she proudly reminded Lin Ling, and wanted Lin Ling to know how powerful she was. She didn't expect Lin Ling to remind her. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the way of forging. My impression of you has changed. Xian Yuanguo said. She was a little surprised. Lin Ling's cultivation was not high, but his strength was extremely strong. Moreover, he knew a lot of things. He didn't seem like an ordinary warrior. Same to you. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Your Majesty, that's the feather of the vermilion bird. At this time Zilao's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's body to tremble. He looked over and saw a ball of red flame in the secret room. It kept burning as if it wouldn't be extinguished even after thousands of years. Looking carefully, it was a feather. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword had been reforged. What he lacked now was the feather of the vermilion bird. That feather, I want it. Lin Ling quickly walked forward. Xian Yuanguo said with dissatisfaction. That feather, I also want it. You're too much. You're taking so many precious treasures. Sorry, I'm a fire-type warrior. Therefore, that feather is very important to me. Of course, all the treasures in this secret room will be yours. Lin Ling said as he walked. Xian Yuanguo smiled with satisfaction. This Lin Ling knew how to conduct himself. Your Majesty, be careful. Use the rootless water, and sprinkle it on your hand. Gently take the feather of the vermilion bird, and place it in your zifu. At this moment, Zilao was extremely excited. With this treasure, His Majesty's sword could reach the Emperor stage. It would have the power to break the seal and greatly improve the martial way of fire. Lin Ling was also very excited. After collecting the feather of the vermilion bird, he turned his head and saw that Xian Yuanguo had also plundered all the treasures in the secret room. I found the 3 songs of heaven, earth, and man. A jade slip appeared in Xian Yuanguo's hand as she spoke with a grin. Her appearance couldn't be considered to be devastatingly beautiful, but her petite figure coupled with her slightly cold temperament was extremely attractive. Hee, I've also found the feather of the vermilion bird I need. Next, I'll continue to collect treasures. Lin Ling said Xian Yuanguo. Xian Yuanguo. Xian Yuanguo. Xian Yuanguo. Then, the two of them walked toward the 4th sacrificial coffin. However, just as they stepped out of the secret chamber, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically and turned cold instantly. Someone has entered the main chamber. What? Xian Yuanguo's pupils constricted. She subconsciously took a step back and looked at Lin Ling vigilantly. Lin Ling said Xian Yuanguo did the same. They both believed that Xian Yuanguo had betrayed them. No need to hide. You let us follow you for so long. Do you still want to hide? Footsteps continued to sound in the main hall. Then a cold voice drifted out. Lin Ling cautiously looked at Xian Yuanguo. Then he strode out. Xian Yuanguo already knew where he was, so there was no point in hiding. Xian Yuanguo frowned and also walked out. At this moment, a large number of experts were gathered in the main hall. Their powerful auras seemed to suppress the entire hall. The person in the lead was Wuxia. He wore a cloak and stood there like a king. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. Lin Ling, you didn't expect us to meet again, did you? An indifferent voice drifted out from Wuxia's mouth. You followed us? Or is this a scheme within a scheme? Lin Ling frowned as he glanced at the experts in the main hall. There were a lot of experts on the other side. The situation was somewhat troublesome. Although I want to say that the woman beside you is one of us, I'm sorry. She didn't betray you. Wuxia said indifferently. His words made Lin Ling feel relieved. He didn't know why, but he would rather be surrounded and killed than hear Wuxia say that Xian Yuanguo betrayed him. Similarly, Xian Yuanguo gently smiled. She also had the same thought. Perhaps she and Lin Ling both had a kind of obsession. They believed that the people they trusted would never betray them again. In fact, we deliberately let you two out because we knew that you two would stall for time and wouldn't easily tell us the map. So, instead of using force, we might as well let you two lead the way to the ancient tomb. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. The smile on his face carried a trace of confidence and pride. Lin Ling was a very intelligent junior, but he was still played in the palm of his hand. Despicable. Hearing those words, Xian Yuanguo immediately shouted. She finally understood why the other party appeared here. It turned out that all of this was a scheme to trick them. In order to force them to hand over the map, she and Lin Ling would stall for time. However, Wuxia was very smart. He chose to let Lin Ling free. In the end, the two escaped and took the initiative to lead the way to the ancient tomb of the Regent Ghost Emperor. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. How is this despicable? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too inexperienced. Wuxia smiled contemptuously. He glanced at the bronze coffin with excitement in his eyes. If he could obtain the reincarnation heart, he would be able to resurrect after death. This treasure was worth his effort to come to the ghost realm. Now both of you are going to die, especially you, Lin Ling. I feel that you are a great threat. I won't let you grow. What I like the most is to strangle geniuses in their cradle. Wuxia erupted with a powerful aura. His surging killing intent locked onto Lin Ling. That killing intent was extremely dense. The other experts sneered. Lin Ling was just thinking that he was smart. Now that he was surrounded by so many experts, how could he still be alive? At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Wuxia was too strong. He wasn't a match for him right now, so he could only run. This way. Go. Without saying anything, Lin Ling slashed at the bronze coffin in the distance. He didn't run back the way he came, but chose the path behind him. There were countless paths in this ancient tomb. The path he came from was the safest, but it didn't mean that there was only one way out. Of course, the most important thing was that the path he came from had been blocked by Wuxia. Clang! Lin Ling's sword slashed out with a majestic aura. The power formed a sword energy in the void and landed on the ancient bronze coffin, causing the ancient bronze coffin to sway. It also let out a low and deep sound that shook people's hearts. At this moment, Wuxia's eyes narrowed and a trace of fear rose in his heart. After all, according to the legends, the Regent Ghost Emperor wasn't dead. Could it be that Lin Ling had awakened him? Moreover, if that ancient expert were to awaken, all of them would die. Not good. Roar. The others also roared furiously. The imposing aura of dominance from before had disappeared at this moment. What replaced it was a kind of panic. However, it was clear that they had worried too much. Lin Ling's sword was just a diversion, deliberately mystifying. The bronze coffin began to sway, but it gradually quieted down. Whoosh! At the same time, the Xianyuangu, tacitly rushed toward Lin Ling. Little bastard, you dare to trick me? Bastard. Chapter 1393. On the verge of death, stop him. Stop. On the other side of the passage, a large number of masters appeared. These people had been waiting for a long time. Obviously, they had sealed off the exit after entering the hall, but the main path was guarded by Xiao Wuxia. Lin Ling, we meet again. Stop. The one who appeared in front of Lin Ling was Xiapai, a second-layer saint. Although he wasn't very strong, as long as he stopped Lin Ling for a breath, Xiao Wuxia would have enough time. Furthermore, besides Xiapai stood several experts, all of whom were second heaven saint realm cultivators. The situation had become dangerous at this moment. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely calm. Over the years, he had encountered many life and death situations, so the more dangerous it was, the calmer he was. Those who block me will die. Stop. A low roar filled with murderous intent gushed out. In that instant, the hearts of the Xiapai masters trembled, and they actually hesitated. Don't be scared by him. He's just a transcendent trash. Stop. However, Xiapai instantly regained his calm. Yesterday, he had a long talk with his father, who had said that Lin Ling was brave and resourceful, so he couldn't be allowed to live. A person like Lin Ling, once he matured, would definitely have terrifying achievements. Therefore, if he became an enemy, he had to kill him in one blow, or else he would receive earth-shattering revenge. Young master, I'll kill him. Stop. A master strode out, bringing with him a surging aura, and pounced towards Lin Ling. Saber of Nirvana. Stop. Lin Ling's eyes emitted a ruthless light, and an invisible soul force bloomed. A small golden saber was about to slay the soul. Lin Ling had used his strongest move right from the start. Clearly, he knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Put on. The second-layer saint sneered. He wanted to capture Lin Ling and make a big contribution, but before he could do anything, his body trembled, and he fell to the ground in front of everyone. The entire hall instantly fell silent. If it had been Xianyuangu, or who had killed him, they could still accept it. But Lin Ling? One had to know that Lin Ling was a transcendent realm master, but instead of fighting back or suppressing them, he had killed them in a single blow. On top of that, when Lin Ling and Xianyuangu had escaped and killed 3 Saint Realm Masters, they had all thought it was Xianyuangu, or who had taken action. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, but the madness in their eyes intensified. Lin Ling must die. Kill him. Xiao Wuxia roared, and an unparalleled power swept out from behind him. He couldn't allow Lin Ling to escape. 3 songs of the sun, moon, and star. Just at this moment, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life, accompanied by an ancient charm, drifted out. The voice was like the weeping of ghosts, making the ancient tomb even more terrifying. Plop. Another cultivator who had tried to stop Lin Ling had died. Everyone looked at Xianyuangu in shock. They knew that she was the one who had killed Lin Ling. The battle prowess of this young man and woman was too terrifying. Go, this is their soul force attack, and can only be used once. They are no longer a threat. Capture Xianyuangu and kill Lin Ling. Xiao Wuxia's voice came from behind, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Obviously, the last thing he wanted was for Lin Ling to leave alive. Lin Ling, you're nothing but trash. If you have the ability, then fight me. Go. Hearing his father's words, Xiapai took a step forward and rushed towards Lin Ling with a cold expression. At the same time, the remaining people beside him also rushed over. The situation became even more urgent. Perhaps in the next moment Lin Ling would fall here. However, at this moment, the mysterious voice drifted out once more. It was like the might of the heavens had appeared on those experts, causing one of them to die again. The remaining experts were somewhat afraid and slowed down a bit. Clearly, this was the might of Xianyuangu's immortal body. Her soul force was 1 level higher than Lin Ling's, and most importantly, she could fuse with her immortal body. Therefore, Lin Ling's killing move couldn't be used again, but she could still use it once more. Bastard. Go. Xiapai glanced around. Currently, he was the only one rushing towards Lin Ling. However, this was enough. Lin Ling had killed his brother. Today, he would kill Lin Ling in front of everyone. The enmity of killing my brother is irreconcilable. With one move, I will make you regret being born. Go. Rumble. The surging and majestic claw grabbed at Lin Ling, causing the void to explode. The entire hall seemed to sway. This was the small success stage of a heavenly pattern martial art. The might of this martial art had yet to approach Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's robes were already fluttering in the wind. Lin Ling, be careful. Hurry. Behind him, Xian Yuangu'er anxiously shouted. She knew that Lin Ling's soul force was very strong, but now that it was exhausted, he wasn't Xia Pai's opponent at all. A yellow grade 5 immortal body wants to show off in front of me. Retreat. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling didn't retreat and counterattacked. At this moment, the ancient god ancestor appeared. A sword carrying an unparalleled tyrannical intent ruthlessly slashed out, as if it wanted to cut apart the ghost domain. The power of 8 universes erupted. Rumble. The two experts collided, causing the hall's soil to fall like rain. Rolling power erupted endlessly, causing everyone to stop breathing as they stared ahead. Boom. In the next moment, a figure flew out like a cannonball and smashed into the ground. Spitting out blood, he fainted. Everyone hurriedly looked over, and their pupils trembled fiercely. This person was their young master, Xia Pai. In their first confrontation, their young master was at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Yes. His soul force is strong enough to kill a second-layer saint. That's still acceptable. But to use his own strength to defeat young master, what kind of monster is he? Yes. His talent is at least yellow grade 7. Yes. Many experts cried out in shock. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. After all, on the surface, Lin Ling only had a saint physique. But because of this, they felt even more terrified. If a transcendent could kill a second-layer saint, what if he reached the saint realm? Obviously, they had underestimated Lin Ling. Thinking of this, the experts angrily shouted, "You must kill him!" Yes. Heaven and earth. Boom. At this moment, Lin Ling's figure became ethereal. His illusory form intersected with reality, distorting space and time. He actually passed by the remaining experts and finally appeared at the entrance. However, after clashing with Xia Pai, although he had the upper hand, he still suffered some injuries. Although Xia Pai's talent and martial arts were weaker than Lin Ling's, his realm was still there. He was definitely not to be underestimated. Lin Ling, put down your sword and come over here obediently. Boom. At that moment, a cold shout rang out, causing Lin Ling to stop. Looking back, he saw that Xian Yuangu'er had been captured by many masters. Xian Yuangu'er's soul force was extremely strong, so it was naturally too late for her to escape after helping Lin Ling resist the masters. Lin Ling instantly clenched his fists. He knew that Xia Wuxia's goal was him, so he planned to use himself as bait to reduce the pressure on Xian Yuangu'er and allow her to escape. But he hadn't expected Xia Wuxia to be so despicable that he wouldn't even let a girl go. You've hidden your strength well. Not only is your soul force powerful, but your strength is also terrifying, actually being able to shake a second-layer saint. I, Xia Wuxia, have seen countless geniuses, but this is the first time I've seen someone as terrifying as you. Unfortunately, you will still fall here. Chapter 1394. Don't come back. Xia Wuxia, you're a famous expert. Don't you find it shameful to capture a weak woman? Lin Ling coldly said. His face was filled with killing intent. Haha, I do find it shameful to hear you say that. However, I've always been a despicable person. Compared to your life is more important. Put down your sword, kneel on the ground, and get over here. Otherwise I'll kill her. Xia Wuxia angrily shouted again. The experts behind him also sneered. Lin Ling had hidden his strength very deeply. When he erupted, he was like a storm that raised the sky, causing them to be extremely afraid. But now the older the ginger, the spicier the ginger. Lin Ling was still being dominated by their lord. He would die in the end. We'll watch how you die. An old man sneered, causing even more laughter filled with killing intent to ring out. At this moment, the hall was filled with surging killing intent. At this moment, Xian Yuangu'er shouted, Lin Ling, leave immediately. They won't dare to kill me. You and I each have a yin-yang fish talisman. This is the key to opening the bronze coffin. So before they obtain your key, They absolutely won't dare to kill me. Her words caused everyone's expression to change. Key. A key was needed to open the bronze coffin? Bitch. Xiao Wuxia. Xiao Wuxia's eyes turned cold as he angrily shouted. These two juniors were still very cunning. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Xian Yuanguo's delicate neck. He only needed to use a bit of strength in Xian Yuanguo, or would die in his hands. Lin Ling, I said before that if you continue to be such trash, I won't save you. But now, I've fallen into his hands. I've dragged down the team. How can I be so shameful as to let you save me? If you don't leave, I'll never forgive you. Xian Yuanguo's beautiful eyes narrowed as she let out a final cry. At this moment, Lin Ling took a deep look at Xian Yuanguo. He gripped his sword tightly, gritted his teeth, turned around, and strode towards the tunnel. I'm leaving. I'm finally leaving. Don't come back. I, Xian Yuanguo, have been betrayed all my life, but you're the only one who didn't betray me. You trusted me, so now I'm repaying you. Xian Yuanguo looked at the gradually disappearing slender figure. Her beautiful eyes were moist. She had always been betrayed by others. It was rare for her to meet someone who believed in her and didn't betray her for benefits. She would cherish him and give up her life for him to leave. It had been a long time since she had been trusted by someone. My heart is filled with obsession. Unless the heavens collapse and the earth shatters, I will return. However, while she was in a daze, she faintly heard a firm voice. He must return. This was the team's promise. What a joke. Xian Yuanguo, this isn't the first time you've gone out to train. In a life and death crisis, who would think of themselves? Lin Ling won't return because he's not my match. If he returns, he'll die. At this moment, Xiao Wuxia's eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling had disappeared, and most importantly, he had taken the key with him. Xiao Wuxia had been guarding the treasure mountain, but he couldn't open it. I'll let you go now. You take us to chase after Lin Ling. I promise you that if we catch Lin Ling, I'll let you leave alive and give you all the treasures you obtained before. Xiao Wuxia said again. Because the ancient tomb was filled with danger, he didn't dare to recklessly charge in. The only ones who knew the map were Xian Yuanguo and Lin Ling. Although I hate that guy, I hate you even more. Therefore, I won't lead the way. You can kill me, but perhaps after killing me, Lin Ling won't return. Xian Yuanguo stubbornly said like a stubborn hedgehog. That sentence caused Xiao Wuxia's heart to fiercely tremble. He wanted to kill her, but he didn't dare to. Before catching Lin Ling, he couldn't kill Xian Yuanguo. If Lin Ling knew that Xian Yuanguo was dead, he would definitely disappear from this world. Then Xiao Wuxia would truly return empty-handed. You think he'll return? Don't be naive. Xiao Wuxia. Xiao Wuxia angrily roared. Xian Yuanguo became silent, her little face sad. In fact, if she escaped alive and obtained the treasures, she wouldn't return. Therefore, how could Lin Ling return? You can't answer it yourself. You know that he won't return. The so-called friendship between teammates is a joke. Xiao Wuxia roared again, then waved his hand. Chase. Kill Lin Ling and bring back the key. Bastard. If I catch him, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Chase. The masters beside him all shouted angrily, their malevolent auras surging. Today they had set up a trap and thought that killing Lin Ling, who was at the transcendent realm, would be as easy as flipping their hands. In the end, they were still tricked by the other party. Moreover, the most infuriating thing was that the other party had left with the key. Xiao. A large number of people chased after Lin Ling along the passage. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was extremely cold. A map appeared in his mind as his figure constantly shuttled through the passage. In this passage, there were many ghosts and ancient corpses layer upon layer. Lin Ling, where can you escape to? Behind him, a large number of masters had arrived. They were all second-layer saints. Their faces were filled with killing intent and indifference. As long as one of them entangled Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Ling, you must be panicking right now. Listen to me. Put down your sword and obediently admit your mistakes. Then Sir Xiao will let you go. An old man shouted. He seemed to be persuading, but a mysterious martial art was brewing in his right hand, making his arm look like an ancient withered tree. Obviously, his immortal physique was extremely mysterious and was related to the wood attribute. That's right, we just want the treasure. We won't kill you. The others sneered in agreement. As for the old man who spoke, he was still running along the passage with the others. His speed was extremely fast, covering a distance of 1,000 miles in a breath. The withered tree in his right hand was even more mysterious, with mysterious runes appearing on it. Wood Emperor's true chi hand. In the next moment, he looked at the faintly discernible figure in front of him and fiercely struck out. At this moment, the others were also excited. The old man who attacked was extremely famous in the great Xianyuan domain. His name was Wood Emperor, and his strength was unfathomable. If he attacked, they would definitely be able to catch Lin Ling. As his palm struck out, a strange chi pervaded the air. The withered tree palm seemed to pierce through the void, disappearing in front of them. In the next moment, it appeared behind Lin Ling. One must know that the two sides were 1,000 miles apart, but when the old man attacked, the distance between them was shortened in an instant. Good, we caught him. The other masters laughed. They knew that the Wood Emperor's true chi hand was a heavenly pattern martial art that was half a step into the great completion. In addition, the Wood Emperor's cultivation was much higher than theirs. At this moment in front of them, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His sharp soul power sensed a terrifying power coming at him. Behind him, the withered tree claw shot out and hit Lin Ling at an inconceivable speed. Then, it turned into an ancient vine, and with a crackling sound, it actually coiled around Lin Ling. Good, as expected of the Wood Emperor. Chapter 1395. Beheading the Wood Emperor. My Wood Emperor's true chi hand can destroy a 1,000-mile mountain. As long as you're caught, even gods and demons won't be able to escape. The old man smiled faintly. His words were filled with pride. No one else had been able to catch Lin Ling, but he had. This was a powerful achievement. But at this moment, a scorching heat rushed over, causing the old man's eyes to narrow. Fire? No, it was a flame dragon. The crowd watched as a gigantic flame dragon appeared on the surface of Lin Ling's body, who was wrapped in vines. It roared continuously and burned the ancient vines. The aura it emitted was extremely domineering. His heavenly martial art has reached the minor completion stage. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, he didn't know how the summer faction lost, but now, he was more familiar with it. Lin Ling was only a transcendent, but he actually had a major law. Let's speed up. After we get the key, we must kill him. The others were also solemn. They felt that Lin Ling's body was full of secrets. Don't worry. My Wood Emperor's hand isn't that easy to break. The Wood Emperor smiled faintly. Although he was surprised by Lin Ling's talent, he was still confident. However, he didn't know that compared to Lin Ling's current fire martial art, Lin Ling's true strength was his physical strength. Swallowing mountains and rivers. Almost as soon as the Wood Emperor's voice fell, everyone saw the majestic aura of an ancient god emperor erupt in front of the raging flames. Then crackling sounds rang out continuously, shocking everyone's eardrums. Not good. The Wood Emperor's indifferent face revealed a look of horror at this moment. Then, his face turned pale as he panicked. Boom. At the same time, an explosive sound rang out. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling seemed to have become even larger. He was overbearing and majestic, and he actually managed to break free from the Wood Sovereign's ancient vines. This meant that Lin Ling had used his physical body and flames to break through the Wood Sovereign's grand rule martial arts. Ah! The Wood Emperor let out a pained howl as he rubbed his arm. At this moment, his arm was broken and shattered. Clearly, the vines that wrapped around Lin Ling were transformed from his arm. This martial art was also extremely terrifying. Within 1,000 miles, it could capture people without leaving a trace. Unfortunately, this martial art had encountered Lin Ling. You broke my Wood Emperor's true energy hand. The Wood Empress raised her head and glared at Lin Ling with rage. The eyes of the other experts trembled fiercely. Previously, they had thought that they had caught Lin Ling, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would be so powerful? Not only had he unraveled the vines of the Wood Emperor, he had even injured the Wood Emperor. That's all there is to it. Now die. At that moment, the strong cultivators felt their mouths go dry. However, the Wood Emperor roared, "You're not qualified. What else can you do besides running away? You're not strong enough. What else can you do besides running away?" The Wood Emperor roared furiously. Smoke the heavens and earth. However, just as the Wood Emperor's voice fell, another cold voice drifted out, causing the eyes of all the experts to narrow. What had Lin Ling done? How powerful and majestic is a second-layer Saint Realm Master. However, you can't even see through my space distortion grand principles. What qualifications do you have to call yourself the Wood Emperor? While everyone was still in shock, a strange voice suddenly drifted out from behind them, causing their faces to turn even paler. When had Lin Ling appeared behind them? It was a grand principle. Lin Ling actually possessed another grand principle. Moreover, it seemed to be the Void Grand Principle. One had to know that the symbol of the Saint Realm was to comprehend the void. Such a profound realm was something that even they couldn't comprehend, but Lin Ling had. You are just a transcendent. How can you possess two grand principles? The Wood Emperor found it hard to believe. Right now, he really wanted to tell Xiao Wuxia that their evaluation of Lin Ling had dropped once again. This young man was even more terrifying than they had imagined. You'll know when you die. At the back of the passage, Lin Ling had already appeared strangely. His body was like flowing water, extremely mysterious. He raised his sword and the magnificent and domineering sword also flowed like water. Die for me. All the experts heard this sentence. The sword swallowed mountains and rivers and slashed towards the Wood Emperor with an unstoppable momentum. Moreover, the terrifying thing was that although the sword seemed very slow on the surface, there was a mysterious charm to it. It was as if even though it was slow, it couldn't be avoided. This was the power of the space distortion. The space distortion, coupled with Lin Ling's terrifying 8 universes force, made this sword extremely terrifying. Hung long. A deafening sound rang out in the passage. In the eyes of all the experts, the Wood Emperor was slashed to pieces by the sword. A large amount of wood fragments scattered in the passage, causing everyone's hearts to beat violently. Although the Wood Emperor's strength wasn't comparable to the Summer factions, he was still a famous expert. However, he still died at the hands of a Transcendent Realm Junior. Most importantly, the Wood Emperor no longer underestimated Lin Ling. Unlike the Summer faction's carelessness when they were defeated. Let's see who dares to kill me. An ethereal voice rang out in the passage. Everyone looked at the young man in the passage again. At this moment, the young man had strangely disappeared again. This mysterious great principal power made the experts gasp. Their previous desire to kill was finally shaken at this moment. At this moment, Lin Ling distorted space and appeared in front of the passage again. Previously, he seemed to have easily killed the Wood Emperor, but in fact he had erupted with 120% of his strength. He was also gambling on the fear and hesitation of those experts. However, the Wood Emperor was obviously shocked by his strange figure, so Lin Ling was able to kill him. But in a real battle, it would be very difficult for Lin Ling to kill the Wood Emperor in a short period of time. After all, the Saint Sea of the Saint Realm was not something Lin Ling could contend with. Coldly looking at those experts, Lin Ling moved forward again. As for those experts, they stood rooted to the ground and did not choose to continue the chase. Are we letting him go just like that? Go ahead. I saw it before. Although his cultivation realm is low, his innate immortal physique is very terrifying. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill the Wood Emperor with one sword strike. Yes, his innate immortal physique is to improve his physical strength. It has reached a strength beyond our imagination. Frown. The experts frowned as they spoke, suppressing the anger in their hearts. So many of them had come to kill Lin Ling, but they did not dare to do so. They were afraid of Lin Ling's strength. If news of this were to spread, they would lose all face. Rumble. Suddenly, the passageway shook violently. A large amount of baleful ghosts and ancient corpses appeared, causing the expressions of those experts to change drastically. They only wanted to pursue Lin Ling, but they'd forgotten that this passageway was one of the most dangerous passageways. It was so dangerous that even Xiao Wuxia was extremely fearful of it. Not good, look, it's full of evil spirits. It's the same behind. Damn it, We were tricked and lured here by Lin Ling. Lin Ling has the map and must know how to get out of danger, but we can't. Help! Save me! Evil spirits are entangling me. Chapter 1396. Complete Annihilation. At this moment, Lin Ling was quickly passing through the passage. His eyes were filled with anger and madness as a large number of ghosts rushed over from the passage. Saber of Nirvana. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul force had recovered quite a bit. The golden saber shot out like a hot knife through butter. Pung pung pung. A large number of ghosts let out ferocious sounds before exploding. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ling ran again. Right now he wanted to leave the ancient tomb and quickly improve his strength. Of course, he had a map in his mind, so he knew which path was safer and faster. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared at the entrance of Ghost Head Mountain. His blue robe slowly fluttered in the wind as he stared at Ghost Head Mountain. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "I will be back." After saying this, Lin Ling disappeared into the vast earth and set off on his journey again. Obviously, Lin Ling knew very well that he wasn't Xia Wuxia's opponent at the moment, but if he broke through to the Saint Realm, then the gap wouldn't be too far. Moreover, he had one of the Yin Yang Pisces keys on him, so as long as he didn't capture him, Xia Wuxia wouldn't dare to kill Xian Yuan Gu'er. Therefore, before Lin Ling was found, Xian Yuan Gu'er was safe. I've been through all kinds of storms since I started learning martial arts. How can I fall here? Xia Wuxia, if you want to kill me, then let's see who will kill who. At this moment in the palace, a group of powerhouses stood there quietly, staring at the ancient bronze coffin with extremely ugly expressions. The treasure was right in front of them, but they couldn't get it. Sir, don't worry. This time, the Wood Emperor has taken action. He will definitely bring back Lin Ling's head and key. A powerhouse said to Xia Wuxia, causing Xia Wuxia's expression to improve slightly. Hong long long. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the passage, and then a figure rushed out anxiously and in a sorry state. Chaozhan, what's going on? Xia Wuxia immediately shouted, causing all the powerhouses to frown. Dead, they're all dead. The powerhouse who rushed out had blue skin, as if he had been poisoned. At this moment everyone fell silent. Everyone fell silent. Dead, the group of masters who had been chasing Lin Ling before had all died. One had to know that there were a total of 8 Saint Realm masters there. Where's the Wood Emperor? Xia Wuxia said word by word. The expert sucked in a cold breath and replied, he was killed by Lin Ling. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. Were they completely wiped out? Good Xia Wuxia, Xia Wuxia, Xia Wuxia. Xia Wu laughed heartily. He had never suffered such a great loss before. The injured expert begged, Sir, help me. I've been poisoned. We're a team. You have to help me. Xia Wu. Xia Wuxia's face was filled with anger and malevolence. He strode forward and the yin yang wheel appeared in his hand. He slammed it down, and the injured expert was smashed into meat paste. My lord, how terrifying. The powerhouses in the hall didn't dare to say anything. They also knew that Xia Wuxia was in a rage. Tengu, can you kill Lin Ling? Xia Wuxia's gaze shifted and landed on a thin young man. This person was a genius in the prime of his youth. He had reached the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm at such a young age, and had a powerful background. However, because he needed Xia Wuxia's recommendation, he teamed up with Xia Wuxia in order to obtain a recommendation to enter the Ancient Rhyming Immortal Platform. In the Great Mystic region, the Ancient Rhyming Immortal Platform was as mysterious as the 7 Emperors' Heaven. It was the place where countless young people yearned to learn martial arts. Tengu has made a move? This person is eccentric, and is a powerful peerless genius. No matter how monstrous Lin Ling is, he's definitely not a match for him. Lin Ling is dead for sure. Many powerhouses became excited. Yes. The thin young man walked out. His nose was obviously bigger than an ordinary person's. It was extremely strange and evil. His immortal physique had reached the 7th grade of the Yellow Realm. With Tengu in his body, he was like the true Lord of Darkness. Go. Xia Wuxia also knew his opponent's strength. He waved his hand indifferently. Tengu nodded and disappeared on the spot. He didn't take any other path. Instead, He went towards the path Lin Ling had taken. This guy isn't afraid of ghosts and ancient corpses. His nose is very sharp. There are 300 million people in the mortal world. As long as he knows the smell of the other party, even if they hide in the 6 paths of reincarnation, he can still find them. Many powerhouses were looking forward to Tengu killing Lin Ling and taking back the key. Soon after, everyone left the hall. Xin Yuangu was tied up by the powerhouses. Her eyes flickered constantly as she recalled the words of the senior brother who had died in her hands. In one's life, who entered one's life was determined by fate. Some people were destined to accompany one's life. Some people were destined to become fallen leaves that would be blown away by the wind. Fallen leaves were ultimately just passers-by. Lin Ling might be a passerby in her life. Once he left, he would never return. In the sky, the 6 paths of reincarnation surged. The earth was vast and ghostly chi filled the air. The song of reincarnation drifted in the world. A figure quickly passed through the vast earth. If one looked carefully, this person had a handsome face and a trace of stubbornness in the depths of his eyes. Your Majesty, you triple cultivate essence, chi, and spirit. It will be difficult for your essence to improve in a short period of time. The Fiend God Overlord physique will require more resources from the 4th level onwards. However, your Majesty's chi can be improved. Moreover, the Tyrant Song Sword can also transform into the Emperor realm. Elder Z's voice kept ringing. He knew that Lin Ling urgently needed strength. Lin Ling had eyes, talent, and time. The only thing he lacked was cultivation resources. The energy-returning spirit mushroom should be able to bring me one step closer to the Saint Realm. Moreover, I also obtained a few ghost face flowers. Lin Ling nodded. He really wanted to become stronger. Your Majesty, a large number of experts have come out of the ancient tomb. It's best to avoid them. This time, we're no longer in the periphery of the ghost realm. Let's go forward and enter the Purple Palace. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. He stepped on the ground and disappeared into the vast land. After a long time, under an ancient boulder, a jade pagoda lay on the ground. If one didn't look at it from a close distance, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. In the Purple Palace, Lin Ling sat cross-legged and refined the energy-returning spirit mushroom and ghost face flowers. Hong Long Long. At this moment, in Lin Ling's dantian, the 8 spiritual sources were madly rotating and transforming into the Holy Sea. The energy-returning spirit mushroom and ghost face flowers had turned into a huge amount of world energy that was constantly being replenished. These 2 heavenly treasures were born from the essence of heaven and earth. One was a treasure unique to the great mystic origin realm, while the other was a treasure born from the ghost realm. Just a little bit more. After 3 months, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. He was still a little bit away from condensing the Holy Sea. In fact, Lin Ling's forced breakthrough was not a good idea as he had to rely on a huge amount of cultivation resources to achieve it. In terms of mental state, Lin Ling did not have the martial Dao heart that corresponded to the Saint Realm, but right now Lin Ling did not have time to think about such things. Your Majesty's strength is too strong. With 8 spiritual sources, it's difficult to condense the Holy Sea, but once you succeed, Your Majesty's Holy See will be even more majestic than ordinary people. Elder Z said. Lin Ling nodded. Let's start forging the tyrannical song sword. Chapter 1397. Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier Above the Vast Sea. Elder Z looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's pupils constricted and he closed his eyes. His state of mind was indeed unstable. Standing there, Lin Ling enjoyed the wind and the fresh smell of the sea. Time slowly passed at this moment. The turbulent sea gradually calmed down, as if it was Lin Ling's heart. The entire sea became as calm as a mirror. Your Majesty has been meditating for a whole year. Elder Z stood at the side like a loyal guard. At this moment, he was secretly surprised. A year. Just standing on the sea and calming his restless heart. This was not something that anyone could do. After all, it was not rare for a martial artist to cultivate in seclusion for a year. But to do nothing and just stand there for a whole year, this was very difficult. His state of mind was as calm as water. When he was motionless, the sea and sky were as calm as a mirror. When he moved, he was like a thunderbolt that could slaughter the world. Elder Z, can we begin? Finally, Lin Ling opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a clear smile. His restless heart had calmed down. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your state of mind has improved once again. Your Majesty's soul force has reached the 60th level. Elder Z smiled excitedly. This made Lin Ling stunned for a moment. Then he sensed that his soul force had improved once again. Your Majesty, you can now enter the third layer of the Purple Palace realm. The Void World, there is nothing there. It is the most suitable place to forge the Tyrant Song Sword. The fourth layer, the Inferno Prison, imprison the criminals of the Star-Picking Nation. It is suitable for Your Majesty to challenge. Elder Z continued to say, Good, let's go to the third layer. My Fire Martial Dao should be improved. Lin Ling also smiled excitedly. He followed Elder Z and entered the higher layer of the Purple Palace realm. When Lin Ling stepped in, an indescribable feeling came over him. Void. Everything was void. This feeling could not be described with words. It was as if the entire world had turned into nothingness. This was also a kind of void realm. This was the third level of the Purple Palace realm, the empty world. Under the shroud of nothingness, Lin Ling suddenly had a deeper understanding of the Fiend God Overlord Physique's fourth level, heaven-smelling earth. The space between them turned everything into nothingness. One had to know that the spatial distortion technique was to distort space, allowing Lin Ling to weave through the void and distort his opponent's attacks. However, the spatial separation technique was to create two different types of space. This was also the great success stage of the spatial laws. Of course, Lin Ling's comprehension was only at the initial stage. It made his great space regulation stronger, but it still hadn't reached the power of space interval. A long time later, Lin Ling opened his eyes and discovered that his soul force had risen again, reaching the 65th order. It seemed like this was the reward given to Lin Ling by the Violet Palace Hall for stepping into the third floor. Heavenly Book, come down. At the same time, a large number of ancient heavenly books floated down from the sky. These heavenly books recorded a large number of runes. There were elementary, intermediate, advanced, and even king and emperor grade runes. Lin Ling was able to forge an intermediate heavenly weapon before, but this time, he wanted to forge an emperor grade tyrannical song sword. The tyrannical song sword must be of the fire attribute. With this sword, although my talent won't change, my Fire Martial Dao will be greatly improved, and I'll enter the immortal physique level. Lin Ling's hands flew up, and in a breath's time, 3,000 runes appeared and floated in the sky. In 2 breaths, 10,000 runes. An incense stick's worth of time, 100,000 runes. After Lin Ling's soul power had greatly improved, his speed of carving runes had become even faster, and he could do as he pleased. No, these runes can't be fused with the Tai runes or the Golden Void runes. The Karmic Fire runes and the Fire Monument runes are suitable for my tyrannical song sword. As time passed, runes appeared in the sky, shining brightly and extremely mysterious. Elder Z sucked in a breath of cold air. How many runes were there? The empty world was no longer empty. It was empty to begin with, so let it be empty. At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently. With a wave of his hands, all the runes disappeared, and the empty world was once again formed. Elder Z couldn't help but feel heartache. Those runes were priceless. It was a pity that His Majesty had destroyed them just like that. What's lost will come back again. Lin Ling smiled faintly. With a thought, the materials used to refine the tyrannical song sword floated out. The Karmic Fire runes, the Fire Monument runes, the Sky-Devouring runes. Currently my physical defense is the strongest, so when the sword is reforged, it must be the sharpest and most lethal sword. Every time I collide with the opponent's great law, my sword must have the power to absorb the opponent's power, allowing me to continuously recover the spiritual chi I've consumed. When the devouring reaches a certain point, the flames will erupt and form the most terrifying slash. Lin Ling's cold voice continued to float out of his mouth. In the sky, all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures bloomed with dazzling light, turning into flames and continuously condensing. At the same time, the Tyrant Song Sword floated out and soared upwards. The essence of the flames turned into fireflies and landed on the sword, turning into mysterious patterns. At the same time, An indescribable fury of burning the heavens erupted. Rumble. Flames surged out from the sky, and the flame dragon roared. At this moment, Elder Z also became nervous. Was the tyrannical song sword about to succeed? The best heavenly weapon. Roar. At the same time, the flame dragon king appeared, circling in the sky. It opened its mouth wide and glared at the ground as if it had spiritual chi. Come here. In the sky, Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered, and at this moment, it seemed to have turned into a fiery red color. It was even more domineering and magnificent, like the son of the flame dragon king. Roar. The flame dragon king in the sky roared and flew towards Lin Ling wherever it passed. The great law would wrap around Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling's hair to turn red. Pa. His right hand grabbed the flame dragon king's body. The flame dragon king let out a roar, and turned into a fiery red greatsword. On the greatsword, there was the flame of the vermilion bird and the flame dragon's fury. Flame dragon's fury unseal. With the sword in hand, Lin Ling's heroic spirit rose in his heart, as if there was no one in the world who could block his flames. As soon as the word unseal came out, a change occurred. Lin Ling's hair danced wildly, turning into real fiery hair. His eyes were also condensed from flames, and his body was wrapped by the flame dragon. Then Lin Ling slashed out, and the dragon roared. First, a fiery red ray of light appeared, and gradually, the ray of light turned into a dragon. 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. This was the small success stage of a heavenly pattern martial art, but after unsealing, the Great Flame Dragon reached the large success stage, and one dragon turned into 2 dragons. Powerful. Your Majesty's current realm hasn't increased, but with this sword in hand, it's equivalent to having a fire immortal body. Moreover, in terms of rank, it's probably at the 3rd grade of the yellow rank. Most importantly, if your Majesty's realm increases, then the power it brings will increase exponentially. Purple Elder sucked in a cold breath. He could feel how terrifying that sword was. As expected of an emperor rank heavenly weapon. The most powerful part of this sword is that it can condense the flames to a point, absorbing the opponent's attack. When it reaches a certain level, it will be unsealed. That power will probably allow my martial arts to reach the pinnacle. Lin Ling said indifferently. His left hand stroked the tyrant song sword. This sword only had attack, no defense, raising his martial arts realm by 2 levels. Chapter 1398. Tengu's arrival. Emperor realm experts were very rare, and had the power to unseal. Some people put their power into defense, and after unsealing, their defense would become even stronger. Some people put their power into speed, and after unsealing, they would be safe and sound even if 10,000 people attacked them. Lin Ling put his power into offense. But this was normal. In terms of speed, Lin Ling had the great law of space, and in terms of defense, Lin Ling had the strongest ancient god emperor body. Therefore, Lin Ling strengthened his offense. This meant that with his current strength, Lin Ling could easily defeat a 2nd stage saint. Even a 3rd stage saint could be killed as long as their immortal body was weaker than Lin Ling's. Absolute defense, absolute speed, and absolute offense were all combined into one. After this cultivation, Lin Ling's strength had reached a qualitative leap. Elder Z was still in shock as he said, "Your Majesty, unless you encounter a yellow class 10th grade celestial body, you don't have to be afraid. A yellow class 10th grade celestial body has innate divine abilities that can be combined with martial arts. Most of the yellow class celestial bodies have their own martial arts divine abilities." Lin Ling nodded. His fiend god overlord body also had the ability to distort space. Naturally, other immortal bodies also had it. Right now, I'm lacking cultivation resources. When I enter the Saint Realm, I'll see how powerful Wuxia is. Lin Ling's lips curled into a confident smile. At this moment, his eyes flickered and he said, "Someone is investigating the Purple Mansion." At this moment, the ghost domain was still gloomy. From time to time, ghosts would float by, causing one's heart to tremble. Occasionally, a small group of people would pass by, but their expressions were solemn as they quickly passed by. Although there weren't many ghosts here, they didn't dare to underestimate them. On top of a hill, a black-robed young man sat quietly. A flagon of wine appeared in his hand as he drank from it. Next to him lay a black 3-eyed dog. It was as fierce as a calf. Of course, the three-eyed dog would occasionally look at the black-robed young man, wagging its tail continuously. Little Black, the smell disappeared here. That person is related to the Jade Pagoda. That young man laughed. Little Black, this time, if we can kill that person, Lord Xia will recommend me to enter the Yungu Immortal platform. From then on, I will be able to conquer the clouds and become a peerless genius of the mystic origin region. Yungu Celestial Stage, one of the 3 pillars of the human world. It's as famous as the 7 Emperors Sky of Xianping Province and Champion University of Xianhuangdeu. Besides, compared to the 7 Emperors Sky of Xianping Province, Yungu Celestial Stage's conditions to recruit peerless geniuses are much better. Xiaohei, wait until the day my name spreads throughout the human realm. I want 3,000 concubines and 10,000 slaves. Xiaohei, since you like to eat people, I'll feed you every day to eat the young boys and girls. As the black-clothed youth spoke, the three-eyed fiend hound wagged its tail even more vigorously. In the distance, a group of people passed by and saw the young man. When they saw the three-eyed fiend hound, they knew who he was. It was the new peerless genius of the mystic origin region, Tengu. That person was terrifyingly strong. He had the strength of the 3rd Saint layer, and was ranked last on the Lower Xian ranking list. People went to challenge the Lower Xian ranking list every day, but very few people managed to make it to the Lower Xian ranking list, because it represented the strongest cultivators of the initial Saint layer. You think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in there? Said Tengu indifferently. Some people in the distance were surprised. Who was Tengu talking to? You can't hide from me, Tengu. I'll give you 3 more seconds. If you don't come out, I'll destroy the pagoda. Said Tengu again. He knew Lin Ling was in the pagoda because his nose was the most sensitive. If he wanted to kill someone, he could find him even if he hid at the ends of the earth. I wonder who Tengu is targeting. That person is so unlucky. In the distance, groups of 2 or 3 people were curious. Pa. At that moment, the Jade Pagoda swayed and a young man in a black robe slowly walked out. A black robe. It was the same as Tengu's black. Many people were tempted, but Tengu represented black. Could that person also represent black? Was he qualified to wear a black robe? Tengu was still sitting and drinking. He looked at the young man indifferently and said, "A few days ago, you were wearing a blue robe. Now you're wearing the same robe as me. Don't you know I hate people who wear the same robe as me? Lin Ling." As soon as the voice came out, the crowd in the distance became curious. Lin Ling? Who was this person? He didn't seem to be famous among the 3 Xians of the mortal world. However, they also noticed that Tengu didn't like others wearing the same robe as him. At this moment, the one who came out was Lin Ling. He stared at Tengu indifferently and his heart became solemn. 3rd layer saint? This person was very strong. You're one of Xia Wuxia's people? Lin Ling asked. That's right. You only have 2 choices now. 1, kill yourself and I'll bring your head back. 2, resist. It'll only take me a little time. The heavenly hound slowly stood up, and a powerful aura bloomed. He stood there, as if he was a terrifying great law. He's dead. In the distance, many people were shaking their heads. They had also noticed that Lin Ling was only a transcendent. The difference between them was too great. One had to know how powerful the heavenly hound was. Even if a 3rd layer Saint Realm Master faced it, they would have no choice but to accept their fate. So have you made your choice? Tengu said indifferently. The 3-eyed demon hound beside him barked at Lin Ling ferociously, as if it was saying that it wanted to eat Lin Ling. I'm wearing a black robe. It represents my return to the days of war, so I don't like others wearing the same robe as me. Lin Ling said indifferently. Tengu nodded. So you've chosen to fight? That's good. If you kill yourself, it'll be too boring. He was extremely confident. Even if he knew that Lin Ling's soul force was strong, he still didn't fear him. It was obvious how strong he was. Little Black, watch from the side. This piece of meat is for you. After you finish eating, I'll let you bring his head back. The heavenly hound walked out step by step. A pitch-black light drifted out like ribbons. It was completely black. This was an extremely mysterious power that formed a terrifying law. Above the ground, darkness shrouded. The wandering spirits were actually assimilated by the darkness, becoming part of it. A talent of darkness? Lin Ling frowned. Then he saw the heavenly hound walking towards him. As he walked, he sneered and said, I know your soul power is strong, but it can't shake me. And your physical strength is not bad either. Unfortunately, you met me. If you don't believe me, you can try. His figure was extremely illusory, as if he had walked out of the darkness. The ribbons of darkness around his body were even more terrifying than ghosts. This darkness is alive. Lin Ling was shocked. He took a step back and kicked out with his right foot. A stone fell into his hand and he threw it out fiercely. The power of 8 universes bloomed and enveloped the stone, making it as terrifying as a cannonball. Any first-layer Saint Realm cultivator would be killed instantly. Hung Long Long. Chapter 1399. Dark invasion. Almost at this moment, Tengu had already turned into a rolling black cloud, majestically shrouding Lin Ling everywhere it passed. The ground turned black. It was extremely terrifying. Smoke the heavens and earth. Lin Ling took a step forward, distorting space and avoiding Tengu's terrifying great law of darkness. The place where Lin Ling had been was now filled with endless darkness. It was a ghastly sight. The crowd in the distance also sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time they had seen Tengu's strength. It was indeed terrifying. This also meant that Tengu was not afraid of any close-range attacks. He was extremely powerful. You run pretty fast and you even managed to dodge my dark cloud devouring technique. This means that you possess the great law of space. Not bad at all. To possess the great law of space at the transcendent realm is extremely rare. Within the surging darkness, a slender figure was faintly discernible as he looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Your talent is dark assimilation. Lin Ling said in a low voice. He sensed that the other party's talent was to assimilate any power. For example, in close combat, Tengu's innate talent could assimilate those forces and make any powerful force disappear without a trace. It was a heaven-defying innate talent. That's right, my talent is at the 7th grade of the yellow rank, a domain that you will never be able to touch. Tengu nodded and said. His talent was so strong that not only could he assimilate physical strength, but he could also assimilate spiritual strength. Therefore, if Lin Ling's spiritual strength attacked him, he could also assimilate spiritual strength into darkness. This was how terrifying he was. Wherever he appeared, there would be darkness. Talent is like an ancient tree that created the world. Below the tree are ordinary spirit bodies and saint bodies, while the flowers, fruits, and leaves of the tree are powerful immortal bodies and even godly bodies. However, talent is not unchanging. Where the ancient tree is close to sunlight, those talent fruits are similar to fire, thunder, and metal, and all of them have the power of extreme yang. While where the tree is close to darkness, those talents become cold and dark, such as ice, poison, and darkness. My talent grew on the dark side of the ancient tree, unable to shine on the sunlight all year round. Tengu continued to move forward as if he was dominating everything. That's an apt description. Lin Ling nodded. The innate talent ancient tree described the innate talent of thousands of martial artists, but what about his Lin Ling's innate talent? The god-devil overlord physique was neither yin nor yang, neither dark nor dark. Clearly, it was a fruit at the center of the innate skill ancient tree. It could shine under the sun, but it could also be in darkness. This caused it to look ordinary on the surface, but it had the most basic power. As for fire elemental talent, Lin Ling's was very ordinary. However, he had the support of the tyrannical song sword. Moreover, there was a chance for him to improve in the future. He would turn from an ordinary green leaf into a fruit. Therefore, you are no match for me. Tengu's cold voice drifted out from the darkness. He had made his move, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. The tyrant song sword appeared in his hand. The fiend god overlord physique was like an ancient god, intimidating the world. Rumble. The collision of the two powerhouses was earth-shattering. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. All they could see was darkness filling the sky. Amidst the surging power of darkness, a young man was like an emperor conquering the world. He was so powerful that he could cut through mountains and rivers. Space fluctuations were constantly blooming. Amazing, he's not dead yet. Many people were shocked. They thought that after Tengu went all out, the insignificant young man would die without a doubt. Who would have thought that the young man was still alive? After all, he was only an ordinary transcendent. Do you not know how to do anything other than escape? At this moment, Tengu was also secretly surprised. The reason he hadn't killed Lin Ling was that Lin Ling's physical body had an indescribable resistance. Lin Ling was actually able to resist his darkness assimilation for a short period of time. Moreover, Lin Ling's movement technique's grand principles were too powerful. By distorting space, he was able to repeatedly avoid Tengu's devouring darkness. Of course, Tengu was only surprised. He didn't think that Lin Ling could counterattack. I understand a little now. In the endless darkness, Lin Ling was like the only spark left in the world. The so-called talent is actually dependent on one's level. You haven't been able to assimilate me for so long because my talent is stronger than yours. You only have a higher realm than me. Lin Ling understood it deeply. This also meant that if Lin Ling reached the Saint Realm, it would be even more impossible to assimilate him. The godly demon overlord body was worthy of being a yellow grade 10th grade talent. With an ancient god emperor body, he was not afraid of thunder, fire, or darkness. Your talent seems to be an earth grade saint body, but it's a little mysterious. However, you're just temporarily alive. That doesn't mean you won't die. Darkness true soul, Tengu true lord, heaven and earth. Tengu erupted with an even more terrifying aura. His whole body was like a sea urchin at this moment. The dark aura that was like clouds before had now all turned into a flame form. It was even more crazy and violent. The aura of death made people's hearts tremble. If I want to assimilate you, can you stop me? A cold voice floated out of Tengu's mouth. The dark flames turned into a large number of demon dogs and rushed towards Lin Ling. Can a yellow grade 7th grade talent assimilate me? Lin Ling looked at the dark flames indifferently, and then looked at his arm. There was also a dark mark there. He had inadvertently touched it when he was dodging Tengu's attack, but now, the dark mark was slowly shrinking. It seemed that the assimilation had failed. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with madness. Fight! Rumble! The darkness that blotted out the sky and covered the land enveloped the ghost region. That mighty aura even caused many ghosts to be assimilated. The expressions of the groups in the distance changed drastically as they frantically retreated. Tengu's talent was too terrifying. It could be said that he was invincible. Look at that young man. Look. Then many people pointed to the other side. What was shocking was that Lin Ling did not dodge like before, nor did he attack. Instead, he stood there with a sword pointed at the sky. His black robe fluttered wildly, as if he had chosen to give up. Whoosh! Unsurprisingly, the surging darkness drowned Lin Ling, turning the whole world into a world of darkness. It settled just like that? How boring. Little Black, find his head and bring it back to Master Xia. Tengu stared indifferently in front of him, then said softly, "Woof woof." The ferocious three-eyed demon dog barked happily, as if saying, "I want to eat his flesh." Tengu shook his head helplessly. He had already assimilated into the darkness. It was good enough to find his head, and it still wanted to eat Lin Ling's flesh? That was impossible. Go. Tengu waved his hand and let the huge three-eyed demon dog step into the great law of darkness. However, at this moment, a terrified dog bark came from the darkness. In the next moment, the three-eyed demon dog ran out with its tail between its legs. Tengu could not help but frown. Little Black was afraid? What the hell is going on? Chapter 1400. Thousand Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. At this moment, within the rolling dark flames, a human silhouette gradually became clear. Although it could be seen that the endless darkness was assimilating the silhouette, there was also a mysterious power that allowed the person to continuously recover. Moreover, the speed of recovery was faster than the speed of assimilation. Seeing this, everyone's pupils trembled fiercely. Resisting my innate talent. Tengu's pupils also constricted. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. At this moment, Lin Ling was allowing the darkness to invade him. He was gambling with his life, because this was the only way he could have a chance of winning. And what he was betting on was that his innate talent was more terrifying than Tengu's. Tengu's realm was too much higher than Lin Ling's, Lin Ling couldn't win at all. Lin Ling's advantage was his innate talent. His innate talent was 10th grade while Tengu's was only 7th grade, so if he couldn't use this advantage to counterattack, Lin Ling would lose for sure. Fortunately, Lin Ling underestimated the strength of the godly demon overlord physique. This innate talent didn't have anything special on the surface, but the advantage was in the strength of the physical body and terrifying defense. And this was the absolute defense. In the ancient times, there was an overlord who conquered the world. In the world of darkness, he raised his sword and slashed, and light descended. At the same time, a low shout drifted out. Countless people saw that the person assimilated by the darkness was actually speaking, and the darkness began to retreat like the tide. Whoosh! The sword slashed out, as if it had cut through the darkness, blooming with endless light. In that world of darkness, the black-robed young man finally appeared, and behind him appeared the ancient god Dizun. Dizun's arms and legs were extremely clear, as if he was the sole ruler of this world. How is this possible? Is your innate talent the same as Lord Xia's, reaching 10th grade? Tengu stared fixedly at the scene, frowning. Lin Ling didn't fear his darkness, so the only explanation was that his innate talent was stronger than his. But on the surface, wasn't Lin Ling's innate talent an Earth grade saint physique? Your innate talent is indeed very powerful. Even if you meet someone with the same level of innate talent, you still have a chance to win. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. In the endless darkness, Lin Ling slowly walked out. Have you heard of Jindosa? When the voice came out, the heavenly hound's eyes lit up, and then he sneered. Although his darkness had failed, his strength wasn't limited to this. He faintly smiled and said, "Rank 3rd on the lower Xian ranking. Of course I've heard of this person. Your innate talent, your highness, your highness, your highness." Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop as his indifferent voice drifted out. "What are you trying to say?" The expression of the heavenly hound turned unsightly. He had always been puzzled by this point. However, he guessed that since Yuan Daosher was a disciple of the human emperor, he should be stronger than Yuan Daosher. But if Yuan Daosher entered the Yungu Immortal Foundation, he would surely be able to surpass Yuan Daosher. What I want to say is that you rely too much on your innate talent. You don't know that Jindosa is stronger than you in martial arts. Martial arts are the foundation of a cultivator. You've entered the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm and have great innate talent, but your martial arts are only at the minor completion stage. Don't you feel ashamed? Lin Ling's disdainful voice was filled with ridicule. When Tengu heard this, his face turned malevolent. Indeed, his weakness was martial arts. In fact, his innate talent was very strong, but his martial arts were very ordinary. This had always been a regret in his heart. Sometimes, because of the boredom of comprehending heavenly pattern martial arts, he didn't want to spend time comprehending martial arts. He would rather use his innate talent to suppress other cultivators. So what? Although your innate talent isn't low, your cultivation realm is too low. You still aren't my opponent. Lin Ling, you're still too young. I, Tengu, roamed the great mystic region unhindered. When I was 10 years old, I killed 10,000 people. Before I was 18, I had already reached the transcendent realm. My status isn't low either. I'm a disciple of the great mystic region's Tian clan. If it wasn't for the fact that my Tian clan isn't familiar with the Yungu Immortal platform, I wouldn't be helping Lord Xia today. In terms of status, innate talent, and strength, I'm the best. Who do you think you are to have the qualifications to talk about me? Tengu sneered. As soon as his words fell, the darkness that had calmed down before once again bloomed like flames. It was even more ferocious than before. Obviously, the darkness before him had been infused with the power of the Great Law. So this time, how could Lin Ling not be assimilated by him? I came from an ordinary background and only reached the transcendent realm in my 20s, but I have a fearless heart. I also have a heart that is willing to do everything I can for the martial Tao. For the sake of the martial Tao, I didn't eat or drink for 3 years just to study a single martial Tao. Tell me, I'm not qualified to talk about you. Lin Ling continued to step forward. This time, he was no longer afraid of the darkness. Every time his godly demon overlord body faced a powerful innate talent, it would begin to resist, gradually resist, and finally face it proudly. This time, Lin Ling's immunity to the darkness had greatly increased. This guy's cultivation speed and background are completely inferior to Tengu's, but his martial Dao heart is much better than Tengu's. Moreover, he's only a transcendent, but he's not afraid of Tengu's Saint Realm cultivation. This alone is terrifying. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. At first, they saw that Lin Ling was afraid of being assimilated by the darkness, but now, he no longer seemed to be afraid. He was like a sharp sword, fearless and unflinching. Moreover, they could faintly see that he was an emperor who ruled the world. Hong Long Long. The turbulent darkness still surged out majestically, drowning Lin Ling. However, a moment later, Lin Ling's body walked out of the dark flames again. Sure enough, Lin Ling was no longer afraid of the darkness. How can this be? Tengu's face became more and more ugly. I really pity you. You have such a powerful innate talent, but unfortunately, you don't know how to use it. If you had reached the grand accomplishment stage of Heavenly Rune martial arts, I would have lost without a doubt, but you don't. Lin Ling continued to step forward, his voice filled with disdain. Even so, I can still crush you. Tengu roared angrily. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so difficult to deal with. Most importantly, Xiao Wuxia's evaluation of Lin Ling was already very high, so he didn't underestimate Lin Ling. However, it seemed that his evaluation was still too low. At the very least, Xiao Wuxia didn't know that Lin Ling had a 10th grade yellow rank immortal physique. Tengu swallows the moon. With a wave of his right hand, Tengu gave up on suppressing Lin Ling with his innate talent. Instead, he chose to suppress Lin Ling with his huge cultivation realm. Thousand Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice and stretched out his left hand. Majestic fire energy burst out and circled around his palm. Gradually, fiery red dragon horns appeared and a flame dragon swam out, as if it was the flame of Nirvana rebirth. Roar. The flame dragon roared with the aura of two dragons playing with a pearl. In other words, the great flame dragon was two dragons at the moment. Pop, pop, pop. The place where the two dragons swam continued to explode, and the sound spread thousands of miles away. Wherever the dragons swam, there would be great loss. Holding the two dragons in his hand, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. His black robe was extremely dazzling, telling Tengu that Tengu was qualified to wear a black robe. This. Chapter 1401. Absolute Defense. This was a slap, a crisp and resounding slap. Furthermore, it was a slap to the face of the Heavenly Hound. Tengu's background and status weren't small, and he was a third-layer saint, but his Heavenly Rune martial art was only at the minor success stage. Lin Ling wasn't qualified to speak to him. How the hell did you cultivate? Tengu sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face turned ferocious. He no longer had the calm and domineering aura from before. He roared unwillingly. So what if you're at the major success stage? Your low cultivation is your weakness. You'll die sooner or later, so die. Hong Long Long. In the sky, the demonic dog that was formed by darkness roared wildly and pounced towards Lin Ling. This was the great law of darkness, which could assimilate everything. In the next instant, it collided with the two great fire dragons controlled by Lin Ling. The earth-shattering sound of the collision caused the hearts of the crowd to jump violently. However, although Lin Ling's Heavenly Rune martial art was stronger, his cultivation was obviously his weakness. Therefore, after the collision, the fire and black energies eventually dissipated. Tengu's face was still ugly. After all, what kind of cultivation did he have? And what kind of cultivation did Lin Ling have? How could he put his face when the two of them dissipated? Haha, what an amazing talent and comprehension of martial arts. However, that's all you have. The spiritual energy of a transcendent is limited, so using a Heavenly Rune martial art is already against the norm. You still have spiritual energy left. Ha! Suddenly, Tengu thought of something and couldn't help but laugh. Many people also realized that Lin Ling's spiritual energy wasn't enough to support a second Heavenly Rune martial art. Lin Ling didn't stop. How could he not know this? If he didn't have 8 spiritual energies, he wouldn't even be able to use the 1000 restriction Great Flame Dragon. However, he didn't say anything and slowly pulled out the Tyrant Song Sword. It was time to test how sharp this sword was. The fiery red sword looked like a fire dragon. Haha. I wonder what grade of weapon it is. Many people were curious when they saw Lin Ling's actions. They did not expect to witness such an exciting battle today, let alone a battle between a peerless genius and a mysterious genius. In the beginning, Tengu had the upper hand, but the mysterious youth used his innate immortal body to counterattack. However, the mysterious youth's cultivation level was too low, so Tengu had the upper hand again. It had to be said that this battle was very exciting. The intensity of the battle was beyond imagination. Now the mysterious young man had used a sword, a mysterious fiery red sword, which made people even more curious. You don't have any spiritual source left, so you're using your sword to block? I wonder what grade of sword can withstand the attack of a third-layer saint. Tengu smiled coldly and slowly stepped forward. It was undeniable that he had underestimated Lin Ling at the beginning, but now, he was deeply afraid of him. However, he knew that he would win because he would no longer crush Lin Ling with his talent. Instead, he would use the power of the sacred sea to his advantage. The sword that you will never have the right to touch. In the sky, Lin Ling pointed his sword at Tengu. A scorching aura spread out, causing his body to move like water waves. Tengu, the peerless genius of the great Xianyuan region. His strength in Xianping province would definitely be enough to get a recommendation. This was Lin Ling's guess, but it was the truth. Tengu only lacked a recommendation. He was qualified to enter the Yungu Immortal Plateau. I have absolute speed. You think you can kill me? Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out. It's only a matter of time. The heavenly hound frowned. Indeed, Lin Ling's great law of space was very difficult to deal with. Of course, if he spent some time and used darkness to assimilate heaven and earth, Lin Ling would not be able to escape from his grasp. I have absolute defense. You can kill me. Lin Ling said calmly as if he had no idea how strong Tengu was. Absolute speed, absolute defense. Is this the talent of that young man? How terrifying. Many people gasped. Absolute, everything was absolute. This kind of talent seemed simple, but in fact it was the most terrifying. I admit that your defense is not even afraid of my darkness. It is indeed powerful. But if I attack you with the power of the Saint Ocean, you can't block it. Tengu said coldly. He was sullen in his heart. It was only a transcendent, but it was so difficult for him to win. He had to rely on his cultivation realm to suppress him. I also have absolute attack. I can kill you. The last sentence floated out of Lin Ling's mouth with absolute killing intent. It was like the will of fire, burning the world. If 1 year was not enough, then 100 years would be enough. If 100 years was not enough, then 1,000 years would be enough. Absolute attack? Can you do it? Tengu roared. The darkness around his body rolled. He urged the spirit chi of the Saint Ocean to turn it into a giant black palm, and press down on Lin Ling. Talent was useless against Lin Ling, so he could only crush him with brute force. As for martial arts, the simpler it was, the better it was. Profound Een Mountain Swallowing Palm. The giant palm slapped out, stirring up the clouds. What a huge power, it's the power of the Saint Ocean. The crowd in the distance frowned. If they were to block this palm, they would be reduced to ashes. Absolute defense? Let's see how you block it. Tengu's voice also drifted out. Spirit swallowing mountains and rivers. At this moment, Lin Ling did not retreat. Instead, he rushed forward, using his powerful physique and tyrannical song sword to meet the palm. With a bang, the palm pushed Lin Ling 1,000 kilometers away, but in the end, it was cut in half by Lin Ling's sword. How is this possible? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although it was an ordinary attack from a saint, a transcendent should not be able to block it. Tengu also frowned slightly before sneering. As expected of absolute defense. You can block my palm with all your strength, but can you block 1,000 of my palms? Black dog swallowing mountain swallowing palm. Tengu continued to push out his palms, constantly erupting with power, using the power of his Saint Ocean to suppress Yang Kai. Let's see how you block it. Absolute defense is very powerful, but let's see how strong your defense is. A sky full of black palms flew out, layer upon layer, majestic and mighty. Earth uprooting heavens. Lin Ling stared at the giant palms and activated his Eye of Time, as if he wanted to see the weaknesses of these powerful martial arts. Then he swung his sword, twisting space, and piercing through the sky full of giant palms. Hung long long. Every time they collided, the sky would explode. Tengu's power is so terrifying. The surrounding crowd turned pale as they stared at Lin Ling, their hearts filled with admiration. Although Lin Ling was in a situation where he could not escape death, being able to reach this step as a transcendent was something to be proud of. However, what they did not see was that every time Yang Kai blocked, the fire array on the tyrannical song sword's blade became more dazzling. After a stick of incense worth of time, the sky seemed to have been baptized by a great calamity, but the black-robed figure was still standing, his sword proudly laughing at the world. He's not dead yet. The crowd was numb. Absolute defense was too terrifying. Even Tengu sucked in a breath of cold air. This was something that should have been impossible, but it was happening right in front of him. Weren't you curious about the grade of my sword? Up in the sky, Lin Ling's face was indifferent as he spat out these words. Chapter 1402. Absolute Attack. One line of heavens. This is a peerless genius of the grand mystic realm? You should remember that you came here to kill me. You are a third-level saint, yet you still can't kill me. If you say I can't kill you, do you still have any face left? Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. These words caused many people to nod in agreement. Tengu's cultivation was higher, and he should have been able to kill Lin Ling. Now that he had failed, he actually had the face to say that Lin Ling couldn't touch him. Such arrogant words were extremely ironic. But you said I can't do anything to you? In the sky, after Lin Ling smiled, his eyes turned cold, causing Tiango to frown. He sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Let me tell you. My sword is an Emperor Step heavenly armament. Lin Ling coldly spat out these words, shaking the earth. Emperor Step. This was a priceless treasure. Only a few super-large sects and the experts of the Great Dynasty would have it. Moreover, according to legend, Emperor Step heavenly armaments all had a special characteristic, and that was unsealing. With one unsealing, a martial artist's strength could double. Nonsense. An Emperor Step heavenly armament requires tens of thousands of materials to forge, all of them priceless. How could a transcendent waste like you possess one? Tengu roared, because he also didn't have an Emperor Step heavenly armament. Yes, I'm a waste, I shouldn't have one. In the sky, Lin Ling nodded. His left hand gently stroked the tyrant song sword, as if he were caressing his most beloved person. The emotions in his eyes were genuine, and this was indeed the case. The tyrant song sword was obtained by Lin Ling in the 7 profound martial house, and had accompanied him through many trials and tribulations. Today let it show its brilliance. Flame Dragon's Fury Unseal. Everyone heard these words, and in the next moment, an extremely terrifying flame power erupted. In the sky, an even larger flame dragon horn appeared, slowly swimming out from the sword. A pair of eyes gazed down upon the world, making the young man holding the sword seem like the son of a flame dragon. At the same time, a massive aura erupted, making the young man seem like a Saint Realm powerhouse. I have absolute defense, absolute speed, and now, absolute attack. Flame Dragon King. Boom. The Flame Dragon King roared. It was at least 1,000 miles long, and was even more terrifying than the flame dragon from before. The dragon protected Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was surrounded by the great law of fire. Unseal. This is really an Emperor stage heavenly soldier. Tengu's face also went pale. In fact, there was no need for Lin Ling to say anything, he had already noticed the terrifying aura. Thinking back, he suddenly realized that the Saint Realm strength Lin Ling had displayed seemed to have come from him. In other words, Lin Ling had absorbed his attack, integrated it into his body, and stepped into the Saint Realm. Thousand Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. At this moment, Lin Ling's red hair danced wildly in the wind. The corner of his mouth revealed a frivolous smile, as overbearing and magnificent as the Fire Dragon King. Rumble. With a slash of his sword, 2 flame dragons roared as they flew out. He had actually used a single slash to reach the large success stage of a heavenly pattern martial art. Tengu swallows the moon. Tengu's expression changed drastically. He was even terrified and surprised. He erupted with the power of darkness, but after colliding with the flame dragons, his figure was sent flying backward, falling into a disadvantage. Peerless genius, I thought you were amazing. Now try my sword. Lin Ling stepped on the Fire Dragon King, showing off his prowess as he flew across the sky and slashed at Tengu. From afar, it was a shocking sight. The sky was filled with flame dragons, and the youth on the Fire Dragon King was the most dazzling, as if he was the son of a true dragon. Black Dog Body. Tengu was completely terrified. Dark energy spread out in an attempt to avoid Lin Ling's attack. You said before that I only knew how to run. What are you doing now? On top of the Fire Dragon King, an arrogant voice resounded through the air. Lin Ling, you are very powerful. You actually have an Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier. Good. I underestimated you today. I will tell Sir Xia about this. He underestimated you again. Tengu wanted to run away. The current Lin Ling was too terrifying, and he wanted to tell Sir Xia about this. Most importantly, he was very puzzled. After all, Lin Ling was not that strong a few days ago. However, a few days later, Lin Ling had an Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier. This was too surreal. Boom! Endless darkness erupted. Tengu disappeared. No one knew which one was Tengu. There was only endless darkness. Obviously, Tengu's martial art was also very powerful. His true body entered the darkness, making it impossible for people to catch him. He ran away, and he even abandoned the three-eyed fiend hound. The surrounding people felt that it was extremely ironic. The three-eyed fiend hound was Tengu's beloved dog. The two were like companions, but now Tengu anxiously ran away, even abandoning his beloved dog. This was an expert on the lower Xian ranking? However, Tengu's martial art is very powerful. The sky is filled with darkness. Tengu really did run away. Then everyone looked at the sky. There, a screen of darkness covered the sky, making it impossible for people to see anything. It was completely dark. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. You're here, and you still want to leave? I'll let you see the strongest sword of an Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier, a line of heaven. The sword light appeared, as dazzling as fire. In the sky, a line of fire that was only as thick as a finger bloomed. It was as if the world of the void had been divided. The darkness was actually divided by the sword. It was a shocking sight. It was as if the sky had been divided by the sword. Then loud rumbling sounds rang out continuously. After being divided, the darkness exploded and burned. Put on! A head fell from the sky. Looking carefully, it was Tengu's head. There was no escape. One sword, splitting the sky. How can this Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier be so powerful? This is the biggest gap I've ever seen in a battle. A transcendent killing a Saint Realm Third Heaven. This is simply a miracle. The people below were all thirsty. What a sharp sword. It actually merged with fire to form a scene of a line of heaven. Pa. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the ground. The Tyrant Song sword had also returned to its normal state. After absorbing the Heavenly Hound's attack, Lin Ling had finally released his strongest sword attack. The might of that sword attack had reached the pinnacle of heavenly pattern martial arts. How could the Heavenly Hound block it? Moreover, if Lin Ling's comprehension of heavenly pattern martial arts reached the large success stage, the Tyrant Song sword would make his martial arts even more powerful. The power of the Tyrant Song sword was precisely to increase Lin Ling's comprehension of fire attribute martial arts, forming an absolute attack. As expected of an Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier, Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. Looking at Tengu's head, his mocking smile became even stronger. The black robe represents battle. You are not qualified to wear it. Then he looked at the three-eyed hound and said indifferently, bring his head back to Xia Wuxia. If you can't do it, die. Wu. The three-eyed hound lowered its tail, held Tengu's head in its mouth and quickly left. The crowd was stunned. Ridicule, absolute ridicule. When Tengu had arrived, he had arrogantly said that after killing Lin Ling, he would bring Lin Ling's head back and let the three-eyed hound take it back. But now, it was his head that was being taken back. Xia Wuxia, you better ensure that Xian Yuan Gur is fine. Otherwise, I will exterminate your Xia family. Chapter 1403. The head he brought back was a bit heavy. Xia Wuxia, that big shot of the Xia clan. This young man actually dares to challenge him. Lin Ling, where did that peerless genius come from? He's terrifying. He's as strong as the geniuses of Champion University. The crowd wanted to find Lin Ling's figure again, but Lin Ling had already disappeared, causing them to freeze in place. They hadn't expected that the battle they had inadvertently witnessed would be so exciting. A saint fighting a transcendent, and the transcendent actually winning. Absolute defense, absolute speed, absolute attack. 10th grade yellow rank, plus an Emperor stage heavenly soldier. Is that guy a student of Champion University? It might come from the Yungu Immortal platform. Those people started to discuss animatedly. At this moment in Xia Wuxia's ruins, Xian Yuangu had been locked up. If she hadn't been waiting for Lin Ling's key, she would have been killed long ago. Senior, we've already recorded the route we took last time. As long as we get Lin Ling's key, the treasure inside the bronze coffin will belong to us. Several powerful martial artists looked at Xia Wuxia. Xia Wuxia was sitting on a chair made of ancient skeletons. His posture was steady, and he gave off the aura of an ambitious and ruthless person. Good. Xia Wuxia nodded in satisfaction. Xia Pai, who was beside him, also smiled. The treasures were all in front of him. Moreover, there was the reincarnation heart. Woof woof. At this moment, the sound of a dog barking rang out, causing everyone's eyes to light up. They knew that it was the three-eyed demon hound. This also meant that Tengu had returned. Pass down the order. Once the key is in hand, we will set out immediately. Xia Wuxia also stood up and shouted excitedly. Since Lin Ling was dead, the key must have been found. Woof woof. However, only the sound of a dog barking attracted everyone's attention. They saw a tall black dog with a drooping tail returning with a human head in its mouth. This made everyone puzzled. Where was Tengu? Perhaps Lord Tengu saw some treasure on the way, so he didn't come back. Let's take a look at Lin Ling's ugly face first. Xia Pai pondered for a moment and guessed. Everyone smiled and nodded. This guess was very likely. Then Xia Pai walked forward and looked at the head. In the next moment his eyes narrowed. Pai, what's wrong? Xia Wuxia immediately had an ominous feeling. Father, this is Tengu. Xia Pai said in disbelief, causing the entire wooden house to fall into a deathly silence. Everyone's hearts exploded. The three-eyed demon hound had returned, but it wasn't Lin Ling's head that was in its mouth, but Tengu's. It's Lin Ling. Xia Wuxia's eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling was declaring war on him because Tengu was dead. Lin Ling didn't have to pay attention to him, but Lin Ling didn't. Instead, he had the three-eyed fiend dog bring Tengu's head back. If this wasn't a declaration of war, then what was? Father, there must be an expert helping Lin Ling, otherwise, with Lin Ling's strength, he wouldn't be Tengu's opponent at all. Xia Pai also felt as if he had been slapped by Lin Ling, making him extremely angry. Find him. Xia Wuxia roared. Above the vast earth, ripples rolled as Lin Ling, dressed in a black robe, passed through like a ghost king. He had checked the treasures left behind by Tengu after his death. There were indeed many treasures that could bring him closer to the Saint Realm, but it was clearly not enough. This time, I'll save Xianyuangur first, then go to Yellow Spring Mountain. Right now, I need more cultivation resources. Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering. Woo-woo. At this moment, a large number of evil ghosts pounced over. Even early Saint Realm experts had to take a detour. 1,000 forbidden great flame dragon. Lin Ling didn't even look at the evil ghosts as he slashed out with his sword. A flame dragon roared and engulfed the evil ghosts. At present, Lin Ling's fire martial Dao was still at the minor accomplishment realm, but the tyrannical song sword had been engraved with 1,000,000 fire runes, allowing Lin Ling's sword to reach the grand accomplishment realm, increasing his martial Dao comprehension by an entire realm. If it was unsealed, it would have the power of 2 realms, reaching the peak. At this moment, if someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. A transcendent realm cultivator not only roamed the ghost domain alone, but he also wasn't afraid of evil ghosts. This was simply a first in the ghost domain. Only Lin Ling felt that it was normal because he cultivated essence, qi, and spirit, all of which had become super powerful. This is a ghost face flower. Xian Yuanguer said that this flower can't be picked. Stopping on a hill, Lin Ling frowned. Then he looked up at the sky. Like a lonely swordsman, he once again advanced towards the ground. His teammate, Xian Yuanguer, once told him that there were 7 kinds of ghost face flowers, and only the smiling face could be picked. He remembered all of this deeply in his heart. Big brother Lin Ling, are you looking for the ghost face flower? At this moment, a black light floated out from Lin Ling's chest and turned into a little girl. It was Xiao Yun. Lin Ling's cold face revealed a smile at this moment, as if he had seen a true friend in the cruel and merciless ghost domain. He smiled and said, I'm sorry because something happened to my teammate. I've been training hard all this time and forgot to let you out. It's okay. I saw what happened to big sister Xian Yuan. Xiao Yun smiled. She looked as innocent as the girl next door. However, not only did she see the past between Xian Yuangu, and Lin Ling, but she also saw the past between Lin Ling and the second dream. She was touched. She had never thought that big brother Lin Ling was such a man of flesh and blood. His life was colorful. Most importantly, big brother Lin Ling was a kind person. Are you going to leave now? Is it safe to leave here? Lin Ling looked at Xiao Yun as if he was looking at a younger sister. No, I won't leave for now. If I leave here, I will easily encounter evil spirits. They will devour me. I will only be safe in Reincarnation City. All the ghosts that want to enter reincarnation will appear there. Xiao Yun explained. What about Yellow Springs Mountain? Lin Ling frowned. Wasn't the second dream supposed to be in Yellow Springs Mountain? Big brother Lin Ling, you want to find the soul of big sister the second dream, right? However, if a person has just died, their soul will appear in Yellow Springs Mountain. They will walk through the Yellow Springs Mountain and cross the Bridge of Helplessness. After drinking Meng Po's soup, they will lose their memories and enter Reincarnation City to wait for reincarnation. I was caught by a martial artist when I was walking in Yellow Springs Mountain. Xiao Yun explained. The second dream has been dead for 5 years. Is she still in Yellow Springs Mountain? Or has she already entered Reincarnation City? Or has she entered reincarnation? Lin Ling frowned and hesitated. If the second dream had already reincarnated, should he disturb the second dream? Was it right or wrong to do so? Go. I talked a lot with big sister the second dream in the bamboo. Although she has lost everything, I can vaguely hear her singing. She wants to go home. Xiao Yun said word by word. Lin Ling's body trembled and his face turned serious. All right, this is a promise. I will fulfill it. For now, let's save Xian Yuanguer first. Then we will go to Yellow Springs Mountain. Big brother Lin Ling, you are looking for the ghost face flower, right? I am very familiar with these flowers. As long as it is within 100 meters, I will be able to sense it. Xiao Yun said with a smile. Lin Ling nodded. Then Xiao Yun floated on Lin Ling's shoulder. A man and a ghost walked on the vast land again. Chapter 1404. Old ancestor blood river time quietly passed. Big brother Lin Ling, there's a smiling ghost face flower here. With Xiao Yun's help, Lin Ling was able to save a lot of effort because all the flowers Xiao Yun found were smiling ghost face flowers. In the distance, Lin Ling heard her voice and was overjoyed, quickly striding over to Xiao Yun. At that moment, however, a cold voice called out. Wait, I saw this ghost face flower first. At some unknown time, 5 figures had appeared in the distance, 3 men and 2 women. The one who spoke was one of the women. The cultivation of these people wasn't very high, only 2 of them were second-layer saints. Xiao Yun suddenly became a little afraid, floating on Lin Ling's shoulder, as if Lin Ling was the person she trusted the most. Lin Ling only glanced at the other party for a moment before acting as if he hadn't seen her, and collecting the ghost face flower. Right now, he didn't have the leisure to care about unnecessary people. How bold! I took a fancy to this flower. Yet you dare try to steal my treasure. The woman suddenly shouted. Lin Ling was ignoring her. On top of that, Lin Ling was only a transcendent. She had never seen such an arrogant person before. You took a fancy to it and it's yours? Do you know how far I walked in order to find this flower? Lin Ling muttered to himself, feeling quite funny in his heart. The treasures of the ghost domain naturally belonged to whoever obtained them. Taking a fancy to it and claiming it belonged to her, This woman was simply too overbearing. You want to die? The woman's eyes became cold, but after saying this, Lin Ling slowly turned to look at her, his clear eyes becoming cold. I dare you to say that again. Put on. The woman's heart jumped violently. Although the other party was only a transcendent, for some reason, his eyes gave her an extremely shocking feeling, as if killing her would be as easy as flipping a hand. If you don't want to speak, then goodbye. Seeing that the other party didn't dare to speak any more nonsense, Lin Ling turned around and left while the woman stood there, not daring to move. She didn't know why she was afraid, but in any case, she didn't dare to speak again. Zhang Xiaonian, did this person bully you? At this time, the other 4 people also quickly walked over. One of them seemed to like Zhang Xiaonian a lot, so he coldly said, Sir, please wait. If you don't tell us what happened, you will stay here today. Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed the sword at his waist. A powerful aura was released, forming circles of ripples, allowing him to dominate everything within 100 meters. In the ghost domain, other than the terrifying ghosts, there were also the top experts of the 3 profound of the human realm. Therefore, even if they were friends, as long as they were not teammates, they would maintain vigilance when meeting each other. Don't point your sword at my back, or you'll regret it. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and said indifferently. Everyone was stunned. They had seen arrogant people before, but none of them had ever seen someone so arrogant. This person was only a transcendent, and most importantly, he didn't seem to have any teammates with him, who gave him such courage. Then let's see how I'll regret it. The young man who drew the sword couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling slowly turned around, his hand reaching for the ancient sword behind him. But at this moment, a cry of alarm sounded. Wait, Lin Ling, we were reckless before. We apologize to you here. This sentence was filled with anxiety and panic, causing the eyes of the remaining people to narrow as they stared at the person who spoke. That person's face was pale and looked sickly, but in their group, his strength wasn't weak. But now he was actually panicking and anxious? What was going on? It's you. Lin Ling also looked at the person who spoke. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. He had met this person a few times, but each time, he was extremely wary of him. He was the Second Life Ghost King of the Thousand Era Ghost Sect. Lin Yi, what do you mean by this? The 4 people looked at the Second Life Ghost King, still puzzled. Lin Yi was the name of the Second Life Ghost King's team. Although Lin Yi's origin was mysterious, it was undeniable that this person was extremely strong and valued friendship. He would not violate the rules of the team. This was how it was in the ghost domain. No matter what kind of person one's teammates was, even if they were cruel and ruthless, once they formed a team, they would trust each other. This was a rule that had been passed down for thousands of years. He's just a transcendent, and he's alone. Moreover, your strength is not weak. There's no need to be afraid of him. One of the women also felt strange, but she was relatively calm, so she asked. She was the team's leader. Let me solve this matter. I hope it can be solved, otherwise it'll be troublesome. Lin Yi frowned and stared at Lin Ling. As soon as these words fell, the other 4 people's hearts trembled fiercely. Troublesome? A transcendent cultivator would bring them trouble? Involuntarily, they looked at Lin Ling again and found that the black-robed young man's face was indifferent, his eyes filled with indescribable vicissitudes, as if he was alone in the ghost domain, without the slightest fear. The lonely swordsman. Everyone had this feeling in their hearts, but feeling was just feeling. The fact was that this young man was indeed a transcendent. Did he have a team? And those teammates were very strong, so Lin Yi was afraid? Lin Ling, you and I have met a few times, so how about giving me some face and letting this matter go? Lin Yi came in front of Lin Ling and said sincerely, Blood River Old Ancestor, I didn't expect you to be like an ordinary person after reincarnating. It seems that you have entered the cycle of reincarnation and are addicted to the mortal world. Haha. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He naturally knew the origin of the other party. He could be called an old ancestor-level master, but he was just recultivating. However, why should I give you face? Lin Ling said again. The other party was from the Thousand Generations Ghost Sect. He had never had a good impression of this sect, So why should he give them face? What's more, that man had pointed his sword at him before. And that woman had even asked him if he wanted to die. As long as there was murderous intent towards Lin Ling would not show mercy. In this ruthless world, sometimes it was just that simple. If you weren't a friend, then you were an enemy. How dare you, brother? Among the 4 people behind, the young man holding the sword suddenly shouted angrily. He already found it unbelievable that Lin would give him face, but who knew that Lin didn't care at all? He knew that Lin Ling was the most enigmatic person in the world. He could only be friends, not enemies. The 3 Generations Ghost King was an example. Offending Lin Ling was the same as offending Lin Ling. Therefore, even if Lin Ling was a transcendent, he didn't dare to underestimate him. In fact, he had always wanted to be friends with Lin Ling. Unfortunately, the 1000 Generations Ghost sect had gone too far, making it difficult for him to become friends with them. You say that this matter is over, and you say so, but your friend's sword is still pointed at me. Lin Ling said coldly again. Yao Ping, withdraw your sword. He had finally managed to make Lin Ling lower his guard, but this guy had overestimated himself, and was still pointing his sword at Lin Ling. Wasn't this courting death? Big brother Lin, he's just a transcendent. Yao Ping. The young man named Yao Ping roared unwillingly. Alright, 3 breaths have passed, he only has one choice. 1. Fight me, because using a sword against a swordsman is tantamount to a challenge. 2. Apologize. Lin Ling slowly pulled out his tyrannical song sword. Wait, Lin Ling, don't worry, I can solve it. Alright. Chapter 1405. To become stronger, he went to Yin Mountain. Lin Yi turned to his teammates behind him. Yao Ping, you bastard. Put your sword away and apologize to Lin Ling. Brother Lin Yi. Yao Ping wasn't willing to do that. Listen to Lin Yi, he's not an impulsive person. The leader of the group said faintly. I'm sorry, I was rude before, I hope you won't take it to heart. Yao Ping finally put away his sword unwillingly and apologized. What's the use of a verbal apology? A real apology is made up with treasures. Lin Ling said again. Pointing a sword at him, and saying sorry was enough? Plus he didn't need an insincere apology. Warriors had to pay for their actions when they went out to train, and Lin Ling was the same. If he offended someone, he either had to apologize and give them treasures, or fight. It was that simple, but Lin Ling chose to fight most of the time. Don't be so arrogant. The 4 were furious at Lin Ling's words, and even the leader frowned. Am I arrogant? Lin Ling shook his head. He did not think that he was being arrogant. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to kill these people, including the Second Life Ghost King. If these people had such strength, they would have done the same. Fight me if you dare. Yao Ping couldn't hold it in anymore. You're too weak, a first-grade yellow class immortal body, you can't block my sword. Lin Ling said bluntly, angering Yao Ping and the other youths. How arrogant, how arrogant. They weren't peerless geniuses in Xianhuangdiyu, but they were famous geniuses. Yet, Lin Ling said they couldn't block a sword. You can try. Lin Ling said again. Lin Yi smiled bitterly in his heart, and finally looked at the captain. The captain frowned and finally nodded. Yao Ping, give him the ghost face flower you got before. You should know that in the ghost realm, provoking someone like that is equivalent to a life and death battle. You are in the wrong. Sister Luoxia. Yao Ping gritted his teeth in anger, but he took out the compensation in the end. The leader and Lin Yi had spoken, he had to pay. Alright, this ends here. Lin Ling took the compensation and turned to leave. Xiao Yun on his shoulder smiled like a crescent moon. She liked following Lin Ling around, because she liked the feeling of being protected. Wait, Lin Ling, are you alone? Seeing Lin Ling leave without hesitation, Lin Yi suddenly shouted. Lin Ling nodded faintly. His affirmation made Yao Ping and the others even more unsatisfied. They thought that Lin Yi was afraid of the young man because he had a strong team behind him, but who knew that the young man was only one person? Why don't we form a team? Lin Yi said after some thought. No. As soon as he said that, the other 4 rejected. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. These people were looking down on Lin Ling. Although he knew that Lin Ling was strong, he didn't know how strong he was. Everything was based on his intuition. Not interested. Although I'm alone, I have teammates. They're just resting somewhere. Lin Ling shook his head. You need the ghost face flower. If you do, why don't you come with us to Een Mountain? There are more ghost face flowers there, enough for you to enter the Saint Realm. Linny said again. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was in urgent need of cultivation resources to break through. Een Mountain was a good place. However, he had only met Lin Yi a few times. If they couldn't form a team, why did Lin Yi invite him? Could it be? Lin Ling glanced around and suddenly laughed. You want me to go with you, because you want me to protect those good-for-nothings. Of course you too. What did you say? As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, Yao Ping and the others glared angrily. A transcendent realm cultivator had called them trash, and if they really were to fight together, who would protect who? Haha, you're right. We can take care of each other. After all, Een Mountain is very close to Yellow Spring Mountain. There are a lot of strong teams there collecting ghost face flowers. Xianyuan and Xianhuangdu have many masters there. It's a gathering of heroes. How strong are they? Lin Ling asked faintly, not bothering with what the others were saying. About third layer Saint Realm. Lin Yi said word by word. And their talents are very strong. I heard that there are even 8th grade golden class existences. Humph. So weak. Humph. Lin Ling frowned. He decided that he had to go to Een Mountain. After all, he could grow faster and break through as soon as possible. So weak. Humph. The 4 behind him rolled their eyes. They didn't know what to say. Okay, I agree to go with you, but we're not a team. If you encounter any danger, you deal with it yourselves. If you can't, I'll try to help. Of course, if I can't deal with it, I'll leave immediately. After all, we're not a team. Lin Ling pondered. He also needed someone to lead the way. Okay, it's a deal. Lin Ling smiled. His pale face was filled with excitement. He had always wanted to be friends with Lin Ling, and now there was a good start. However, the 4 behind him weren't happy. Lin Ling was right. They weren't a team, so it was fine for Lin Ling to go with them. I'm Yin Luoxia, Yao Ping, Zhang Xiaonian, Wang Lin. The other 4 unwillingly walked over and introduced themselves. Although they weren't a team, at least they weren't enemies. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently. He didn't say anything and went ahead alone. So arrogant. The 4 were stunned. Their faces turned ugly. Lin Ling didn't even greet them. They didn't know that Lin Ling didn't treat them as teammates at all. He was just giving Lin Yi some face. After all, they only met by chance. There were no teammates. He only had 3 teammates, Jin Yuan, his sister, and Xianyuan Gu. Een Mountain was said to be a burial pit for tens of thousands of people. The ghost aura was extremely dense, and normal people didn't dare to go near it. But this time a large number of teams and ancient martial artists were here, so it was much safer. Not good, there are ghosts. Everyone be careful. Along the way, they naturally encountered ghosts. These ghosts became more and more numerous after they left the outskirts of the ghost realm. Yin Luoxia and the others were on high alert. Ghosts were very scary. They could devour people's souls. If they weren't careful, they would die here. Luckily, there weren't many ghosts this time, so they killed them carefully. The 5 of them looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling directly swallowed the ghost face flower and raised his cultivation. This guy. Other than Lin Yi, the other 4 were furious. When the ghosts came, Lin Ling didn't help them. But he actually cultivated in front of them. Did he think they were his bodyguards? Even Lin Yi had a bitter smile on his face. Chapter 1406. Huang Kuanyan 5 evil spirits and you're making a fuss over nothing. I really don't understand. With your strength you've actually made it this far. A moment later, Lin Ling stood up and said lightly, he knew that these 4 were angry, but if it was a powerful ghost like the Ghost General, Lin Ling would still take action. But a trivial evil spirit, how could he Lin Ling take action every single time? He didn't have that much time. Don't go too far. Among the 4, Zhang Xiaonian angrily shouted. This arrogant swordsman was too arrogant. Lin Ling didn't even spare them a glance as he continued forward with Xiao Yun, causing the 4 Saint Realm Masters to furrow their brows in anger. At this moment, behind the hill, a white ghost with extremely dense ghost chi drifted over. Forget about a transcendent realm master. Even a Saint Realm Master would be invaded by this ghost chi. Jia. The evil spirit let out a shrill cry, seemingly sentient, and rushed towards Lin Ling. Be careful. Yun Luoxia instantly shouted anxiously when she saw the baleful ghost. And the others also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Elder Sister Luoxia, since he's so arrogant, let him face it himself. Among the four, Wang Ping coldly snorted. He had long been dissatisfied with this young man with a sword on his back. Now was the perfect time for him to suffer. Do you think he'll kneel down and beg for mercy? Definitely, but for Big Brother Lin Yi's face. If he kneels down and begs for mercy, we'll join forces to kill this evil spirit and help him. After he asks for our help, I'll humiliate him and make him see clearly. The others all spoke up one after another, causing Yun Luoxia, who had originally intended to help, to stop. Perhaps letting this Lin Ling see clearly wasn't a bad idea. Afterwards, she glanced over at Lin Ling, and found that he was also looking at Lin Ling, as if he wasn't worried at all. Jia. At this moment, the evil spirit floated around like a phantom, its blood and ghost chi sweeping out in all directions. However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see the evil spirit at all, continuing to move forward, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Was this Lin Ling stupid? Whoosh. At this moment, the sword flashed. Lin Ling quickly pulled out his sword and sheathed it. Then he continued to move forward. Most importantly, Lin Ling did not seem to know that there was a ghost approaching him. His eyes were fixed in front of him. As for the ghost fiend, it had paused for a moment, but it quickly continued to rush towards Lin Ling. But at this moment, with a bang, the ghost fiend's soul trembled, emitting a ferocious roar. It turned into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished. Guisha, who even an early Saint Realm Master dared not underestimate, had simply disappeared. Yun Luoxia and the others were stunned on the spot. They could only watch as Lin Ling continued forward, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. How did Guisha die? Moreover, they had seen Lin Ling use his sword before, but Lin Ling's sword was very ordinary, only possessing the world force of a transcendent. Such power was unable to shake the evil ghost at all. How can this be? Shouldn't he be kneeling to us for help? The four of them could not understand at all. How could they know that Lin Ling dared to venture here alone, because he had already faced countless ghost fiends? In other words, Lin Ling had hundreds of ways to instantly kill Guisha, but because he had killed too many ghost fiends, he chose the simplest and most efficient method. Guisha is afraid of lightning and fire. Soul attacks, but not all yang attacks are effective. Extreme yin attacks can also be used, but you have to find a weakness. Guisha is also a type of ghost. It has 3 souls and 7 spirits. 3 souls, fetal light, refreshing spirit, and nether essence. 7 spirits, corpse dog, concealed arrow, yin sparrow, thief seizing, non-poison, filth removal, and smelly lung. If you can find the fetal light and nether essence of the 3 souls, or the corpse dog and non-poison of the 7 spirits, Guisha can be defeated. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. The 4 of them trembled. Was that even possible? They had never heard of such a thing before, and were even somewhat skeptical. Even the reincarnation of Blood Sea Ancestor had never heard of such a thing. It seems that Master is right. The ghost domain is filled with danger, but there are always geniuses from the human world who come here and temper themselves with their lives, walking the line between life and death many times. In the end, they can easily resolve any danger in the ghost domain. Is this Lin Ling that kind of person? Yun Luoxia frowned. Not necessarily. I admit that he has a good grasp of Guisha's weakness, but the sword he released before was still only at the transcendent realm. Yao Ping said unwillingly. Although he was somewhat in awe of Lin Ling in his heart, he did not want to admit it. What's more, he said to find the 3 souls and 7 spirits of Guisha. How can an ordinary person find such a thing? Zhang Xiaoyan added. Previously, they wanted to see Lin Ling beg for mercy, but Lin Ling had killed Guisha with a single sword strike. This caused them to suppress the anger in their hearts. It was as if they had punched cotton, unable to vent their anger. Guisha has 3 souls and 7 spirits, but they have already transformed. It is very difficult for ordinary people to see them. Even my blood, I can barely see them. I heard that those with strong soul force can clearly see everything. Lin Yi stared at Lin Ling's back in the distance and said with a frown. He was even more curious about Lin Ling's strength. Could Lin Ling's strength be comparable to a second heaven saint? It was indeed terrifying. After all, Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm. A day later, the group finally arrived at Yin Mountain. Looking from a distance, it looked like a plain. The ground was full of potholes, as if it was a mass grave. Many ancient corpses had crawled out of their graves, and the sound of ghosts crying could be heard from time to time. Occasionally, a white shadow could be seen floating by. This is the 10,000 Ghost mass grave. Those who committed many evil deeds in their lifetime were punished by the ghost domain for not entering Yellow Spring Mountain. As a result, the ghost chi here is extremely dense, and a large amount of ghost face grass is born here. However, although there is a lot of ghost face grass, no one dares to approach because there are ghost generals here. Later, for some reason, a large number of ancient cultivators came and worked together to wipe out the ghost generals, making this place less dangerous. Later, more and more masters came, making this place more lively. On a hill, Lin Yi looked into the distance. Beside him was Lin Ling. Lin Ling asked curiously, "Aren't you Blood River ancestor? You should be very proficient in the Ghost Dao. Why are you afraid of this place?" "I'm proficient in the Blood River. Moreover, this is the Ghost Domain, not the human world. There are Gui Sha Tianli and the Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor. They are real ghost gods. Not to mention me. Even the Overlord Dizun has to be careful here," Lin Yi said. Lin Ling nodded in agreement. His gaze passed through the misty plain and fell on the mysterious mountain range in the distance. He asked, "That's Yellow Spring Mountain, right?" Yes, but Yellow Spring Mountain is even more terrifying. I heard that the Undying Lord, Yellow Spring Great Emperor, is there." Lin Yi's face turned serious. "However, I heard that a large number of ancient cultivators have formed teams to go to Yellow Spring Mountain. Those teams are extremely powerful. All of them are at the Late Saint Realm. Take my Xianping province for example. There are 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Of course, there are even more in Xianyuan and Xianping province. 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Lin Ling's face turned serious. Why were these masters gathering at Yellow Spring Mountain? Yellow Spring Flame. Chapter 1407. Corpse Mountain. Corpse Sea, Your Majesty, the underworld flame is a godly flame, one of the top 10 flames in the world. It has the power to bring the dead back to life. I heard that the underworld emperor controls it. Oldzi said. He had the same idea as Lin Ling. The tyrannical song sword had leveled up, and Lin Ling had the power to take the new flame. If he could get it, Lin Ling's talent for fire would reach new heights. Underworld Mountain is even more terrifying. There are a lot of heavenly ghosts and heavenly wrath. Even the ancient warriors don't dare to go there, so they're waiting for more strong cultivators to come. Of course, we can't go there, so we can only stay in Yin Mountain, Lin Yi said. Let's focus on increasing our strength. All right. Lin Ling suppressed his excitement and said indifferently. Yin Mountain, there are countless kings and warriors. There are also 10,000 emperors' bloodline, ancient temples, and other strong cultivators. They'll go there in teams for treasures. Second, to gain experience, we'll have to face the strong cultivators who call themselves kings. So I suggest that we follow the team. That's the only way to survive and get treasures. All right. Yin Wuxia and the others walked over. Lin Ling looked at them and nodded. All right. Of course, those are the descendants of the ancient kings. They also have Yin Gu's celestial foundation, and we're not weak either. For example, Sister Luoxia is the princess of the Sun-Moon Cloud dynasty, and I, Yao Ping, am from King Ping's palace. As for Zhang Xiaonian, she's Cui Zhu Fairy's disciple. Wang Ping isn't weak either. His father is one of the 10 generals of Xianhuang Dayu. Yao Ping took a step forward and said proudly. After he finished speaking, the others all puffed out their chests. Perhaps they wanted Lin Ling to know that they were the descendants of the 3 Xian cultivators of the human world, and that they were quite famous among the 3 Xian cultivators of the human world. We're all going to get a recommendation, Wang said. Wang Lin also said. This time, he wanted Lin Ling to take them seriously and know how powerful they were. Understood. However, Lin Ling's reaction was very dull. He came from Xianping province and the experts he came into contact with were mostly from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Therefore, he wasn't familiar with the 3 profound experts of the human realm. Yao Ping and the others' faces turned ugly. Lin Ling's reaction was too calm. Even that "I understand" was said lazily. He didn't care about them at all. Just like when they were together in the beginning, Lin Ling thought that they were trash. Now that they said that they had powerful backers, Lin Ling still thought of them as trash. Their only use was to lead the way. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as well. He was shocked by Lin Ling's boldness. Although he was the Blood River ancestor, he knew how strong these ancient warriors were. He didn't dare to be arrogant, but Lin Ling ignored him. Could it be that Lin Ling was much stronger than them? All right, let's stop talking nonsense. I need the ghost face flower. Since we're together, we'll split the rewards fairly. Lin Ling didn't wait for the geniuses to speak. Yao Ping and the others still wanted to talk about what ranking they had obtained in the human world's Fengyun competition, but Lin Ling's words shut them up. They held their breaths as if they had powerful strength, but couldn't show it. All right, I agree with your suggestion. Yin Luoxia nodded on behalf of everyone. They must be here for the ghost face flower, so even if they were unhappy with Lin Ling's disregard, they could still endure it. There are many powerful teams inside. If we meet them, kill them if we can, and retreat if we can't. Our team must be united so that other teams won't dare to invade. Lin Yi said. He knew that a bloodbath was about to happen. The ghost realm couldn't be compared to the human realm, and there were too many ancient warriors here. For the ghost face flower to prove themselves and to increase their reputation, other than their own team members, everyone else was their opponent. Yin Luoxia's face turned solemn. Just as she was about to remind them of the taboo, Lin Ling had already walked forward with his sword on his back. Everyone was stunned. A transcendent was so arrogant. They didn't know that Lin Ling didn't have time to listen to their nonsense. Woo-woo. As soon as they stepped into the Yin Mountain, the soil under the ground wriggled. It was extremely disgusting. A large number of golden corpses crawled out, and many ancient corpses were hidden among them. It was as if they had entered a pile of ancient corpses. Some corpses had broken legs, but they were still crawling on the ground. Some corpses even had 3 heads and looked ferocious. Moreover, the skin of these corpses was as hard as heavenly soldiers. If it weren't for the large number of masters gathered in Yin Mountain, the sea of corpses alone would be enough to drown any master. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he didn't stop and continued forward. Lin Ling and the others quickly followed. After seeing Lin Ling's appearance, they finally understood that Lin Ling wanted to find cultivation resources and break through as soon as possible. Do you have something urgent to do? In order to break through, you're venturing into the dangerous ghost realm alone. Yin Luoxia caught up with Lin Ling and asked casually, "Save my teammates." Lin Ling replied indifferently. Yin Luoxia's heart trembled. She suddenly realized that this handsome young man wasn't indifferent because he also had teammates. For his teammates, he wouldn't hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire. Suddenly, she had a feeling that if she could become Lin Ling's teammate, it would be a very happy thing. "Brother Lin Ling, there's a ghost face flower over there." At this time, a little ghost girl appeared on Lin Ling's shoulder. It was Xiao Yin. She pointed in a direction in the distance, where a large number of ancient corpses were rushing over. Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly as he said to Xiao Yin, "Sit tight." After saying that, he strode forward, pulling out the Tyrant Song sword. Without looking at the ancient corpses, he swung his sword fiercely. With a rumbling sound, the ancient corpses were split into 2. However, Lin Ling didn't stop. With every swing of his sword, a large number of ancient corpses were killed. So powerful. He's only a transcendent, but his sword is so sharp. Yao Ping frowned. It's his physical strength, Lin Ling explained, changing their view of Lin Ling's strength for the first time. Everyone, go look for the ghost face flower. Remember, don't go more than 1,000 miles away. Otherwise, if something happens, it will be difficult for us to rush over. Yin Luoxia also said. The 5 of them split up, 2 in a group, and went to look for the ghost face flower. Yin Luoxia pondered for a moment and followed Lin Ling. She was a little curious about Lin Ling Wu Wu Wu. The cold earth was filled with ghostly energy. Beneath the ancient ghostly land, there seemed to be an endless number of skeletons and corpses crawling out from time to time. As Lin Ling walked along the ground, he frowned slightly. There was no end to these ancient corpses. Then, with Xiao Yun's help, Lin Ling quickly found a ghost face flower. According to the rules of sharing, this ghost face flower now belongs to me, Lin Ling said, then directly put the ghost face flower into his mouth and swallowed it. Chapter 1408. 9 Nether Troop, sitting cross-legged to refine, it's too time-consuming. Lin Ling replied with a smile, no longer as cold as before. Yin Luoxia shook her head with a bitter smile. Lin Ling was the most mysterious transcendent she had ever seen. How could she know that Lin Ling's godly demon overlord physique could even swallow metal and rocks, let alone a mere ghost face flower? More and more people are coming. Look over there, that's Crane Immortal, a third-layer saint with an 8th grade yellow class talent. Her martial arts are at the great success stage. She can kill anyone in the same realm. And that's the ancient cultivators from Xianhuang Deyu Heavenly One Divine Palace. They're here too. Fixed Sky Patrol Team. Yin Luoxia said from time to time with a solemn face. From time to time, powerful teams would pass by, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. He could feel that these people were indeed very strong. Sun Moon Cloud Dynasty Princess Luoxia, haha, I can't believe I saw her here. Her team seems to only have 2 people. Don't cause trouble, there are more experts and geniuses in Yin Mountain, let's go in. Many teams passed by, and many of them recognized Yin Luoxia. Some of them had bad intentions, but their stronger teammates stopped them and the team continued forward. Lin Ling glanced at Yin Luoxia and found that her face was a little pale. Yin Luoxia only let out a sigh of relief after those experts left. He's only a 2nd stage saint, is he strong? Lin Ling asked. That's the Immortal King, he has the heavenly rune lightning body and his immortal physique has reached the great success stage. I'm not his match right now, Yin Luoxia explained, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. He was stronger than he had imagined. At this moment, Yin Luoxia's mother insect called out. It was Yao Ping's anxious voice. It seemed that something had happened over there. Not good, a team has attacked Yao Ping and the others. We must hurry over immediately. Only when the team is together will others fear us. Yin Luoxia was somewhat anxious. She then rushed towards Yao Ping with Lin Ling. Fortunately, they weren't too far apart, and it didn't take long for Lin Ling to catch sight of Yao Ping and the others. They seemed to have gotten into a fight with another group. There were 9 people in that group, both men and women. They weren't too old, and their strength was in the 1st or 2nd heaven of the Saint Realm. The 9 Nether Troop is in trouble. Staring ahead, Yin Luoxia furrowed her brows. Is he very strong? Lin Ling frowned. He used the Eye of Time, and 9 vortexes appeared in front of him. Some of the vortexes were gigantic, while others were ordinary. Lin Ling had a basic understanding of those 9 people. They're as strong as us, but if there's a fight, we'll be at a disadvantage. Besides, the 9 Nether Troop is the palace's guard. If they're here, it means that the palace's strong cultivators are also here. I think the palace's Empress Tian Huang is also working hard to get into the Yungu Celestial Stage. Yin Luoxia explained. The Yungu Celestial Stage, Champion University, and the 7 Emperors Celestial Stage. Those were the legends of the 3 Xian cultivators of the human world. Lin Ling sighed. His world was the Xianpeng province. He didn't know that Xianyuan and Xianhuang also had so many strong cultivators. Besides, they were much stronger than Xianpeng. When Yao Ping saw Yin Luoxia, he immediately said, Sister Luoxia, they want to steal my ghost face flower. Besides, I found a yellow spring stone. They want it too. So it's Princess Luoxia from the Sun Moon Cloud Dynasty. All right. The leader of the Yin Luoxia troop was dressed in black armor, and their faces were cold and arrogant. He wasn't old, but he had a dignified air about him. Moreover, they were looking at each other, discussing whether they should attack Yin Luoxia's team, and whether they could win after attacking. Yin Luoxia troop, you made a mistake first. What do you want to do now? All right. Yin Luoxia took a step forwards and stood with Yao Ping and the others. She wanted to tell them that they weren't weak. If they dared attack, they'd better think carefully. Let's go. All right, said the captain of the Yin Luoxia troop, waving. Their mission was to go to the ghost region and collect treasures for the strong cultivators. If their opponents were too strong, they wouldn't attack them easily. But among the 9 people, there were a few who didn't want to give up because the captain was too cautious. They didn't dare offend Yin Luoxia, but they thought that if they really fought, they could kill Yin Luoxia's team. Since it's that way, we'll mind our own business, said Yin Luoxia, nodding. She left with Yao Ping and the others. She was also thinking that if they didn't have to fight, they shouldn't. At this moment, someone in the Lin Ling troop exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw cracks on his armor. The young man glared at Lin Ling furiously. You sneak attacked me. What? Yin Luoxia and the others' faces changed. The current situation was that the 2 teams were afraid of each other and had separated peacefully. But Lin Ling's sneak attack was tantamount to provoking the other team. Lin Ling was also stunned. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Sneak attack? They had just turned around. If he really attacked, it was impossible for them not to notice. So the armor was actually broken by the Yin Luoxia troop. His goal was simple. He wanted to stir up trouble and steal Yin Luoxia's harvest. At this moment, the captain of the Yin Luoxia troop went silent. He seemed to understand his teammates' intention. He looked at Lin Ling and asked, Why did you sneak attack him? Lin Ling sneered and didn't say anything. He wanted to see how the other party would continue acting. The captain knew that Lin Ling's cultivation was low and didn't have the right to speak. So he insisted that Lin Ling had sneaked an attack. He looked at Yin Luoxia and said, The people in your team are not clean. Unless you hand over all the ghost face grass and the underworld stone, you will have to bear the consequences. Sir, don't go too far. Yao Ping and the others frowned. How could they not know the purpose of the Yin Luoxia troop? Do you dare to offend my palace? The captain sneered. He seemed to be in the right, so he wasn't afraid of the background behind Yin Luoxia. His words made Yao Ping and the others grit their teeth and fall silent. Yin Luoxia's face was also ugly. However, the Yin Luoxia troop wasn't weak. It was best to avoid conflict. She asked indifferently, Why are you so sure? His armor cracked. That's the evidence. The captain said indifferently. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You said that he sneaked an attack on your teammate. First, he's only a transcendent. Second, if I'm not wrong, your armor is the 9 nether earth-shattering armor. It's a mid-level heavenly soldier. How can it be broken so easily? Linny said indifferently. He had reincarnated, so he was naturally calmer than others. With that, the 9 nether troops' faces turned ugly. They had missed this point. The captain's mask seemed to have been torn off as his eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at Lin Yi and said, You're good. Then, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, we can leave. Chapter 1409. You asked me to sneak attack you. Since that's the case, we'll mind our own business. Yin Luoxia nodded and left with Yao Ping and the others. She was also considering not to clash head-on if possible. At this moment, someone from the Lin Ling troop exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw cracks on his armor. The young man glared at Lin Ling furiously. You sneak attacked me. What? The faces of Yin Luoxia and the others changed drastically. The current situation was that the 2 teams were wary of each other and had separated peacefully. However, Lin Ling's sneak attack was tantamount to provoking the other team. Lin Ling was also stunned for a moment before a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sneak attack? They had just turned around. If he had really launched a sneak attack, it was impossible for them not to notice. Therefore, the armor was actually broken by the 9 nether troop. Their goal was simple, to stir up trouble and steal Yin Luoxia and the others' harvest. At this moment, the captain of the 9 nether troop was silent for a moment. He seemed to understand his teammates' intention. He looked at Lin Ling and asked, Why did you sneak attack him? Lin Ling sneered and did not speak. He wanted to see how the other party was going to continue acting. The captain knew that Lin Ling's cultivation was low and did not have the right to speak. Therefore, he insisted that Lin Ling had sneaked an attack. He looked at Yin Luoxia and said, Your team members have dirty hands and feet, and are looking for trouble. Unless you hand over all the ghost face grass and the underworld stone, you will bear the consequences. Sir, don't go too far. How could Yao Ping and the others not know the purpose of the 9 Nether Troop? They immediately frowned. Do you dare to offend my palace? The captain sneered, as if he had the right and was not afraid of the background behind Yun Luoxia and the others. His words made Yao Ping and the others grit their teeth and fall silent. Yun Luoxia's face was also ugly. However, the 9 Nether Troop was not weak, so it was best to avoid conflict. She asked indifferently, "Why are you so sure?" "His armor cracked. That's the evidence." The captain said indifferently. "Haha, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You say he attacked your teammates, but first of all, he's just a transcendent. 2, if I'm not wrong, your armor is the 9U earth-splitting armor, a middle-stage heavenly soldier. How can it be broken just like that?" At this time, Lin Yi said indifferently. He had reincarnated, so he was naturally calmer than others. With that, the 9 Nether Troop's face turned ugly. They had missed this point. It was as if the captain's mask had been ripped off. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Lin Yi. "You're good. Well then, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, can we leave?" Yun Luoxia also said with a cold expression. Her words made the Yun Luoxia troop grit their teeth. They were unwilling to accept this, but they couldn't find an excuse to make a fuss and kill this team. Go. The captain of the 9 Nether Troop waved his hand and chose to leave. Next time there would definitely be a chance to wipe out this team. Wait. However, they had only taken a few steps when a cold shout rang out, causing them to look over. They could not help but freeze in place. The one who spoke was actually the weakest person in Yun Luoxia's team. And that person was Lin Ling. "What are you trying to say?" The 9 Nether Troop stopped and looked at Lin Ling coldly. Among them, the one with the cracked armor sneered. "Do you want us to apologize?" He knew that his previous slander had failed, so he guessed that this young man wanted him to apologize. Unfortunately, this young man couldn't see through him. "Lin Ling!" Yun Luoxia hurriedly shouted. She also thought that Lin Ling wanted the other party to apologize, but in the current situation, it was better if the two teams didn't fight. After all, if they fought, both sides would suffer great casualties. What's the use of apologizing? What's the use of apologizing? What's more, if apologizing is useful, why do we need the police? Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The other party wanted to find an opportunity to kill them, but failed. Then he turned around and left. Was he going to pretend that nothing had happened? Police? What's that? And you don't want us to apologize? Then what are you trying to do? The 9 Nether Troop looked at each other and sneered. They were curious about what kind of waves this weakest young man could stir up. "The reason why I don't want your apology is because you said that I launched a sneak attack. If I don't do anything, how can it be called a sneak attack?" Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and stood in front of the sneering young man. The young man shook his head, as if mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. The matter had already calmed down, but he still dared to stir up trouble. He stretched out his fingers and played with his nails. "You're right. You didn't even do anything, so how can it be called a sneak attack? But let me tell you in advance, there are some things that you have to pay a great price for." Lin Ling, come back. Yun Luoxia and the rest were even more anxious. They knew that Lin Ling was slandered, and his mood wasn't good. However, Lin Ling didn't want the other party's apology. Instead, he seemed to want to launch a sneak attack. What was he trying to do? However, although they tried to persuade him, they knew that Lin Ling wasn't their teammate and was very stubborn. Therefore, they could only shake their heads helplessly. "You can attack, but once you do, it will be a real sneak attack." The captain of the 9 Nether Troop sneered. He looked at Lin Ling and waited for Lin Ling to attack. "Attack, let's see if you dare. If you attack, it would be a real sneak attack. Come on." The young man with the broken armor opened his arms and allowed Lin Ling to launch a sneak attack. "As you wish." Lin Ling nodded his head and slowly pulled out the tyrant song. Then he ruthlessly slashed. Boom. With a slash, the power of 8 universes exploded. The young man's armor cracked and his entire body was chopped into pieces. Everyone fell silent. The 9 Nether troop was stunned. Then their eyes turned red as they roared. You killed him. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would end up like this. I didn't kill him. I just followed his request and launched a sneak attack. Lin Ling said calmly. This caused the pupils of the 9 Nether troop to tremble. They understood what Lin Ling meant. They slandered Lin Ling for launching a sneak attack, and now, Lin Ling had launched a sneak attack in front of them. However, Lin Ling's sneak attack didn't break the armor of the celestial troop, but the person who broke the armor died. This result also proved that Lin Ling didn't launch a sneak attack. If he really wanted to launch a sneak attack, would that person still be alive? You've got guts. You actually killed my brother. Among the 9 Nether troop, a man's face stiffened. He didn't expect that the young man his brother slandered would be so strong. Previously, his brother had chosen to slander Lin Ling because the latter's cultivation was too low. Even if he was wrongly accused, he probably wouldn't have the right to speak. Don't randomly accuse him. He asked me to launch a sneak attack, but I didn't expect him to be so useless. I only launched a sneak attack, and he couldn't block it. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the furious 9 Nether troop. I don't care. You're dead. Today, I want you to die here. The 9 Nether troop roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. You want to kill me? Lin Ling asked indifferently, as if he didn't know how powerful the 9 Nether troop was. You must die. You dared to offend the 9 Nether troop. No matter what kind of background you have, you must die. The other 9 Nether troop members revealed their killing intent. Chapter 14:10. These people had been eyeing them covetously, but they were afraid of Yin Luoxia and the others backing them. But sooner or later, they would come knocking on their door. Since that was the case, let's see if they had the strength to kill them. On the other side, Yin Luoxia and the others had their mouths wide open. Although they knew that Lin Ling was arrogant, they didn't expect him to be this arrogant. They had just calmed down the storm, but Lin Ling stirred it up again, as if saying that since they dared to provoke a storm, they had to bear the consequences. I sneak attacked your little brother before, so as his older brother, I'll sneak attack you again. Lin Ling's sneer deepened, and with a stomp of his foot, his ancient god emperor physique appeared and his sword slashed out. Hong Long Long. Another 9 Nether guard fell. This person was a second-layer saint, a powerful cultivator in Wunai Palace, or else he wouldn't have been qualified to come to the ghost domain, but he still couldn't block Lin Ling's sword. His sword is too sharp. Yao Ping sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling had told him before that he wouldn't be able to block even a single sword strike from Lin Ling, but now it seemed that not only would he not be able to block even half a sword strike, he wouldn't even be able to block half of it. He had seen transcendent realm geniuses fight across realms, but he had never seen such a terrifying one. Even Lin Yi was taken aback. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. How could they know that Lin Ling's 3 absolutes were absolute defense, absolute attack, and absolute speed? Unless one's talent surpassed Lin Ling's, even if they were a 3rd-layer saint, Lin Ling would still be able to kill them. You've got guts, killing another one of my 9 Nether guards. How do you want me to torture you to death? The remaining 9 Nether guards roared. The 9 of them had come here from the periphery of the ghost domain, slaughtering countless teams, but this was the first time several of their teammates had been killed here. I was just following his request to sneak attack him. However, what made them vomit blood was that the black-robed youth said something harmless. Kill him. The captain of the 9 Nether guards roared, his eyes filled with killing intent, causing Lin Ling's sneer to thicken. Taking a step forward, he distorted space, swallowing mountains and rivers, the heavens and the earth. On the ground, dazzling sword light flashed, and every strike caused blood to splatter everywhere. Yin Luoxia and the others could only vaguely see the ancient venerable emperor holding a giant sword and conquering the world. In just the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, only one of the 9 remained, the captain. At this moment, his face was filled with confusion, never having imagined that this transcendent realm young man would be so terrifying. And Lin Ling was standing in front of him, his black robes fluttering wildly, his sword pointed at him, as if telling him that he, Lin Ling, had put on his black robes and returned to the days of battle. He should not have provoked Lin Ling. Indeed, during the great calamity of the rainforest Holy Land, Lin Ling had donned his black robe. The black robe represented his decisiveness in killing, and it also represented his resolute heart. I'm from the 9 Nether Troop of Wu Nai Gong. If you dare to kill me, be careful of offending our Wu Nai Gong. At this moment, the captain did not dare to move, his face cold and indifferent. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. His team had been completely wiped out, and not by any other team, but by a single person. He never thought that the most terrifying member of Yin Luoxia's team would be the person with the lowest cultivation. So, what are you trying to say? Lin Ling looked at the captain indifferently. You can't kill me. Even if you touch me, you will die. We are geniuses of the Wu Nai Gong. Sir is the king of Tianhuang in Yin Mountain. Try touching me. The captain gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. At this moment, he could only bring out the powerful background behind him. You want me to touch you? Lin Ling asked indifferently, as if he did not know what the Wu Nai Gong was. Yes, do you dare? The captain sensed that Lin Ling seemed to be hesitating, so he could not show any weakness at this moment. Perhaps he could scare Lin Ling away. In fact, I don't know what the Wu Nai Gong is. The reason why I didn't kill you is because I thought that since you didn't let me kill you, I naturally can't kill you. The 9 Nether Troop died because they let me take the initiative to kill you. But now you seem to be asking me to touch you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, causing the captain's pupils to shrink. He thought that Lin Ling was afraid of the Wu Nai Gong, so he would not easily make a move against him. But who would have thought that Lin Ling was not afraid at all? The reason why he did not kill him was because he did not let Lin Ling kill him. Just like before, when the 9 Nether Troop let Lin Ling sneak attack, Lin Ling naturally made a move. But before, his last words were to let Lin Ling kill him, asking if Lin Ling dared to kill him. He said these words to make Lin Ling more wary and not dare to touch him. But in the end, it made the situation even more troublesome. Wait a minute, I was wrong before. Don't kill me. Don't take my words seriously. After reacting, the captain immediately said with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, I don't want to kill you, but you want me to kill you, so I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. Lin Ling's smile became even more evil, causing the captain's pupils to constrict. He wanted to say something, but all he got in return was a sword strike. Then with a boom his body exploded, turning into dust. You don't take your words seriously, but I take my words seriously. Lin Ling slowly put away his sword, and at the same time, collected the treasures left by the 9 Nether Troop. Yin Luoxia and the others were still staring at Lin Ling in shock. They didn't know what to say anymore. They had tried their best not to provoke the Lin Ling troop, because they didn't want the two teams to fight. Who would have thought that Lin Ling was not afraid of them at all? He had single-handedly defeated the 9 Nether Troop. It seems that a fierce man has joined our team. Wow. What a monstrous transcendent. With his strength, he can easily enter Champion University. Wow. Linny, I admire you. Good eyesight. Good. How could Yao Ping and the others not be convinced? They were completely convinced. At that moment, Blood River Ancestor stared at Lin Ling coldly. After a long time, he finally spat out, Monster. Monster. It wasn't that he had never seen a Transcendent Realm cultivator defeating a saint in battle, but Lin Ling had not fought a battle to the death, nor had he fought a battle of attrition, but had instead chopped down vegetables and melons. This was extremely rare, which meant Lin Ling's talent was on a completely different level. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling's talent was absolute defense, and that his sword was something they had to look up to, they would be even more shocked. Brother Lin Ling, I'll help you. Yes. Yao Ping was the first to rush over to help Lin Ling collect the spoils of war. Then Wang Lin and Zhang Xianyan also rushed over. They knew that having strong teammates in the Ghost Realm was a great blessing. Other teams wouldn't dare to rashly invade. What are you doing? Lin Ling frowned. Why was this guy so enthusiastic? We're teammates. Yao Ping laughed. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. When did I agree to join you? Haha. It's fate that we met, so we're teammates. Hee, we just treat you as a teammate. Wang Ping looked cold, but he was actually so thick-skinned. These bastards. Haha. Chapter 14:11. A sudden change occurred. The baleful ghost Heavenly Ruthlessness was born. Lin Yi's mouth twitched as he felt wronged. He didn't know that Lin Ling was this strong, He only knew that he couldn't fight Lin Ling. After that, the crowd continued moving forwards. More and more strong cultivators were gathering in the Yin Mountain. Teams were fighting everywhere. The ghost region was in chaos. Arhut's real body? Arhuts from the great region of Xianyuan? A bunch of bald donkeys dared come to the ghost region. Try my 10,000 scissors. In the eastern sky, several golden Arhut true bodies appeared, their auras intimidating the world. In the distance, an enormous pair of scissors blossomed, cutting apart the great laws. It was extremely terrifying. In the west, there were also battles. Teams were killing each other. I'm going to get a recommendation from Champion University, Abyssal Turtle Force Field. Is that so? Ancient Netherworld, I've always wanted to see how strong you are, Whitebone's demonic body. The abyssal turtle was floating in the sky. 10,000 lightning bolts flickered and blocked a gigantic white skeleton in the distance. The two strong cultivators were fighting fiercely. How terrifying. More and more strong cultivators are gathering. Most of them want to go to Champion University. They're all geniuses. I have the feeling that the era of geniuses is about to start. In the Yin Mountain, Yin Wuxia and the others were walking slowly. It was chaotic, too chaotic. Teams were fighting everywhere. Strong cultivators and great cosmic laws were everywhere. It seemed like the ghost region was about to be opened. It seemed like all the young cultivators of the three Xian ancient cultivators of the human world had come to the Yin Mountain. Subconsciously, their eyes fell on the black-robed youth in front of them, and they immediately felt a sense of security. They had encountered many powerful teams before, but Lin Ling had defeated all of them alone. If they had not been lucky enough to team up with Lin Ling, they would have been wiped out long ago. At that moment, Lin Ling was looking at the battle in the distance, but he didn't pay attention to it. He was talking to Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin had told him that the second dream soul had dispersed. Maybe it had turned into 3 souls. Lin Ling had only collected 1 soul, so it would be even more difficult to find the second dream. After all, Lin Ling was afraid that one of the souls would reincarnate. I'll find her, whispered Lin Ling. He swallowed the last ghost face grass. He was only 1 step away from the Saint Layer. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed. Under the ground, a large number of white skeletons crawled out. Each of the white skeletons had an evil ghost within them. They were tall and mighty, at least 5 meters tall. The moment they crawled out from the ground, many people were killed and their flesh and blood were devoured. Xianxianqi. The baleful ghost sky is coming out. Someone stared at the sky and shouted anxiously. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the death chi and ghost chi combined to form a vortex that smashed into the earth. Ah, save me. Someone was affected by the vortex and cried out in pain. Then he turned into a ghost head and became a baleful ghost. So scary. Is the baleful ghost sky about to come out? It's said that it's a ghost god formed by the heaven and earth's baleful ghost sky. If it comes out, all of us will die. The crowd panicked. The baleful ghost sky was not something they could face. The baleful ghost sky is still in the process of coming out. We can kill it. If we can get its baleful ghost sky bead, we can increase our cultivation by 1 realm. At that moment, a powerful heaven's pride shouted. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Wind and thunder rolled in the vast Yin Mountain. The younger generation of ancient martial artists from the mortal world's 3 Xian Qi were ready to make a move. They were not afraid of the baleful ghost sky bead. Kill. Countless battle cries sounded throughout the world. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. This change made Lin Ling and the others, who were walking in the Yin Mountain, gasp. They looked into the distance where spirit chi fluctuations were constantly blooming in the sky and on the ground. Great principles were colliding. On the ground, a large number of ghost generals were fighting against the mortal world's 3 Xian Qi cultivators. The rumbling was deafening. The sudden change turned the group battle into a great battle of ghost generals. A battle of 10,000 people, and all of them were Saint Realm powerhouses. For many people, such a sensational scene was something they would never encounter in their lives. So scary. Yin Luoxia gasped. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. Let's go and take a look. Boss Lin Ling, we can't. The battle over there is too crazy. It's not something we can meddle in. Yao Ping said with a pale face. If you want to become stronger, you can't avoid danger. But if you don't want to go, just stay nearby. I'll go and take a look. Lin Ling shook his head. He was only a step away from breaking through. Moreover, Elder Z had told him before that the baleful ghost pearl was the essence of heaven and earth's baleful qi. If he could refine it, Lin Ling would be able to greatly improve his essence, energy and spirit qi. It was Lin Ling's first time seeing a treasure that could improve his essence, energy and spirit. He naturally wouldn't miss it. Then let's go. We're not the only team going there. Linny stared into the distance and said, moreover, among the ghost general's bones, there's a small bone that is the essence of ghost spirits. Ordinary martial artists can also refine it. Its effect is even better than ghost face grass. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They followed Lin Ling and rushed forward. Hong Long Long. At this moment, the center of the Yin mountain plain was indeed in an uproar. At the same time, a pool of blood that spanned 500 kilometers floated out. The surging sea of blood roared, and a child was soaking in it. The child's body was covered in complicated patterns that were extremely evil. Moreover, a blood-red bead appeared above its head, and was slowly fusing into its body. Of course, this merging obviously took some time. Humans die. The moment I'm born, I want all of you to become my ghost general army. Humph. The child's resentful voice drifted out. It was extremely terrifying. This was the baleful ghost heavenly baleful qi that was born from the heaven and earth's baleful qi. Pu-Piu. Some of the transcendent realm cultivators, and even some saint realm cultivators coughed up a mouthful of blood as their faces paled. Retreat. Don't get close to the baleful ghost heavenly baleful qi. Retreat. After coughing up blood, many people retreated with pale faces. This kind of ghost wasn't something they could get close to. Trash and trash, watch from afar. Don't go looking for death. At this moment, a powerhouse riding the golden-eyed Lion King arrived with a majestic aura. These powerhouses were originally going to Yellow Springs Mountain, but they were attracted by the birth of the baleful ghost heavenly baleful qi. Moreover, other than him, even more mysterious experts had arrived in a grandiose manner. Their strength was clearly much stronger than the previous group. If this baleful ghost heavenly baleful qi is born, the human world will be wiped out. My heavenly dragon temple will purify it on behalf of all living beings. In the sky, a blood-red kasaya drifted out. The sound waves rolled as an old monk arrived from afar. Heavenly Dragon Great Zen Master from Xianpeng Province. Many people recognized the old man, and their blood boiled. Such an ancient powerhouse had also arrived. Bald Donkey, if you want the baleful ghost bead, just say it. Why do you have to find such a fake excuse? Chapter 14:12. Battle King's Disciple. Sir, you're too arrogant. Amitba, this old monk will purify you on behalf of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. Flesh Kasaya. Bloody light bloomed. The Kasaya that seemed to be made of thousands of flesh and blood released the light of Buddha and Devil. Immortal Thunder God Body. As soon as the flesh Kasaya appeared, the other Xianhuang Deyu cultivator also released a terrifying lightning energy. I am the world palm. At the same time, another top cultivator arrived. He was like an ambitious person, domineering and unparalleled. With a palm strike, a storm raged. This person was the genius king of Xianyuan Great Region's Wunai Palace, also known as King Tianhuang. He was a powerful genius king who wanted to be recommended to Yanggu Immortal Platform. Boom. The ground cracked, and a large number of ghost generals were shattered. White bones shot out in all directions. The power of that palm strike was terrifying. Everything was just like the name of the martial art. I am the world palm. How terrifying. King Tianhuang unleashed his full strength. I'm afraid he's in the top 20 of the lower Xian ranking. Many people's blood boiled. They had never seen so many strong cultivators gathered together in their lives. Now that they could see it today, they had no regrets in life. In my opinion, Gui Sha Tianli is about to be born. If he succeeds, we won't be its match and we'll all die unless we have the help of a late Saint Realm cultivator. So, why don't we join forces to attack Gui Sha Tianli? Whoever obtains the heavenly violent bead will be lucky. If he can kill Gui Sha Tianli, it will be a blessing to the world. The heavenly violet bead will belong to him. What do you think? An ancient voice drifted out. Many people looked over and found that it was the old monster of the four gods constellation. That's a good idea, but the heavenly violet bead belongs to me, Hsien. Another white-robed young man arrived. He was like a crane in the clouds. Hsien is here too. His immortal body is the rare great crane immortal body. Moreover, he's about to be recommended to Yungu immortal platform. In your dreams, the heavenly violet bead will belong to me. Rumble. At that moment, a giant blade slashed at the blood pool. A sharp voice came from the blood pool. How dare you stop me from being born? You'll all die. The child in the blood pool became more and more ferocious, filled with resentment. It's getting closer and closer to the day of its birth. I think that all third-layer saints should make a move. If you're below this level, unless you think you're strong enough, you should go and kill the ghost general. Alright, I'll go first. Million scissors. The strong cultivators attacked once again, crazily attacking the blood pool, causing it to sway continuously. Blood rained down and landed on the bodies of many martial artists, corroding them. Kill. However, not only were the top experts not afraid, they became even crazier. One by one, the famous figures took action, causing lightning, flames, and storms to appear in the sky. At the same time, on the ground, huge rocks as big as palaces tumbled in the sky like rice straws, intimidated by the power. They're all famous figures. Xian Peng, Xian Yuan, Xian Huang. All the experts have made their moves. Many teams stood in the distance, watching this scene in shock. However, Ghost Fiend Heavenly Ruthless is getting crazier and crazier. Look at the Heavenly Ruthless bead. It's getting closer and closer to fusion. Oh no, if the evil ghost Tianli comes out, we'll all die. Many people were shivering. The evil ghost Tianli was terrifying. As far as they knew, it would take a lot of cultivators of the late stage of the Saint Realm to kill it. One person couldn't do it. You're all a bunch of trash. I, the Fire Spirit Princess, am here. Who dares stop me from obtaining the evil ghost Tianli? I'll destroy his entire clan. At this moment, billowing flames surged over, and a girl who was only 5 or 6 years old appeared before everyone's eyes, standing on a fire dragon as if she was a child of the fire tribe. The Fire Clan's daughter. Many people gasped when they saw the girl. Even the famous strong cultivators were astonished. The Fire Spirit Princess was from the Fire Clan in Xianhuangdiyu. According to legends, the Fire Clan was the descendant of the fire god Zhurong. They were born with incredible fire abilities. The Fire Spirit Princess was an outstanding cultivator of the Fire Clan. When she was born, she burned the sky for a whole month. Then, she was chosen by Champion University and became the youngest disciple of Champion University in history. Many people were trying their best to be recommended to Champion University. Some people were recommended to Champion University, but nobody was a disciple. There were 3 legendary cultivators in the human world. The 7 emperors, Yungu, and Champion University. Becoming their disciple meant that she was the best cultivator in the human world. She had become a disciple at the age of 5. Who else could do it? The girl on top of the fiery dragon had an illustrious reputation. But on the surface, she was a kingdom-toppling beauty. She had black hair and black eyes, an otherworldly beauty. She was like a lotus flower, with snow-white skin and eyes as bright as the stars. However, her fiery red hair gave others the feeling that it was wildly dancing in the wind. She was so attractive at such a young age. Someday, she would become one of the most beautiful women in the human world. Of course, the Fire Spirit Princess was renowned throughout the world. When she was young, many ancient martial art practitioners had come to propose marriage to her. Unfortunately, the number of people who had been rejected numbered in the millions. Fire God's world. A delicate voice sounded from the fire dragon. At this moment, flames soared into the sky. The porcelain doll-like beauty had activated some kind of immortal body. She began to grow and turned into a beautiful woman with a seductive body. Flames surged all over her body, attracting the attention of thousands of people. With a light wave, flames bloomed. A major law appeared, and it had reached the peak of the half-step realm. Pa, pa, pa. The pool of blood burned, emitting a fishy smell. The children in the pool of blood let out ferocious cries. They released surging evil chi that turned into a wind dragon and swept towards the fire spirit princess. What a fierce ghost! The fire spirit princess's face turned serious. She did not dare to underestimate the evil chi. With a wave of her right hand, a large number of people flew up and became her scapegoats. They were swept up by the evil chi wind dragon and turned into ashes. Fire spirit princess, no. Many people shouted anxiously. They did not have any intention to resist the fire spirit princess and could only beg for mercy. You trash, it's your fortune to be able to block the attack of the evil Chi Tianli for me. The fire spirit princess had been favored by the heavens since she was young. She was extremely arrogant and cruel. Of course, this was normal. With the fire tribe as her backing, who would dare to provoke her? It's still the same. The evil Chi bead will belong to whoever can kill the evil Chi Tianli. It's the same no matter who it is. At this moment, King Tianhuang said lightly. He had delicate features and his long hair danced in the wind. He was only in his 20s. His words made it clear that no matter how powerful the fire spirit princess was, they had to follow the rules. Whoever killed the evil Chi Tianli would get the evil Chi bead. Will I, the fire spirit princess, go back on my words? Don't worry. You can attack the evil Chi Tianli, but the one who will get the evil Chi bead will still be me because only I can kill it. The fire spirit princess shouted. Her long, white legs were faintly discernible at the edge of her red dress. She was completely different from the little girl from before. It's enough to hear you say that. The crane deity nodded lightly and stared greedily at the fire spirit princess's alluring body. Was this the fire spirit princess when she grew up? However, she was indeed beautiful. Attack! Chapter 14:13. The mysterious youth makes a move. Rumble. 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 Wind and clouds rumbled as the ghostly aura turned into a vast whirlpool. Countless experts attacked the blood pool one after another. Shisha Tianli seemed to know that they were being surrounded, and let out sharp screeches as he retaliated. Many experts were injured, and the weaker ones were killed instantly. At this moment, Yin Luoxia and the others were looking at the scene with serious expressions. They all wanted to get the Tianli pearl, but it was obviously difficult. Without powerful strength, they couldn't get close to it. Especially Lin Yi, the Blood River ancestor. He sighed inwardly. There were many ancient martial artists with stronger backgrounds than him, and the geniuses were even more terrifying. They had already reached the level of the 7 emperors' recommendation. Emperor Tianhuang, the 9 nether troop, said that we are the powerful genius king of the palace. If he knows that we killed the 9 nether troop, it will be troublesome. His strength is not something we can fight against. Yin Luoxia said worriedly. Yao Ping and the others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about their words. His eye of time appeared, and his soul power gathered as he stared at the blood pool with full concentration. Gradually, the blood pool appeared in his eyes. It was indeed a ghostly god formed by the heaven and earth evil chi. There was only one kind of passion in his heart, and that was to get the Tianli pearl. He did not notice at all that a shadow had appeared behind him. It was a shadow that was as quiet as the night. She seemed to be looking ahead in a daze, but when her gaze landed on someone, her eyes immediately felt as if they were connected by flesh and blood. She is me. The ghostly shadow spoke for the first time. It was as if even if she had lost all her memories and consciousness, she would still remember that person. Sister, the second dream. Wow. Beside the ghost, Xiaoyan said in surprise. This was the first time she saw her sister the second dream speak. In her impression, the second dream had always stood in the bamboo and was silent most of the time. This made Xiaoyan suddenly have a feeling. Could it be that one of the souls of her sister the second dream was among that group of experts? At this moment, a soft singing voice floated out from the mouth of the ghost who had lost her memory and consciousness. Who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years. Who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword. Who parts today and in the past, lingering for a few years. The flowering period is getting further and further away, breaking the fleeting years. That night in his memory, that lonely girl in his memory, seemed to have descended once again. The singing caused everyone's faces to change drastically. How could there be a spirit in Lin Ling's body? And it didn't seem to be a complete one. It was just one of the three spirits. Sister, the second dream. Little Yin shouted worriedly. As a soul, she knew that one of the three souls of the second dream must have appeared on the other side, causing the second dream, which had not yet entered the cycle of reincarnation, to appear after seeing one of the souls of the past. At the same time, on the ground ahead, someone frowned and looked at Lin Ling. She vaguely felt that something was calling her, telling her to go back, or she would miss something. However, she frowned and ignored it. Her gaze fell on the blood pool. The blood around Shisha Tianli was getting dimmer and dimmer. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. However, Shisha Tianli was also struggling. This caused the resentment and evil qi to become even more terrifying. No one dared to go near him. Obviously, the crucial moment was about to arrive. Everyone in Yin Mountain was excited. Who could kill Shisha Tianli? There were so many experts, so many geniuses, so many referrals. Who would be the king? Let me do it. I am the fist of the world. King Tianhuang wanted to be the one to shock the world. He immediately attacked. But Shisha Tianli was also at a crucial moment. It was time for him to merge with the Tianli bead. Hence, the evil qi around him became even crazier and blocked the powerful fist. Damn it! Moreover, a large amount of evil qi surrounded King Tianhuang. He was furious. It seemed that he had to hide for a while. The other geniuses, the crane god in white clothes, the young man with the scissors, the young man with the demonic thunderbolts intent, were all ready to attack. At the same time, in the distance, two old men were floating in the sky. They were terrifyingly strong. They had already broken through to the fourth saint layer. They were smiling. It seems like King Tianhuang will obtain it in the end. If he succeeds, Champion University will recruit him as a disciple. I have high hopes for the Crane Immortal. This person is a disciple that my Yungu Immortal platform will definitely recruit. You want the Tianli bead, right? But you don't want to compete with the young geniuses. Therefore, you'll wait for the crane god to obtain the Tianli bead and give it to you. The two old men spoke to each other, looking at the scene in front of them like ancient gods. After they finished talking, the entire Yin Mountain calmed down. The atmosphere was oppressive. Everybody knew that the crucial moment had arrived. In the distance, the sound of weeping ghosts kept spreading in the air. At that moment, all the strong cultivators were stupefied. Their qi was condensed. The Tianli bead is mine. It was the calm before the storm. The strongest attack had finally arrived. In the sky, the golden scissors of the sun and moon appeared as if they could cut anything in the world. On the ground, white skeletons and skeletons were rushing towards the blood pool. In the distance, fire dragons roared. Thousands of fire dragons were roaring furiously. At that moment, it was a battle between heroes, heaven and earth. However, at the same time, an ancient divine emperor arrived like a dazzling star. The space around him was distorted, and in an instant he passed by a large number of strong cultivators. Many people were shocked. Another strong cultivator had arrived. Who was that mysterious young man? Yin Luoxia's heart was pounding. Lin Ling had been silent the whole time, but now he had disappeared. His speed was beyond their imagination. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was going to compete with the heroes. This guy. Linny sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, a transcendent, had rushed into the battlefield of a third heaven saint. This was unbelievable. Of course, Linny felt a strong sense of pride in his heart. After all, Lin Ling was someone from the great Xianpeng region. Big brother Lin Ling. Xiaoyan said worriedly. She only knew now that Lin Ling was ready to attack. That was why he didn't see the second dream behind him. You're courting death. On the Yin Mountain, countless people roared. That person was so fast. Didn't he know that the bird that pokes its head out gets shot? The first person to attack would have to face the Tianli bead. Rumble. Sure enough, the Tianli bead appeared and engulfed the black-robed figure, causing him to disappear from everyone's sight. You overestimate yourself. King Tianhuang, Crane Fairy, Princess Huiling, and the other strong cultivators laughed disdainfully, uprooting the heavens. However, at that moment, a sword light appeared and cut through the Tianli bead. How is that possible? He's not afraid of the Tianli bead. Could it be that he's not afraid of the 5 elements? Is he immune to wind, fire, and thunder? At that moment, everyone's hearts exploded. Chapter 14:14. Battle for the One-Line Heavens. You dare kill me? Almost as soon as his voice fell, the huge shadow of a child floated out from the blood pool, glaring fiercely at the black-robed figure. An endless amount of power gushing out, like a sea of blood, was about to drown him. This time, the attack was filled with evil chi, obviously even more terrifying. He was lucky enough to block the evil chi before, but he definitely won't be able to block the evil chi this time. The first idiot to act died, blocking Guisha Tianli's strongest attack for us. Now that he's exhausted again and again, it's our turn. None of the masters present believed that the black-robed figure could still survive. Being submerged in the sea of blood was the result of being submerged in the world evil chi, a power so strong that even a third-layer saint wouldn't dare face it head-on. Flame Dragon's fury unseal. At that moment, a shout rang out, and in mid-air, a fiery cloud appeared and a dazzling light bloomed from the sea of blood. Like a sea urchin, the sea of blood was gradually incinerated, and a huge ancient fire dragon king appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing the expressions of countless people to stiffen. That mysterious youth hadn't died, and had even blocked Guisha Tianli's attack? Who are you? A mere transcendent. Why aren't you afraid of my evil chi? What kind of talent do you have? And that sword of yours, what is it? How can it absorb my evil chi? A sharp voice rang out at the same time. It was Guisha Tianli, his voice like thunder in everyone's ears. A transcendent? Was there even a transcendent realm cultivator qualified to fight here? Impossible. Even a third-layer Saint Realm Master had to be careful when facing Guisha Tianli. However, the truth was right in front of them. A transcendent realm cultivator had also joined the battlefield. I am the one who obtained your heavenly ruthless bead. A domineering voice rang out. Atop the huge fire dragon king, a black-robed young man stood indifferently, his fiery red hair dancing wildly in the wind, his sword seemingly made of fire, shocking the world. Who is this person? His fire martial Dao seems to have reached the grand accomplishment stage, only slightly weaker than mine. The fire spirit princess frowned. This was the first time she had seen someone whose comprehension of the fire martial Dao was greater than hers. Of course, it wasn't just her. Everyone was curious as to who this person was. Can he kill Guisha Tianli? If he succeeds, he will create a miracle. A cultivator trembled in fear. This was the first time he had seen such a crazy thing. Acting mysterious, you'll die sooner or later. King Tian Huang roared. His martial dais had been snatched by a transcendent realm junior. You want to kill me? Unfortunately, it's too late. I've already fused with the heavenly violence pearl. At this moment, a voice filled with resentment drifted out. Under countless gazes, the ferocious child slowly floated up from the blood pool. The smile on his face made everyone tremble with fear. They remembered what Guisha Tianli had said. After he was born, everyone would die. Damn it. We've been tricked. Its fusion with the heavenly violence pearl is even faster than we thought. All the masters present wore ugly expressions. It seemed like a great calamity was about to befall them, unless they had a large number of Saint Realm Masters on their side, but obviously, that was just wishful thinking. Heavens to die to be. Did the fusion really succeed? The fusion of the heavenly ruthless bead is the fusion of the baleful ghost chi, and the heavenly ruthless bead. Right now you have only fused with the baleful ghost chi because there are two types of baleful ghost chi. One is called baleful ghost chi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. The other is called heavenly ruthless ghost chi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. However, you are baleful ghost chi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. You have fused with the baleful ghost chi, but you have not fused with the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. At this moment, an icy cold voice drifted out. Everyone saw that it was the young man standing on the fire dragon king who spoke. Who are you? Why do you know everything about me, including my birth? The slowly floating ghost Sha Tianli let out a sharp sound. Because I saw it. The youth stepped on the flame dragon king. His flaming sword was dazzling, and his black robe fluttered wildly as he shot toward Shisha Tianli. Fine, so what if you can see it? There are only 3 breaths of time left. Unless you kill me, The true baleful ghost heavenly wrath will definitely appear. Ha ha ha. An ear-piercing voice drifted out, making many people's faces turn pale. Could it be that they still couldn't make it? 3 breaths of time is enough. Fire Dragon King's sword, a line of heaven. Right at this moment, the youth moved. He slashed out with his sword, as if he was the sole ruler. This sword seemed to be the most dazzling sword. It possessed all of the destructive aura of fire. It was tyrannical, crazy, and actually made countless people unable to open their eyes. They couldn't see through that sword. What? The great laws of fire, the peak realm. Only the fire spirit princess saw through that sword. That was the martial path of fire that surpassed hers. Line of fire. A shocking line of fire appeared. It was very thin, and it sliced forward at a slow speed. However, although it looked thin, it had the power to cut through all things under the heavens. Gotcha. The blood pool was split in two. Shisha Tianli was split in two. There was no deafening rumbling sound, but there was nothing it couldn't cut. At the same time, Shisha Tianli, this child, let out a resentful voice. Its neck was cut off, but it used thousands of baleful auras to fuse together again. Only halfway through the fusion, it let out a terrifying voice. You cut through my Tianli bead. Humph. Everyone looked over, and clearly saw that the Tianli bead and Shisha Tianli were separated by a sword. Although they continued to fuse together, it was obvious that they had failed. This meant that the sword had hit a vital point. I will be back. Boom. Rumble. Finally, Shisha Tianli exploded. Thousands of baleful auras gushed out in all directions. Then a blood-red stone fell from the sky. Finally, it was caught in the black-robed youth's hand. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out. The Tianli bead is mine. Done. The entire Yin Mountain was silent. Shisha Tianli had appeared. Thousands of masters had arrived. They were like kings on the martial stage of the 3 profound of the human world, releasing their emperor Qi. In the end, the weak couldn't shine and couldn't stop Shisha Tianli. However, the remaining top masters, such as the Fire Spirit Princess, the Crane Immortal, King Tianhuang, and other masters fought to the end. They were ready to use their most terrifying attack to seize the Tianli bead. However, at this moment, the mysterious youth arrived. He used the sharp sword of fire to kill the ghost and seize the Tianli bead. All of this was like a dream. Most importantly, they seemed to have learned from Shisha Tianli that the youth was only at the transcendent realm. Everyone's face froze and then turned ugly. They had thought that the youth was overestimating himself and dared to fight with them. But in the end, they were all slapped hard by the mysterious youth. This guy really succeeded. In the distance, Lin Yi's heart trembled violently. He couldn't say anything. Boss Lin Ling said that he has absolute defense, absolute speed, and absolute attack. It's true. Yao Ping's heart also jumped violently. He worshipped the mysterious youth even more. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and said lightly, "The one who kills Shisha Tianli will get the Tianli bead. No one can take it from him. This is what you said before." Yes. After saying this, he wanted to leave. He knew that he had become the focus of attention, but the matter was urgent, and he didn't have time to think about it. So he immediately took action. Chapter 14-15. Critical Breakthrough. Hong Long Long. 8 streams of spiritual qi bloomed wildly, merging together like a heavenly river, condensing towards the largest sea. Saint Sea Descent. Obviously, the ghost face grass Lin Ling had swallowed before was showing its effects. He's breaking through. Many people's eyes trembled fiercely. That guy was really arrogant, taking first place with a single sword strike, and then ignoring everyone, breaking through just like that. As for Lin Yi and the others in the distance, they all smiled bitterly and looked at each other before rushing to Lin Ling's side without any hesitation. They were all Saint Realm masters, so they knew that breaking through to the Saint Realm was of great importance. Moreover, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it this time, they might not have another chance in their lifetime. Moreover, one should not be disturbed during a breakthrough, so no matter what, they chose to help Lin Ling. As for Yin Mountain, it was still silent. Who is this boy? Finally, a voice drifted out. It was King Tianhuang. No matter who he is, he stole our heavenly ruthless bead. He Xian stared at Lin Ling, who was cultivating with malicious intent. In addition to him, many masters also frowned and stared deeply at Lin Ling. Although this boy killed Guisha Tianli, the heavens will not allow him to openly steal Guisha Tianli. A master said loudly. Moreover, the heavenly ruthless bead should be shared equally among all of us. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's emotions were stirred. Only those who were capable would be able to obtain it. Indeed, how could such a rare treasure of heaven and earth be obtained by Lin Ling alone? Most importantly, no one knew Lin Ling, which meant that Lin Ling's background was very ordinary. At most, he was at the level of a referral, so there was no need for them to be afraid of him. Wait, you all agreed before that the one who killed Guisha Tianli would get the heavenly ruthless bead. But now, you seem to be going back on your words. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Yi stood in front of Lin Ling, frowning at the crowd. He made his move after we injured Guisha Tianli, so he snatched our harvest. Since he doesn't follow the rules, we naturally won't follow the rules either. Heaven Wasteland King's cold laughter came out. What a joke! We saw it just now. When Shisha Tianli descended, the evil aura became even stronger, but you didn't dare to approach. Moreover, even if you could attack, would you be able to kill Shisha Tianli? Lin Yi's words were filled with mockery. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Indeed, if Lin Ling had not made a move, they might not have been able to succeed. That was because Lin Ling's sword had severed the fusion of the heavenly ruthless bead and the heavenly ruthless ghost. That sword had been so tricky that they could not do it. They also did not know that the heavenly ruthless ghost was hiding such a secret. He's only relying on that sword. That sword looks like a pretty good heavenly soldier. It's very likely that it has reached the heaven stage. Crane Immortal's white robe fluttered as he smiled. It seemed like he was talking about how strong Lin Ling was, but he was also telling everyone that Lin Ling's sword was a pretty good treasure. This made many people stare at Lin Ling's sword, their eyes turning colder. 1. Lin Ling was in the midst of a breakthrough. This was an opportunity. 2. Even if Lin Ling had broken through, he was only a Saint Realm First Heaven. Although his strength was a little mysterious, there were so many experts here. Would they be afraid of him alone? However, he killed Shisha Tianli and benefited the three mysterious of the human realm. Therefore we will let him leave and give him some ghost face grass. However, his heavenly ruthless bead must be left behind. Moreover, his sword seems to have been obtained in the ghost realm. Even if it doesn't belong to him, it should be left behind for the true owner of the sword to claim. Crane Immortal waved his right hand, showing off his elegance. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling's sword. That sword made his heart skip a beat. That's great. At least we can answer to the 7 emperors. He took someone else's item. Naturally, he has to return it. Moreover, he met us. If he met other experts, they would have killed him long ago. That's right. Letting him leave is giving us a way out. Many experts nodded. They would take back the heavenly ruthless bead first and discuss how to split the loot. Of course, there was also the sword. Then let me take back the sword. Moreover, your team seems to have killed my 9 nether troop. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. Without giving Lin Ling and the others any more time, King Tianhuang walked towards Lin Ling. Although he looked calm, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I am the world palm. He struck out with his palm. It was extremely domineering, as if the whole world was under his control. This was a rare domineering law. It was similar to Lin Ling's Fiend God Overlord physique. It could withstand the 5 elements: wind, fire, lightning, yin and yang. Lin Yi frowned. The situation was getting troublesome. He couldn't stop these experts. Flame God World. However, at this moment a shout was heard. The mighty flame was like the master of a world. Under countless gazes, it collided with the domineering palm. In the end, the 2 terrifying attacks were annihilated. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Someone is helping. They looked over and saw a red-haired girl coldly looking at them from afar. She stretched out her jade-like hand, and flames burned on her palm. Moreover, she seemed to have used a powerful attack. Her celestial body was also finished, and she turned into a 5-year-old porcelain doll-like girl. Although she was cold, she was extremely cute. The disciple of the warlord, Princess Hualing? Everyone was in disbelief. Princess Hualing, what do you mean by this? King Tianhuang frowned and said. At this moment, the fire spirit princess' bright eyes were filled with indifference. She ignored the heaven wasteland king and instead looked at Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. This was the first time she had seen this young man. However, his handsome features and calm eyes gave her a strange feeling, as if she owed him something. I said that the heavenly ruthless bead belongs to me. Anyone who dares to take it will be killed. He wants to leave it to me, said the Princess Hualing in a clear and melodious voice. Many people suddenly understood. So that was how it was. But it was in line with Princess Hualing's temperament. All right, attack, said the Princess Hualing. Everybody looked at Princess Hualing. However, Princess Hualing frowned. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to kill that young man for the time being. If you can't do it, I'll do it, said King Tianhuang. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more annoyed he was. Lin Ling was surprisingly asking Princess Hualing to help him. Why? How dare you? I said that his life is mine, said Princess Hualing, shouted Princess Hualing. Her voice was like a silver bell. Nobody dared offend her. She wanted to kill Lin Ling, but she didn't. Was she going to wait until Lin Ling broke through to the next cultivation layer? Everybody frowned. Princess Hualing was the only one who could stop them. Because she was a disciple of the warlord clan, nobody dared offend her. Of course, ordinary people didn't dare offend a disciple of Champion University. But it was a different story if she was a disciple of Champion University. Princess Hualing, even though he offended you, he helped millions of people, so you can't kill him. However, you have to hand over his sword and the heavenly ruthless bead. All right. Chapter 14:16. You want to steal my sword? It's old John. Yes. And old Xian from Yingu Celestial Stage. Yes. Many people recognized the two old men and immediately bowed respectfully. Those two old men were like the Mount Tai and the Northern Dipper because they were real legendary disciples from Champion University and Yingu Celestial Stage. Everybody had to look up to them. When the two Mount Tai and the Northern Dipper appeared, the Een Mountain became even more silent. I know who the owner of his sword is. Therefore, I'll take his sword and give it back to its owner. Yes. Two old men appeared in front of the crowd. Old Xian smiled. His eyes were burning with passion. That sword was quite powerful. He had taken a fancy to it. The fire spirit pouted. She didn't know what to say because she didn't know why she wanted to help that young man. She had just helped him without thinking. Lei Yi, go and bring that sword and the heavenly ruthless bead here. These two treasures don't belong to that young man. Elder Xian knows the owner of the sword, so he'll take care of them. As for the heavenly ruthless bead, it was obtained through great effort, but it still needs an owner. Until the final owner appears, I'll take care of it. Yes, said old John in a dignified way. Many people had the impression that old John wanted the Tian Violent Pearl. I agree with old John. Old John has unquestionable integrity. It's fair for him to take care of the treasure. Yes, I agree too. Yes, shouted many people after remaining silent for a few seconds. They couldn't get the Tian Violent Pearl, so they supported old John. After all, in the future, they would need his help. They couldn't miss that opportunity. When someone spoke up, the others didn't want to be outdone. They all supported old John. Old John, old Jian, don't worry, I'll take the sword and the Tian Violent Pearl back. Yes, said the young man called Lei Yi, smiling and walking towards Lin Ling. He had already been recommended to Champion University, but this time, he had helped old John, so old John would think highly of him. Those guys. Yes. The faces of Yao Ping and the others darkened. It was just that there were too many experts here, so they had no right to speak. Lin Ling remained seated cross-legged in his Dantian region. Rumbling sounds continued to echo out as his 8 spiritual sources merged together to form an enormous sage sea. Once the sage sea appeared, he would transcend mortality and become a sage. Moreover, old Z continued to whisper in Lin Ling's ear, telling Lin Ling that it was more difficult for him to break through to the next realm than for ordinary people, because he cultivated 3 types of essence, Qi and spirit Qi. On top of that, his spiritual Qi was simply too vast, so he only needed one Dan to break through to the Saint realm. Lin Ling's Saint C was the purest and most condensed of all. Pop. Pop. At the same time in Lin Ling's Soul C, the sky shattered and fused together. This allowed Lin Ling's understanding of the void to deepen. The symbol of the Saint realm was to comprehend the void. However, not every early-stage Saint realm cultivator would be able to comprehend the void. Most of them would only be able to comprehend the void after reaching the late stage of the Saint realm. Lin Ling's godly demon overlord physique allowed him to distort space, allowing him to become more familiar with the void. Space separation. The so-called space separation not only allowed Lin Ling's distorted space to become stronger, but it also allowed the law of space to form an attack. Space slash. A voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind, isolating the energy of heaven and earth. It formed a kind of space slash, also known as the void slash. One had to know that heaven and earth were filled with spiritual qi. No matter where one went, there would be spiritual qi. However, space could be devoid of spiritual qi. This was proof of the power of space. Once this power was controlled, the attack power would be incomparably terrifying. It seems that my godly demon overlord physique has an additional attack. Heaven. Lin Ling thought to himself. Currently he cultivated 3 types of essence, qi and spirit. Absolute defense, fiend god overlord physique, all immortal physiques below the 10th grade of the yellow realm would be crushed. And his physical body was extremely strong. Absolute speed, space distortion, and now space separation. He could separate the opponent's powerful attack by at least 50%. At the same time, he could form this kind of attack into a slash, which was extremely terrifying. Absolute attack, Emperor ranked tyrannical song sword and space slash. In fact, space slash was also heaven uprooting, but with the addition of the power of space, the attack was even stronger. Of course, in terms of attack power, Lin Ling's strongest points were still his soul force and tyrannical song sword. Rumble. This time's comprehension seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Lin Ling's Dantian's Saint C was finally successfully condensed, and there was also excess spiritual qi continuously flowing in, allowing his realm to gradually stabilize. This was very scary because very few people could stabilize their realm immediately after breaking through. From another perspective, this also showed how many heavenly treasures Lin Ling had consumed. My strength has increased by 3 times. Lin Ling's heart was filled with pride. At the same time, Lei had already arrived in front of Lin Ling and laughed disdainfully. Just a transcendent trash. He actually dared to snatch the heavenly violence bead in the midst of a battle for supremacy. This was a disgrace to him. But so what if he was dazzling? Wasn't the heavenly violence bead still going to belong to the 2 titans? Even his sword had been snatched away. Then his hand slowly reached for the sword. At the same time, old Xian, who was far away, smiled slightly. Was the sword going to succeed? Buzz. However, just as Lei Yi's hand touched the sword, a hand slowly landed on his wrist and stopped him. Sir, why did you touch my sword? At the same time, a cold voice drifted out. At this moment, Lin Ling woke up and looked coldly at Lei Yi. He woke up? How lucky he actually succeeded in breaking through, but he's only a Saint Realm First Heaven. The crowd was surprised, but then they all sneered. The young man was really lucky to be able to break through at such a time. Of course, if the Fire Spirit Princess hadn't delayed him, the young man would have already failed. You're awake? That's even better. Now let me tell you, your sword was stolen from someone else, so you have to hand it over. Also, you have to hand over the Tianli bead. Old Zhan and Old Jian saw that you killed Tianli Gui and spared your life. Now get out of here. Lei was also surprised, but he quickly said indifferently. His cold eyes stared at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's fearful expression. At this moment Lin Ling frowned. He didn't know what was going on. Lin Ling, they want to steal your loot. Lin Ling explained the situation from the side, causing Lin Ling's face to turn cold instantly. You want to steal my sword? Lin Ling looked indifferently at Lei Yi. First, it's not that I want it, but the original owner of the sword wants it back. Second, did I allow you to speak to me in such a tone? Lei Yi said word by word. In front of so many people he couldn't embarrass himself. However, this young man overestimated himself and questioned him. This made his anger boil. Now you only have one choice. Hand over the sword and the Tianli bead and get out of here. Lei Yi said again, his attitude extremely firm. He wanted Lin Ling to get out of here like a stray dog. Very well, then I'll give you a choice. Chapter 14-17. Given a choice, the corners of Lei Yi's mouth curled up, curious as to what choice he would make, but just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling took a step forward and a terrifying physical strength erupted from his left hand, this time mixed with the power of his Saint Si. I'll give you a choice, Scram. Hong. A fist punched out, its aura capable of uprooting mountains and rivers. It smashed into Rei's stomach, causing Rei's pupils to constrict. He never imagined that this youth would dare to attack him. But in the next moment, a terrifying strength swept out, crushing the Saint Si in his dantian. He bent over like a shrimp, and then he was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. He crashed into the distance and immediately lost consciousness. This punch was undoubtedly like a bolt of lightning, shocking everyone present. Lin Ling had actually dared to attack, so the choice he had given was to use his fist? You're quite bold. The two titans of Mount Tai and Big Dipper Realm were stunned for a moment before shouting loudly. A trivial Saint Realm Jr. actually dared to attack them in front of them. Courting death, we gave him a way out and told him to scram, yet he actually dared to resist. Lei Yi only took back his sword, but he didn't appreciate it and instead attacked him. If it were up to me, we'd definitely teach him a lesson. The crowd of heroes all let out angry voices. This young man was simply too arrogant. You bunch of trash. Do you only know how to flatter others? You only know how to be envious of others after they snatch your treasures. Yet you're so shameless as to cultivate the martial Tao. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't seem to notice everyone's anger, his cold eyes sweeping over them. Yun Luoxia had told him what had happened before, letting him know that if it weren't for her help, he would have failed to break through. Moreover, Gui Sha and Tianli were killed by him, so these people not only didn't want to be grateful, they also wanted to steal his Tianli bead and even snatch his sword. If it were before, he would have immediately fled upon encountering so many masters, but now his strength had greatly increased, and the situation was no longer something others could control. He was the master of this world. Trash, you're calling all of us trash? The crowd became even more restless. They had seen arrogance before, but none of them had ever seen such arrogance. Even the two titans of Mount Tai and Big Dipper couldn't help laughing. This young man's strength was indeed not bad, being able to enter the Saint Realm battlefield as a transcendent. But that was it. He didn't have the qualifications to act so arrogantly. At this moment, Yinshan's angry roar was like a tidal wave. The crowd was furious. Reckless Jr., although Old Zhan and Old Xian are only at the fourth layer of the Saint Realm, they are the disciples of legends of the mortal world. Their statuses are high, yet this junior dared to call them trash. In the distant periphery of Yellow Spring Mountain, a large number of powerhouses were also watching the scene on Yin Mountain. These people were even stronger, having reached the Mastery Saint Rudiment realm. What an unyielding young man. Even if he dies, he won't hand over the sword. I want to see how long he can last. These powerhouses were divided into three groups. They were from Black Origin, Black Pung, and Black Yellow. They were the only ones in the Ghost Realm who could enter Yellow Spring Mountain. One of the groups was from Black Sky Dynasty, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of Xianping Province. Black Sky Dynasty was a super powerful existence in Kuan Temple. It was as famous as the Black-White Dao Palace, Great Sword Pavilion, and Hong Mansion. In Xianping Province, it was second only to the 7 Emperors World. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. Has this Lin Ling started to enter the 3 profound stages of the mortal world? A handsome man in that group said. He knew Lin Ling. He's Lin Ling, who's currently in the limelight in Xianping territory. It's really better to meet him in person than to hear about him. However, Senior Pooh, this person is from Heavenly Temple. Are you interested? I'm not interested, but I owe him a favor that I haven't paid back yet. The 3 top groups all looked at Yinshan and expressed their opinions. They were watching the scene in front of them, as if they were watching a good show. Yinshan's angry voice was still like the waves of the sea. Lin Ling, they're disciples of Champion University and Yungu Celestial Stage. They're also elders. You can't offend them, said Yun Luoxia hastily. Lin Ling could offend anyone, but he couldn't offend 3 legendary cultivators. Besides, they knew that Lin Ling was proud and arrogant. He knew what was right and what was wrong. Therefore, even if the heavens were big, Lin Ling wouldn't lower his head. Masters, please listen to me. Yun Luoxia quickly spoke for Lin Ling. Hearing that, the 2 old men sneered and said indifferently, Then what do you want to say? My teammates don't know how strong you are, so if they offend you, please forgive them. You're a titan. You won't lower yourself to our level, said Yun Luoxia. The 2 old men nodded. They represented Champion University and Yungu Celestial Stage, so they cared about their reputation too. Even though we won't blame him, his sword is my friend's, so he has to give it back. And the Tianli Pearl, everybody worked hard to get it, so he has to give it back. Then he has to apologize and kowtow. Let's forget about what happened before. Old John stroked his beard and said with a strong sense of righteousness. As expected of Old John, he has unquestionable integrity. Surprisingly, he doesn't blame Lin Ling. He's an emperor's disciple. How could he lower himself to the same level as that young man? Lin Ling, you're lucky. Kneel down and kowtow and apologize, said the crowd worshipping him. Old Xian smiled and said, Of course, if cultivators can't solve problems with words, they can solve problems with strength. He can also prove himself. I'll let the 3 of them fight for the sword. If he wins, we'll leave immediately and forget about this. As soon as these words were said, many people were even more impressed. The 2 great masters actually gave Lin Ling a chance. But for Yun Luoxia and the others, it wasn't an opportunity because Lin Ling couldn't stop them. It also meant that no matter what, Lin Ling would have to leave empty-handed. Lin Ling, what should we do? Asked Lin Yi, looking at Lin Ling and frowning. Lin Ling looked at the crowd indifferently. He suddenly smiled coldly and said, All right. A soft voice drifted out and silenced the Yin Mountain. The 2 titans were startled as well. This young man actually agreed? Even though Lin Ling had killed Shisha Tianli, everybody knew that Lin Ling's sword had been very tricky. It had cut off the fusion between Shisha Tianli and the Tianli Pearl. In terms of strength, there were countless heroes here. How could Lin Ling stop them? No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling was only a Saint Realm first-layer cultivator. Moreover, he had broken through by luck. You really agree? Even Old John was surprised. But he quickly became happy. If that was the case, he would get Lin Ling's treasure. No one would say that he was bullying the weak. When Shisha Tianli was born, they didn't make a move because they couldn't put down their faces to fight for it. It was the same now. However, Lin Ling had given them an even better excuse to get the treasure. Of course I agree. Why not? Lin Ling nodded. But the person who fights must have 100 ghost face grass. If I win, the ghost face grass will belong to me. If I lose, the sword and Tianli Pearl will belong to me. It's a fair fight. Do you dare? Chapter 14:18. I don't know what you should thank me for. After hearing this, many people were startled. They didn't expect Lin Ling to make such a request. However, they glanced at the 2 titans and immediately became spirited. This was even better because they had helped the 2 titans obtain the sword and the heavenly violence pearl. This favor would be even clearer, and the 2 titans would remember them. Elder Zhan and Elder Xian both smiled. They naturally agreed to this condition. Then let's have a fair duel. Don't worry, even if you can't win, we won't let anyone kill you. With us 2 elders here, your safety is guaranteed. Moreover, if your talent is not bad, we can give you some pointers and let you have the qualifications to be recommended. Elder Xian was extremely happy, so he decided to give Lin Ling a way out. It was as if he was bestowing some kind of treasure upon Lin Ling, causing the eyes of many heroes to turn red. Hearing those words, Lin Ling was stunned. He sneered and said, I can't guarantee that I won't kill your dog. Besides, you want to give me pointers? Who do you think you are to give me pointers? You. The joy in the hearts of the 2 Mount Tais north seemed to have been splashed with cold water. Boom. As for the surrounding heroes, their hearts were about to explode. What an arrogant junior, how insolent. Who's the first one to die? However, the voice that made them furious once again drifted out. Lin Ling wanted them to die. All right, Immortal General, you go. Old John's expression was extremely gloomy. He coldly looked at Lin Ling and said, "Seeing that you're still young, we won't let the older powerhouses go up, lest you say that we have an unfair advantage. If that's the case, I won't be able to put down my face." "I didn't expect you to be so shameless," Lin Ling said apathetically, which infuriated Elder Jean even more, but he endured it. "Thank you, Old John, for giving me this opportunity." That youth called Undying General laughed excitedly. Right now, he didn't have a recommendation quota, but after obtaining a favor, this recommendation quota wouldn't be difficult. "Haha, thank you, Lin Ling." The Immortal General strode forward, the wind and clouds billowing. He was at the second layer of the Saint Realm, a 7th-level Golden Class talent. Not to mention that Lin Ling was only at the first layer of the Saint Realm. Even if they were at the same level, the Immortal General wouldn't fear him. "Thank me?" This time, Lin Ling was a little puzzled. Why did the other party thank him? Don't you know how hard it is to get a recommendation? Even if you have great strength, it will be very difficult for you to enter the 3 great legends of the mortal realm without a recommendation. Now that you have helped me, how can I not thank you? The Undying General calmly spoke, making Lin Ling laugh coldly. He finally understood what the Undying General meant. "Are you so confident that you can win? Not only can I defeat you, I can even kill you. If you don't believe me, you can try." The Immortal General had great confidence in himself. "Good. Put down the 100 stalks of ghost face grass, then you can die." Lin Ling nodded, making the Immortal General stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but laugh. "You were really strong before, but you only killed Guisha Tianli when he was in danger. Now I can kill you in 3 moves. No, I can't kill you. I can defeat you. Immortal General, let him know who he is." As soon as his words fell, the surrounding voices were like waves. No one thought that Lin Ling would win. Even Yin Wuxia and the others were the same. Although Lin Ling was very strong, they knew that the Immortal General had gone to the lower Xian ranking and almost made it into the ranking. This showed how terrifying he was. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling had killed Tengu when he was in the Transcendent Realm. Tengu was a master on the ranking list, ranked at the bottom. Now that Lin Ling had reached the Saint Realm, these heroes were like dogs. Immortal Heaven cloud shattering. The surrounding voices made the Immortal General even more domineering. Grand Principles appeared, and they had almost reached the Great Accomplishment Realm. His talent was shattering, and he could shatter the clouds in the sky. This guy's strength has greatly improved. Among the cheering crowd, many of them had solemn expressions. Only Fire Spirit Princess knew that Lin Ling's Fire Martial Dao was stronger, reaching the Great Accomplishment Realm. He had even reached the pinnacle of the One-Line Sky. However, Lin Ling's talent and immortal physique were not as good as the Immortal General's, and his realm was lower. Rumble. The ground of Een Mountain exploded, as if everything in the world was shattering. The Immortal General's attack was extremely domineering, and clouds covered Een Mountain. "Seniors, I've won." At this moment, a proud voice drifted out from the clouds. It was the Immortal General's voice. He had used his strongest attack just now, wanting to kill with one blow and cause a sensation. "Good Immortal General, the overlord of the great Xianyuan domain, I have faith in you." Old John stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. That was too easy. He was defeated just like that? Sigh. I really envy the Immortal General. If only I had gone up, I would have gained the favor of the 2 great disciples. Sigh. Many people stared at the clouds, quietly waiting for the Immortal General to come out. However, right at this moment, space rippled, and an illusory figure appeared behind the Immortal General like water ripples. The Immortal General stopped in his tracks, and his pupils constricted. The one who appeared behind him was Lin Ling. Not bad at all. A large area attack, but the loophole in the Grand Principles is too large, so it can be easily avoided. Sigh. A disdainful voice sounded. Meanwhile, the Immortal King's body trembled. How could this be? He had just turned around, but what welcomed him was a sword that revealed its sharpness. Within the power of 8 universes, it carried the power of space, cutting through space, fiercely slashing over. Empty sword. Sigh. The immortal general seemed to have seen the final sword of his life. It was incomparably dazzling. And that sword was so fast that it actually had the power to distort space. You ambushed me. Sigh. He only let out one last sound. And then his head fell off, rolling out of the clouds. Meanwhile, at this moment, everyone outside was still quietly waiting for the immortal general to walk out of the clouds. But soon, a voice that said, "You ambushed me," drifted out, making many people's hearts tremble. Then, a rumbling sound sounded, and a head rolled out from the clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was precisely the immortal general's head. Silence, absolute silence. They all thought that the immortal general would definitely win, but who knew that in the end, what he exchanged for was a head. Most importantly, that head belonged to the immortal general. You are thanking me? I don't know what you should be thanking me for. Sigh. At the same time, the clouds gradually scattered. A black-robed youth walked out, an evil smile at the corners of his lips, looking at everyone with contempt. Meanwhile, the surrounding people all stared at the youth in shock. That youth was extremely cold, his smile carrying an evil aura, seemingly calm, but hiding a storm. You killed him. Elder. Elder Jean and Elder Xian were stunned, and then they both roared. They didn't think that Lin Ling would win, and even kill the immortal general. If you want to take advantage of others, then you definitely have to put your life on the line. Before, when I killed Guisha Tianli, I also put my life on the line. Lin Ling said indifferently, pointing his sword at the crowd in front of him. There are 2 more who wants to go. Go. Arrogant. Go. Chapter 14:19. Strength blooming Amitba. This old monk will do it. Tian Long Dechan Master. You are too old. It's not a fair fight. Let me do it. At this moment, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and a domineering figure appeared above Lin Ling's head, looking down at him. You killed my Lin Ling troop, didn't you? This person is King Tian Huang. Lin Ling seemed to be very strong, but he had heard the immortal general say that Lin Ling had sneak attacked him. This meant that Lin Ling was slightly stronger than the immortal general. Otherwise, why would Lin Ling sneak attack him? He could just crush him. Therefore, he estimated that Lin Ling was definitely weaker than him. Do you have a problem with that? Lin Ling looked at the king in the sky indifferently. Haha, you're the first one who dares to talk to me like this. I admit that you're very strong, but you only won because of a sneak attack. Now, you'll have to face my world palm. A domineering voice floated out from King Tian Huang's mouth. His body was as majestic as a palace, and his palm fiercely slammed out, stirring up the wind and clouds and causing the earth to explode. The moment he attacked, he exploded with the power of a heavenly pattern martial art. Moreover, he was a 3rd heaven saint expert with a 7th grade yellow rank immortal body, the tyrant body of heaven and earth. Once the great law appeared, he would dominate and have the power to crush everything. The crowd in the distance was boiling. Lin Ling had won previously, but it seemed to be a sneak attack. Now that he met King Tian Huang, he could still sneak attack? Empty sword. Staring at the terrifying palm in the sky, Lin Ling was still like a proud swordsman. Not only was he not afraid, he even pounced towards the sky. The sword in his hand was majestic, blooming with unparalleled power. Although the opponent's cultivation was higher, it wasn't like Lin Ling hadn't killed someone of this realm before. Tengu was one of them. Rumble. The sword and the huge palm collided, shaking heaven and earth, and rolling thunder and wind. He's also very strong. Many people's faces were solemn. Lin Ling was actually not killed by a single palm strike. His strength was indeed not bad. Heaven Wasteland King furrowed his brows. His I am the world palm was invincible and could suppress all the cultivation of the opponent. However, in front of Lin Ling, the additional effects seemed to be useless. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling maintained his posture of slashing the heavens with his sword. Finally, with a ruthless slash, he severed the I am the world palm. That tyrannical slash caused even more people to suck in a breath of cold air. Before, they were not willing to let Lin Ling obtain the treasure, but now it seemed that Lin Ling was indeed qualified. At least in a one-on-one battle, there were very few people present who could win against Lin Ling. You only have this little bit of strength. I only used one palm, but you blocked it with all your strength. Now it's time for me to get serious. Heaven Wasteland King was still floating in the air, his indifferent voice coming out of his mouth. In the three profound of the human world, he was all-powerful and had defeated countless opponents. Now he finally met an opponent who could move him. Because the opponent was only in the Saint Realm, he could block his palm. However, that was all. I am the World Fist. I am the World Palm. I am the World Body. Rumble. In the sky, mountain-like fists and palms pressed down majestically. As soon as those palms came out, many people had difficulty breathing. They found that those attacks were not only powerful, but also carried the aura of the Great Law. It was so tyrannical that it actually compressed the spirit chi of the entire sky. The spirit chi was compressed as if it was controlled. This showed that I am the tyrannical world palm. Rumble. All the giant palms slapped out, instantly drowning Lin Ling. He was unstoppable. Seeing this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of one of the most powerful teams in Yin Mountain today, they obliterated Lin Ling with thunderous momentum. This time we should be able to win. Old Zhan and Old Xian said indifferently. What a powerful great law of martial arts. However, thank you for your strength. Now it's time for you to die. However, at this moment, a cold shout sounded. Flames erupted from the cratered ground below. A destructive, tyrannical, and crazy aura rushed into the sky. Dragons. Countless dragons swam out from the ground, as if they were burning the sky. The Great Law of Fire, the Peak Realm. The Fire Spirit Princess was the most sensitive to fire. At this moment, her baby face was full of shock because she had not reached this realm. What? He's not dead yet? Old Zhan and Old Xian also had difficulty breathing. They also felt a strong pressure. In their eyes, millions of fire dragons roared and clustered around a fire dragon king, majestically flying into the sky. At the head of the fire dragon king, the black-robed youth looked like a king descending to the world. He was like the wrath of the fire god, looking down on the world. Stealing my things, and you even have a reason to do so. Heaven Wasteland King. You are really a disgrace to my palace. The cold voice was like a clap of thunder in King Tianhuang's ears. His face turned pale. The young man was at the first level of the Saint Realm, but he gave off a powerful pressure as if he was at the fourth level of the Saint Realm. How could this be? Could it be that the youth had absorbed his strength? Yes, it was the sword. Heaven Wasteland King stared at Lin Ling's sword in shock. This time, he completely understood. It was that sword. Run, you have 3 breaths of time to run. Stepping on the Fire Dragon King, Lin Ling appeared in front of Heaven Wasteland King, and said indifferently. In your dreams, I am a genius king of the palace, one of the recommended candidates. How can I run? Heaven Wasteland King roared. Today, the heroes of Yin Mountain were fighting for supremacy. He shone brightly and made countless people look up to him and worship him. How could he run away from this final battle? If you don't run, then die. Lin Ling coldly spat out a murderous voice. He was incomparably decisive. The sword in his hand fiercely slashed forward. The strength that he had absorbed from Heaven Wasteland King turned into flames and spewed out. Lin Ling's Great Law of Fire was only at the small success stage, but with the help of the Emperor Stage Tyrant Song Sword's fire formation, he could raise it to the large success stage. Moreover, if he absorbed the opponent's strength, he could raise it to the peak stage. He could slash out a terrifying sword slash like one-line sky, and also use the Great Law of Heavenly Pattern Martial Arts of the Transcendent Stage. And this Great Law was the 10,000 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Rumble. In the sky, 10,000 dragons roared. At this moment, the ghost domain seemed to have turned into purgatory. How terrifying! Is this the fire dragon world? The faces of the people in the distance turned pale. They didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much after reaching the first level Saint Realm. I am the World Palm. I am the World Fist. Die. Heaven Wasteland King's eyes were red. He attacked crazily, as if he wanted to break the dome of heaven with his fist. His martial arts were indeed terrifying, but he encountered the even more terrifying 10,000 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Those flame dragons were extremely tyrannical and could burn anything in the world. When they swept out, Heaven Wasteland King's domineering fist was burned and then exploded. 10,000 dragons roared, terrifying. How can this be? My immortal body is not afraid of the 5 elements, yin and yang. How can his fire harm me? Heaven Wasteland King's heart was filled with fear. This was the first time he felt that the black-robed youth was terrifying. He then clenched his teeth. The future is long, let's fight again next time. He retreated. Escape? The crowd's mouth was dry. Even someone as strong as Heaven Wasteland King was afraid of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying. Want to leave now? It's too late. Lin Ling indifferently spat out, making the crowd look at the sky. Only then did they realize that the dense fire dragons had formed a mysterious formation that dominated the entire sky. Great Law. This was the true Great Law. Chapter 1420. Magnificent Army Frightens the World. Boom. King Tian Huang took a step forward, but the flames inexplicably exploded around him, causing him to be covered in dust. As he retreated, the flames exploded again, and he seemed to have stepped into a purgatory of fire. Wait, let me out. Tian Huang was even more afraid. What kind of martial art was this? Why did it have the power of formation runes? I beg you. His voice drifted in the sky, making many people feel unreal. One had to know that after Tian Huang arrived, even the Fire Spirit Princess was not afraid of him. Moreover, he was about to become a recommendation, so he did not care about the millions of heroes. But now not only was he afraid, he was begging for mercy, begging the son of the Fire Dragon King in the sky. Beg me? Lin Ling smiled coldly. Begging for mercy when you are not as strong as others, but killing when you are stronger than others? How could there be such an easy thing? Die for me, Million Dragon Dance. Boom. Something even more terrifying happened. In the sky, millions of fire dragons danced, and their trajectories carried a mysterious charm of heaven and earth. The power of the Great Law was even more domineering, and this martial art was formed by Lin Ling with the formation runes. It could only be used when using the 10,000 forbidden Great Fire Dragon. No, let me out. Tian Huang was trapped in the Great Law of Fire. His voice was even more panicked as he kept begging for mercy. Unfortunately, he was blasted full of holes by the flames. His immortal physique was not afraid of the 5 elements, but in fact, it was only relatively speaking. Under the power that exceeded his knowledge, he would still be burned by the flames. In the sky, the voice gradually became softer. Tian Huang was blasted to death by the dragons. The most ironic thing was that the power that blasted him to death came from his body, absorbed by the Tyrant Song sword. So terrifying. That's right. It's that sword, right? That sword is definitely not of the king grade. I'm afraid it has reached the emperor grade, and increased the power of fire by 100%. He won 2 out of 3 matches just like that. The hearts of the people in the distance exploded. For the first time, they felt that the black-robed youth was like an emperor descending. He was completely unfathomable. He was only a first-layer saint, but his strength was too terrifying. Even old Jean and old Xian looked serious. Unknowingly, there was only 1 match left. What should they do? Could it be that he was going to watch that young man leave with the treasure? Trash, a bunch of trash. A third-layer saint couldn't even stop a first-layer saint. What right do you have to say that you have a recommendation? What other dog? In the sky, the flames gradually dimmed. Lin Ling, dressed in a black robe, stared indifferently at the heroes of the world. Crazy enough. No one had expected that the most domineering person in today's battle for supremacy would be that young man. The most ironic thing was that they had previously bullied the young man because his cultivation level was low, while they had more experts on their side, so they coveted the young man's treasures. But now, it seemed that the young man's treasures weren't something that just anyone could lay a finger on. He must have been recommended, or else he wouldn't be so strong. Moreover, he should be from Xiamping Province's 7 Emperors' Heaven. Someone guessed, making even more people suck in a breath of cold air. They suddenly felt that with the recommendation of one of the 3 great legends of the human realm, that youth definitely had a seat that could laugh proudly in the human realm. Crane Immortal, you go, you must defeat him. Old John shouted. There was no other choice, he could only rely on Crane Immortal. Crane Immortal was already recommended, and he had a powerful 8th rank Yellow Realm talent. In terms of immortal physique, He was above everyone else. Impudent Junior, look over here. Crane Immortal's expression became serious. He didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. He was like an immortal crane in the clouds, his white robe fluttering in the wind. Tens of thousands of immortal cranes appeared in the sky. It was like an immortal realm. Thousands of auspicious colors, and endless rays of light, making people feel as if they had entered a dreamland. The great heavenly crane physique, according to legends, was the bloodline of immortal cranes. It came from the myriad immortals island, and could become immortals. Look, Crane Immortal grew a pair of wings. Many people stared at the immortal youth and sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, Crane Immortal was even more elegant. His white robe made him look like an immortal, with a pair of pure white wings behind his back. That kind of beauty was indescribable, and that kind of holiness was even more difficult to describe with words. The Tao of Tao, without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, then it is not real. If it is not real, then it is empty. Tens of thousands of white cranes had just appeared. Almost at the same time, Crane Immortal's hands moved frequently. Then, like a fairy scattering flowers, countless Taoist scriptures flew out along with the white cranes, forming mysterious and profound patterns. The sky was filled with white cranes. The sky was filled with ancient scriptures. The great law and the immortal physique fused together, forming the great law of Tao that controlled the world. This was Crane Immortal's most powerful technique, Taoist secret scriptures. Everything returned to the beginning. Under his great law, everything would return to their original state. It was extremely terrifying. The ghost chi in the sky returned to its original state. Even the earth returned to its original state. It was as if this was not a ghost realm, but an immortal realm. The Tao of Tao, without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, then it is not real. If it is not real, then it is empty. Only his voice floated out from time to time, falling into the ears of all living beings in the world. Lin Ling, you are dead. The distant crowd was shocked by Crane Immortal's technique, but soon they cheered. This was the beginning of everything. This also meant that under Crane Immortal's great law, Lin Ling would return to his original state. At that time, he would only be an ordinary person. So how could he win? As expected of the bloodline of Myriad Immortals Island, becoming a disciple is only a matter of time. Old Xian praised. He was very satisfied. Lin Ling, this arrogant and unbridled junior, was finally suppressed. At this moment, cranes filled the sky. Lin Ling stood there quietly. He felt a mysterious aura spread out, causing his pupils to constrict. But soon, his body produced a resistance force, gradually allowing him to return to his original state. It was the Fiend God Overlord physique. Crane Immortal's great law was based on his immortal physique, but it was only yellow rank 8th rank. However, Lin Ling was yellow rank 10th rank. An 8th rank dared to be arrogant in front of a 10th rank? Are you done singing? While everyone was excited, a cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth, shocking the entire Een Mountain. Singing? Lin Ling said Crane Immortal was singing? Even Crane Immortal's pupils constricted. Blue veins popped out on his forehead. Embarrassing. He, a dignified immortal young master, had actually become a singer. The Tao cannot be Tao. Without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, it is not real. If it is not real, it is empty. Heaven and earth are all cranes, thousands of mountains. There is a beginning and an end. Crane Immortal erupted with an even more powerful great law. It could make 90% of the people present unable to block his divine ability power. However, this did not include Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was even colder, as if he was being played. He took a step, distorted space, and pounced towards Crane Immortal. Are you done singing? A domineering and angry voice once again shook the world. How can he ignore the great law of heaven and earth? Everyone's heart exploded. Then a voice of fear rose in their minds. Could it be an immortal physique that surpassed Crane Immortals? For the final battle, did you bring 100 ghost face grass? You didn't say anything before coming to fight me. Moreover, in the battle, not only did you not use your full strength, you sang everywhere, and even let chickens and ducks fly everywhere. Scram.